it comes to a logical conclusion. But I think that one, Nathaniel Bassey is very well known. He's very well liked, loved,
Yeah.
respected. Um, Not only is he a popular figure, he's also a man of faith. So you
Yeah.
have to take these things. Not everything can be a joke. Not everything can be, haha. There has to be a level of seriousness with it. So I wish them all the very best. Dami, what did you find for us?
So yeah, my news basically is about Airpeace. Recently they just oh my god. So recently they just started flying direct flights from Lagos to London. And then the former president of the National Association of Nigerian Travel Agency, Bankole Bernard, has stated that Airpeace's pricing strategy have compelled foreign carriers to slash their fares. So maybe, I mean, I don't see how this is long lasting, to be fair, right? But then again,
Since it didn't start.
in the meantime, when it is happening, I think that it's very good for business because they will definitely make their money, right? There are a lot of people because the prices of flights are quite on the high side right now. So people are trying to look for different cheaper alternatives, right? So whether or not Airpeace, no, I mean apologies or no offenses to Airpeace, but whether or not it's a very trusted air flight for that long distance, people would probably gladly take that option because it is relatively rather affordable at this time.
So,
Right.
I mean, I don't know what the ticket prices look like. I mean, I was surprised to find out, was last year, I think, that they flew to India. I was very surprised to find out. Um, and then it was more the case of they're now flying international routes,
Yeah.
which is fantastic. I mean, we've had Nigerian carriers come and go from Nigerian Airways to Virgin Nigeria to so historically, you're like, well, let's see how long this is gonna last, right? But then there's also so for me, I like to balance the conversation. So first and foremost, we know that the foreign debt to the airlines has been cleared.
Yeah.
So now they're opening the cheaper classes of tickets. So tickets prices are coming
Coming
down.
down. Yeah.
The impact, because if you sort of understand the trajectory, there was the fact that the lower ticket prices were not available, or the lower classes of tickets were not available. Then the dollar issues layered on top of that. Now, this has sort of been sorted.
Yeah.
Then, the dollar is, coming down. But then this is one airline. And I asked the question, so how many flights are they running a week? Even if they're running one flight a day,
Yeah.
right? It's not going to dramatically change the trajectory. For starters, they're flying to Gatwick. So people don't like to fly to Gatwick. But then, like you said, there'll always be a market because some people don't even care whether it's a flying moonway.
They just want
to
go.
get where they're going.
because the current
So
prices are high.
I think that
Really
yes,
high.
wishing Airpeace all the best, but
Yeah.
it is a very ambitious statement to say that other airlines will all of a sudden crash their prices because guess what? Jet fuel is expensive.
Yeah.
So if it's just like with every business, you know your customer. So I'm very clear that you're not my customer. That's why a Lamborghini is a car, a Toyota is a car. They all get you from point A to B.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that people don't stop buying Lamborghinis because Toyotas exist. So
Okay.
I'll
I
leave it
agree.
at that.
That wraps that up.
So let me just take my story quickly. So my story is actually a few days old, actually, but I loved it. I saw it, anything that's a full good story for me that concerns Nigeria, I love to talk about it. So my headline says Nigerian man swims almost 3 hours non-stop across Third Mainland Bridge. He's the first ever Nigerian to attain such a feat. So the headline is a bit wonky. So what it is that a man named Akinrodoye Dare, known as Dre, has done what we're calling the unthinkable. He's completed a 2 hour and 33-minute non-stop swim across the Lagos Lagoon, which is the body of water actually under Third Mainland Bridge. So he swam the length of that water that the bridge goes across. And of course, Third Mainland Bridge is Africa's second longest bridge. Important to note so that people don't start jumping into the water tomorrow. That's how what's her name cooked, and then cooks where everybody was trying to cook. I like to point out that he is a swim coach, so he has the stamina. He didn't start
capable
today,
of doing it.
Experienced.
but he swam 11.8 kilometers. I cannot walk that far. He swam. Wow. So he achieved this feat, and he did it again. For me, that was the other important thing. He did it to raise awareness of the suicide attempt. So, of course, we hear these stories periodically of people jumping off Third Mainland Bridge, to commit suicide. So he did it for that purpose, and he was able to complete it. So he did the demo swim on the 30th of March, and then he did the swim on the 31st, which was the Sunday. So really and truly, just wishing him all the very best. I hope that he gets his 5 minutes of fame, and he's able to do something good with
5
it.
minutes of fame.
So well done to him.
Represent Nigeria.
Exactly. And like I said, anything that's going to represent in the positive right now, anything that's going to give you that feel-good factor.
Yeah.
But, when I saw this video, I thought, that water is not clean.
It's not the cleanest water.
To be in that water for 2 hours plus, 2.5 hours actually.
To even
His
be
skin,
in water, actually, whether
his
clean or
eyes,
not. Oh God.
But the water is moving, and he had
But
the
then
right
his body.
equipment.
Yeah,
then
he
put
had
it
his
on.
goggles. Yeah. It's
What
just
about his
mind-boggling
body?
to think about.
He'll go numb at some point.
I'm sure whatever the aftershock is.
Yeah,
They have
it takes a
two
toll on
boats
his
and
body,
stuff, so
definitely.
they have
Counted
the
his
medical
cost
didn't even
anyway,
say that,
so,
he had to have medical attention right
Yeah.
afterwards. But
Yeah.
like I said, he completed it, so congratulations.
And in
to...
this heat.
Well, that would have helped. That would have helped. But yeah, I think wish him all the very best. But I think we can take a break now, and when we come back, we'll jump right into our story. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. Adult education is the process whereby adults take part in methodical, self-educational activities with the goal of learning new knowledge, abilities, attitudes, or values. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa and home to the greatest number of individuals, with a population of roughly 120 million, with an adult rate of 7.06%. In 1951, the Central Board Education launched adult education, offering a glimmer of hope. Over time, the approach extended throughout the nation, pressuring individuals to acquire foundational knowledge of a basic education. There have been several national development plans since 1960, but none of the specific provisions for adult education have yielded fruit. That policy was updated again in 1981 to not only address lifelong learning, illiteracy reduction, and continuing education, but still has had little effect. 29 years after that, the policy's enactment, 68% of Nigerians at the time, aged 16 and older, were still illiterate. Since then, the government's commitment to adult education as a strategy for the nation's long-term development has not been demonstrated by any practical or all-encompassing programs. This illustrates how adult education has been neglected in Nigeria. So today we're discussing adult education, and we are asking what are the consequences of this neglect. And when we open our phone lines, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. So, ladies, adult education. There is adult education, there is continuing education,
Yeah.
there is formal, informal, non-formal. What are your thoughts about adult education?
Okay, so for me, I think that we're not prioritizing adult education enough in Nigeria, right? And so one thing is for sure, I think it's going to improve employment productivity, because there are lots of older people out there that probably had no opportunity, right, to be educated formally, at least basically, right, when growing up for various reasons, really. And then they would really appreciate, right, trying to get education at this stage of their lives. Not everybody minds, okay, because I'm too old to be in a class or something. Plus, they don't necessarily have to be in an actual class.
Yeah.
It can just, so even in, I think because most times, again, when you meet an adult who would also like to have this formal and basic education, what they tell you is, oh, I don't have time for that. Oh, I don't do this.
Yeah,
I don't do that. So I think that even when when the policymakers are trying to make these policies on adult education, they should try to like remove those barriers, right, that makes people say, oh, I don't have time, or yada, yada, yada. So they should make it more relaxed,
Flexible.
more flexible. Thank you, that's the word. Make it more flexible,
Yeah.
whereby anybody, any adult really can come on board, and then make it easy, because we need to also understand that the way the brains were at that age.
I don't mind this older. There are
It's
plenty
older,
stresses. We're worried
yeah.
about the price of food. We're
Do
worried
you
about,
get
yeah,
so imagine having to now learn one very, very cumbersome. Like it's not workable. But I think we're not prioritizing it enough in Nigeria, and I think it should actually be prioritized.
Yeah, okay. Let's bring in our guest. So, Mukhtar Mohammed is the founder of Finance with Mukhtar, a personal finance platform established to help people grow and change their mindset on finance. He is an international finance and economic analyst on BBC Africa, Arise TV, Channel Television, CNBC Africa, Inside Africa on CNN, TVC, and also a stockbroker, personal finance coach, budget planner, and an advocate for financial freedom. He believes that being a financial analyst is not just being on TV, but making an impact on the younger generation and the masses on how to build their incomes to a fortune. And it is his passion to give back to society and make our country a better place. He joins us now by telephone. So, Mukhtar, if you can hear us, thank you for joining us. Good evening. Hi, Mukhtar, can you hear us? Hi, Mukhtar, are you there? Okay, so before he joins us, I like what you were saying about prioritizing adult education. And there's no doubt that our educational system has been, I don't want to use the word abandoned, but it hasn't been prioritized, right? Over time, we've gone from having a larger population or a larger number of public schools to then having more private schools. And of course, with private school comes a cost. And now you have all sorts of grades and qualities, and then the public school system is almost, I don't say it's almost dead, but you know, the quality there is also not what it used to be. A lot of us went to unity schools or military schools, and these were quality education at the time, right? But now that's not the case. So when we even talk about what is the feeder into education, into children learning, we have a problem there. So we now have a huge population of adults. So when we say adults here now, we're talking from 18, right? That's the legal adult age in Nigeria, who should be gainfully employed, who should be, contributing to our economy, to our systems, to our GDP, our growth. But that in itself is a problem. Why? Because they don't have the basic skills. They don't, even when we talk about, we say it a lot, common sense is not common. But then there's a real valid thing behind that. If you don't learn critical reasoning as a child, it's difficult to pick up as an adult. So you see people, in the workplace now, and you talk and they're like, I mean, how does that make sense to you? But these things have far-reaching consequences, and that neglect is what we're sort of suffering today. But thankfully, and I want to say thankfully, right, technology has come in to sort of improve that. But then the ecosystem, so if I even get to technology, we've always had part-time courses, adult education in sort of the formal, what I would call continuing education, because when we talk about adult education, we're talking about the gamut of everything. So it doesn't have to be classroom based. It doesn't have to be in the formal. You can have the informal. You can have the non-formal. So even things like apprenticeships. What's the movie that is trending now? Afame Funa.
Afame Funa.
The Waboy. So even that is a well-established system, right, of apprenticeship, and so that in itself it can also be classed as adult education. Then you have continuing education, where I've got some basic education. Maybe I think everything after primary school is classed as continuing education. So whether it be vocational courses, I think now where maybe it was, would you say 15 years ago, all of these skills, you hear skill acquisition. They're teaching you to make beads. They're teaching you to make up,
make
That was under home economics.
Exactly. So that in itself sort of became like an NGO industry, and they have all these skill acquisition centers. And the government too, actually, to be fair, has these skills. Like they're not enough to serve the populace, but they do exist, right? And they serve largely to empower young women, to be able to look after themselves and their families. So we have something.
Basically.
We have something, right? But then on the more formal side, right, we have Open University still exists, right?
Yes.
Because I know they have that big building somewhere in there, right? So there's Open University,
And
there's
then there's
part-time
now
programs.
National Open
National
University.
Open University, that's Open University, yeah.
There's another one.
Oh, really?
There was
Okay.
another one.
So you have those types of programs that then give people the opportunity to get like degrees and all. But then, it's a value chain. So today, a lot of companies don't accept part-time undergraduate degrees, right? So I've gotten the education now, then what can I do with it? We still have the ageism problem where there's entry-level ages. If you're over the age of 20, whatever it is, sorry, nothing for you, right? So there are all these attendant issues and problems and challenges.
I think the last point you made itself is even an issue. When there's an age bracket, say, okay, if you are beyond this age, then you cannot be employed. So at the end of the day, someone who probably started off school late or even got into university late is probably discouraged to continue. There's also the strike factor. Person is just discouraged entirely to continue because they're like, okay, so after I finish this thing now, I'll be so old, and then at the end of the day, I won't be able to get jobs because there are so many age restrictions here and there. So I even think that employers actually need to relax on that a bit.
So that's a good point to try. I believe our guest is back with us. Hi, Mukhtar. Good evening. Can you hear us? Thank you for joining us. Great to have you on the show. So I hope you've caught what we've been talking about so far. We've been trying to set the scene around what adult education is, continuing education, sort of the things that we have available in Nigeria today. So, I mean, given that you have committed yourself in that sort of area of personal finance and teaching young people and giving back to develop that particular skill, so we can class you or we can call you an adult educator. What are the challenges in adult education today from your perspective?
I think the biggest challenge in terms of adult education is for them to learn the unlearn, learn and unlearn. Because the problem, like you just said, education is a continuous thing. And people think education is all about going to the four walls of the university. But education also is your ability to read situation around you and take decisions. Our forefathers didn't go to school very much, but they were able to sense as hunters when there's a leopard, when there is a lion in a place, because they have been able to develop their instinct. So basically, it's the ability to develop your mind in a certain way. So the problem we have in adult education is, like I said, on learning and learning. That's what I call formal and informal education. So formal education take you out, but informal education sustain you in the outside world. Now, in school, whether you read economics, whether you read geography like me, or whether you read engineering, they don't teach you how to save money, how to invest money, what are the things you have to look at. Even in Harvard, you have to learn those things, and those things are want to come out and then decide to learn it like a professional course. So that's what I'm saying. You have to learn and unlearn. That is the greatest challenge. And one thing I've observed and I've seen over the years is that once they have the formal education, it's always difficult for them to want to have this informal education in the sense of reading, the ability to read outside of your core profession. That is the greatest challenge.
Wow. I think that's very important because just the first statement, the ability to learn and unlearn, I think that's one of the greatest challenges we face nowadays because in our old age, we find it very hard, changing, unlearning those things that we have learned that are not necessarily beneficial to our current status or our current position in life. And it's very, very important for us to know how to do that. I have a question for you. So I would like to ask what challenges you have faced in your career and in your, your personal work with adult education.
I think it still boils down to what you just said. I think that has been my greatest challenge, like I said. Sometimes the ability to know that you don't know these things, so I need to learn it. Informal education. There's a saying that formal education will earn you a living, informal education will earn you a fortune.
Yeah.
So the ability to tell them that, okay, let me give you an example. I have a professor in school. He's a professor. He taught me in school. But in the area of personal finance, I want to teach him. But sometimes profs feel that, what are you telling me? I'm a professor. I've learned so much. So you have to now begin to ask Prof, what have you learned? How can you unlearn it? So, though for me, the pride of, I have a degree. What do you want to teach me? For me, that is the greatest challenge. To meet somebody that maybe has all the qualification, a doctor, like I talk, a professor, somebody that is more learned, and you are trying to tell him that based on my experience in this area, I think I'm better placed to teach you what to do. And it's like, what have you really achieved that you want to tell me what to do? So for me, that has been my greatest challenge.
Thank you so much, Mukta. I think on that note, we'll just take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Please stay with us. So, if you're just tuned in, we're discussing adult education, the consequence of neglect and agenda for action with Mukhtar Mohammed. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can send us an SMS or WhatsApp message to 0818 So, Dami, I'll hand over to you.
All right, so Mr. Mokhtar, I would like to ask what the consequences are for neglecting adult education and the impact on the workforce, rather, productivity and economic growth. I think I have a two-in-one question, actually. The second part of that question would be that how do we then ensure equity in access to learning opportunity? Because there are a lot of people that don't actually have access to this learning opportunity. So that will be the second part of my question. Thank you.
Okay. I think about your second question, let me start with that. I think that has to do with government. Before Nigeria, there used to be an agency for adult literacy. I don't think that is happening. We don't have so much of adult education institutions. What we have now, the formal institution. And sometimes people think adult education has to do with you can know everything. Number one, education has been defined as an ability to interpret what is in front of you. It doesn't matter which language you use to interpret it. So it's only in Nigeria sometimes they say somebody is not educated because he cannot speak English. Once you can communicate and somebody can interpret your communication, you are educated. So education itself is communication. But what we have seen in Nigeria is they think until you go to school, the guy that is a carpenter that can learn the capital language is educated. So as long as he can able to communicate it with me. So that is for me one thing we must concentrate on, vocational education. Because when you have somebody, when you are trying to teach people adult education, once you teach them read and write, how to read and write, the next thing you need to teach them is a vocational skill where they can apply this read and write. So a situation where you just teach them, you cannot read, you cannot write, then what would they be able to do with it? Is it to just communicate at home, or they want to use it meaningfully? And once you have an education, the next thing you want to do, you want to use your education to earn something. So once your education is not moving you towards earning an income, you become frustrated. So the bottom line is sometimes we do this education system, but again, we do not do specialized type of education. We generalize education. I don't know whether I've gotten that. What about the first question?
No, I think that you've even sort of answered the question part, the part around neglect, right? And I just want to sort of move that because you started to also talk about some of the solutions. So the agencies, the government focus. But I also want to talk about the system, which you also mentioned. You know, when we talk about the education system, you're talking about educating people, but then it's not just about education. What are you going to do with it? So now you can read and write. Am I putting an evocation to it? But I want to talk about the other side of the system on the formal side, right? We have people who even have the education. They go to, whether it's part-time, university or whatever, they come out with these degrees. And then those degrees are not classed the same as full-time degrees in the workforce. So what are your thoughts around that value chain of putting people into formal work, into now let's leave the vocational, right? I've got a degree now and I want to go into formal work. But then a company is telling me, oh, because this is part-time, it's not valid. What are your thoughts around that sort of, we have this focus, let me put it on natural focus or on holy focus, on certification and qualifications?
Yeah, you hit it in the nail. I think it's a thing that has been going on. At the time we left school, there are some certain financial institutions, you must school at a certain university before they will take you. Yeah. There were some other institutions, when they came up, you must school in the UK, one prestigious UK institution, or maybe a private university or a school in the UK before you'll be employed in those organizations. So I think it's something that we have tilted towards over the time, whereby we value certification, especially formal certification. And that has been the bane of our problem. That's why what we see, we produce have great graduates. Sometimes you get graduates that are not able to even do the work for you. I give you an example of myself. I read geography in school. That's what I read in school. But on graduation, I worked with a geographical firm for just 2 years. So after that, till now, about 15 years, I've been in a financial line. So I have to develop myself in those areas, getting certification and also building myself to be able to get to the standard I want to. So, but if I have used that, if I've gone to an establishment and said, I have passion, nobody will take me.
Yeah.
So because that is the mentality we have, we must show something for you to be employed in a particular aspect, which on its own is not bad. But again, if you have somebody that didn't go to school and can do it, I mean, if he went to school and he has been able to develop himself in that area, you should give him the job.
Yeah.
Thank God for the first generational banks or the second generational bank. Let me know the second generational bank that came. They're the one that came up with this thing. Whether you are an engineer, whether you are whatever you are bred, just come for aptitude test. If you're able to do it, then you pass it. Then we'll train you.
Yeah.
Now, the area of training is another key aspect that we as a nation have not developed. So what we have is somebody comes out from the university and is in front, and yet he cannot perform. If you look at most of the topmost performers in Nigeria, let me talk about the corporate world, you realize that most of them did not even read finance, especially in the financial sector. They are either engineering, they are either in law, some even read social sciences, some read business administration, they didn't read accounting. But today, they are the head of those institutions. So it has to do also, in as much as we have that certification, we also have to do what I call you also developing yourself to grow. Because there's where the hard skill, I call your certificate the hard skill. Then the soft skill is your ability to continuously learn, to improve yourself, to be better than what you were yesterday. That is the challenge in Nigeria as it stands. And a lot of things could be deduced to what is causing this problem. Sometimes the hardship in the land, somebody just looking for what to eat, give me any job, I just want to earn a living. Nobody wants to pursue his passion because if you don't know anybody, you say, is it passion that will eat? So that for me is the greatest challenge. That is why I keep saying something. Why we had problem in the military, because a lot of people that are in the military, that's why we've not been able to defeat terrorism, went there because they lack job. It's not because they were called to be military. In the 60s and 70s and 80s, when Nigerian Army was one of the best force in the war, they were called. They were not going there because they were looking for a job. They were going there because that is what they want to do. But today, you are a graduate or you are a school cert, you don't find a job. The next thing you are looking, if the force is there for you to enter, both the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Police, the Nigerian Navy. So that's why we are having the security challenges up to this moment. And by the time they get in there, they graduate, we throw them into the front of battles. They are not really trained. So training is there. Then the area of that mentality that this is what I want to do, I am determined to do it.
So yeah, I mean, you've raised some really important points there, and I like that you touched on personal development and training, because one of the key things, or would I say, when we're talking about how people can take action now, if we were to call it that, an agenda for action, is now the solutions that we have, right? Technology has brought learning right onto our palms, our pockets, our houses. It's become easier. So that sort of technology, e-learning as a concept, now allows people to access. I mean, data has gotten cheaper. People can access information from all over the world. But again, there's still that mindset. Someone even still said it to me that, oh, those online certificates, they're not really rated. So we're still getting lost in the qualification rather than the acquisition of knowledge. So looking forward at the opportunities that exist today, and particularly for someone like yourself who's dealing with personal finance, how can we change that mindset of people to say, look, no knowledge is wasted. Whatever you gather is usable, whether there's a certificate behind it or not?
We have to start from the top. It has to be, you see, why we have a lot of senators or members of House of Rep, or sometimes even governors forging result sheets, is because of the attachment we have placed on certificate. Of recent, I think was it during President Tinubu or President Buhari, where a serving minister was a copper.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there was also an on-air personality that also had to go and serve. So we need to, in that area, I think it boils down to our mentality as a people, and then the ability to train people. Like what we have seen. The shining light in Nigeria today is our financial sector. They have withstood the test of time in spite of all the challenges. They are now global players. We could use that as a template and look at that institution. What has made them strive is training. In that institution, you have people that read engineering. Sometimes I have a friend that was a doctor that was reading a microfinance bank. Yeah. So he was trained. They just wanted to have that willingness to learn. So again, the personal side will always have to play a role. Do we really know what we want? Or are we there because we want to make a living? So the point is, in spite of technology, how many Nigerians can afford technology?
That's a very key point.
So by the time you go around and then you now see that the government still have a very high role to play. Of recent, we were made to understand that the Chinese, most of the Chinese that are brought here, are even dropouts. But they come here and they are giving instructions to graduate in Chinese and Indians. Yeah. But they were trained.
Yeah.
So before now, there's vocational training institutions. When we're in school, there is people that goes to technical schools. They call them technical college. Yeah. Then you have technical college, you have science schools, you have government science school, government technical school, then you have the normal secondary schools. But these days, we don't have that. So that is before now, any technical job, you are good.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not norm. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Peace Oyakilome, is asking the court to compel her ex-husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Peace Oyakilome versus Jonath Abume. That's it.
Thank you. So, Peace, you brought Jonah here.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the issue?
We had issues and we're separated. But before then, before the separation comes up, I left the house because of marital violence. He was beating me. The last one he did, I was in my shop I think some years back, 2020. Yes, 2020. I was in the shop. He works with Chelsea. He cloned my phone to his phone, which I don't know. Then he was chatting with a man at Zumi, talking to him as if I was the one chatting with him, which he knows the person about when I was in school. I had nothing with him because he's a married man, he's a man. So after he did everything by himself, which I was not aware, he came home one day, after some days, and said that I was chatting with Ego Ofu. I said, no, I don't have anything like that. I didn't chat him up on anything. Before then, he has already he screenshotted those messages he chatted himself with the man to my younger brother. When he came home from work that day, I picked my phone. As I clicked my Facebook, those messages came into my phone, but they wiped off because it was not my phone that was used to send the messages, so I couldn't have those messages. He confirmed and told me that he has sent those messages to my brother. I said, now, you chatted with a man yourself. Assuming I'm the one. To the extent he was asking the man to send his nude pictures. The man actually sent him his own nude pictures. The man also asked for my nude pictures. I think that's when the man now got to know that I'm not the one and I don't have his number. He came home, he beat me that day with belt and cutlass. I was running around the compound with the children. I had to treat 3 kids for him. And there's a guy staying with me then. He beat me. I landed in the hospital. I stayed in hospital for more than 1 to 2 months. I was just going and coming in every week. To an extent, 2 weeks after I was discharged, I got back there. They couldn't even get vein. The doctors were like, your veins has collapsed. What happened? My BP rose up. After I was being discharged from the hospital that year, I got home. I was still lying on the ground. I was having headache because of the BP. I don't know. I think he was on leave. My first son, Leo, was playing outside the gates. He went out, he came back and said, why is the children playing outside the gates? The boy ran to me where I was lying down. He came with the annoyance because he's huge. He bounced and wanted to beat the boy. So the boy on the floor was lying, he came. And I said, I'll leave him now. She be na play that they play. He said, if not be say you they sick now for match you. So I stood up on the bed. I was lying down. I just looked at him. I said, so many things has been going on in this house. So many things. Not that you even take care of us like the way they take care of children or wife. If they ask for school fees, you pay half. So that day, he didn't know. I just took the decision within me. I left my sick bed, entered my wardrobe. I was arranging my clothes with the children's clothes. He was at home. I think I did that for 2 to 3 days before he traveled. So he was asking me, are you arranging your clothes? I said, yes, that the clothes are too much. So I don't want them to be pouring on the ground. He traveled. Before he will come back, I've packed my things and I left the house. He called me, I think, the next day or 2 days when he came back. Then I was not still having the courage to tell him I've moved out of the house. So I just told him I went for a church program. He was like, where you go this church program? I said, at Lekki. He said, first day, second day, I didn't come. He said, no, he has gone around the house, I have moved. Then I think the 4th day was when I had the courage to tell him. I said, yes, I've left. I've left the marriage. So he said, okay, no problem. He went to my brother's place to tell my brother that he cannot find me in the house, so blah, blah, blah. My brother then my brother now called my dad. My dad now said he doesn't have hand in the marriage. We should go to the eldest in the family before he passed on. So they fixed a meeting for 2 of us, which we both attended the meeting. The meeting there, I told them, I'm no longer interested. So my big daddy then, before he passed on, was now like, what now happened to this extent? I have never one day come back home to them to complain about this marriage. I said yes, because from the initial beginning, when I wanted to get into the marriage, my family never wanted the marriage. They were fighting me that he has 2 kids before. And yet, as a young graduate, I was 22. Then why going into it, I was like, I love him. That is what I want, blah, 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 that I must marry him then. I had my first issue. Then during the second pregnancy, my dad came from Lagos. He stays in Lagos here. He came and said, he will not allow me have my second child without my dowry not being paid. So my family ensured he paid my dowry, which he eventually did. So even when things were going bad in the marriage, I didn't tell them. I kept it to myself. My brother was staying with me. My brother saw some of those things. But yet, I didn't tell anybody about it because I was warned about it, so I was just alone. But this fateful day, I came to the family and told them, Daddy, I don't want again. Then he told him, he said, fine. As she has come to say she doesn't want again, she is the one that has been there, and she's coming up complaining that she doesn't want, let it be. My uncle, who is my godfather, that was seated with us in that same meeting, that was the first time he's meeting him. For 12 years we are married. He doesn't know most of my family members. So they said, okay, everything ends there. My big daddy, before he passed on, now said he cannot dissolve the marriage on its own. We did traditional marriage. Let's go back home. Then my uncle, who is the senior now in Ekpoma, I went home, told him everything that was happening. He said, okay, no problem. We'll go to the palace, to our king. So he now said he doesn't want me to go to Ewu because I'm from Ewu, from Edo State. He now said no, that if we go there, for instance now, and the king now want to pass judgment, his family might say, our king is biased. Let's go to their king. Then myself and one of my uncle in the village, and my uncle here followed me down home. We got to the palace, we registered the case. They fixed a date for us. I came back to Lagos. They called him to come for the meeting. That fateful day I went, he did not come. The sister represented him. His father came, and one other man, which is the relative. Then from what I wrote down, they asked questions, and I explained my part. The sister was talking, the father talked. So the king asked the father and said, your son came home for Christmas or for an holiday, and he did not come home with a wife and children. Did you ask him, where is the wife? Where are the children? He said, yes. He said, so what was the response? He said, she moved out of the house. So what did you do? Have you gone to the family? Have you gone to ask the family that your daughter that you people gave to us, so we did not see her again? What is the next? He said no. So the king and the chiefs and the elders, they now said, fine. They cannot preside on this issue now. We should go back. I think that was in March. They gave us 2 months to come back. The family should come to see my own family. That when they are through discussing whatsoever that has been presided, whatever that has been said, we'll come back April. I can't remember the date, but I wrote it down in my diary. That when we come back, then they will not decide on what we have discussed. That's how we left. Then on that day in April, we came back. He came. He was not present because it was Easter period. I think he took excuse, I don't know. He came. The sister also followed him. The father was there, and that same man. My uncle from the village was around also, and the one in Lagos always coming with me. Were present. Then the king, after they read the whole thing, that I said, yes, you ask us to go and come back. Then the king now asked him, have you gone to see her parents, like the way he said? They asked me and I said they did not come. They asked my uncle, they did not come. They asked him, he said he did not come. So the king now asked him, so what do you now want us to do? The girl and her family have said they don't want the marriage. We wanted to see how to make up. Maybe two of you can come together. But the way it seems now, it's like both of you will really go your separate ways. So my uncle was like, after everything that has happened, that she came out successfully out of it, that's the end. They don't want the marriage again. And I said, I don't want it there. Then the king now said, fine. I told him, he was trying to fix another date. I said, sir, I can't be traveling. I have kids. I leave them at home every time. I will come, spend days, spend weeks, and yet he is not coming. He came today now. If there's anything we can do, let's do it. So he now said that he does not even want the marriage again. We should go our separate way, but he needs the kids. So I now told the king there instantly, I said, I can't give him the kids. Reason be that they are still small. And secondly, he does not stay at home. He leaves the house in the morning by 4:30 in the morning and comes back home by 8 o'clock. Who will take care of the kids? What am I doing that I cannot take care of my children, that I will not accept it? So the king now said, okay, fine. They asked me how old are they. Then they were, I think the first one was 11 years or 12 years, 10, 8, and 7. And the last child was 8 years, 10 years.
You know, all this long story, yeah, it's okay, you express it. But I've checked your claim. What is your claim? Because I can't see what your claim is.
Since
Apart
I left...
from talking about upkeep on the children.
Yes.
So let me have your claim so that you can respond to it.
Okay. When we left the village, the court asked us to go to customary courts at the king's palace there. So I told the king, I can't come to Ekpoma to do it. He said, I can do it anywhere I am.
Do what?
I should return the diary at the customary courts.
Okay.
So I came back to Lagos. My family met, went to Ikotun at Igondo, Ikotun customary court at the local government. So I went there. Before then, we saw somebody that said we should go there. We went there, I laid my complaint at the customary court. When I laid my complaint at the customary court, they fixed a date for us to come for the first hearing. I came. My family, everybody was there. He did not come for that first hearing. So they
Eventually what?
Eventually the whole thing, he didn't come throughout for the hearing for the 3 times, which is they served him paper in his office. He did not come for any of them. They had to pass judgment. And in that judgment, they said he should be taking care of the children. He should have upkeep and all. And if he wants to see the children, it should be an agreement between both of us, between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. in an open place. It was written in the agreement. I said, okay, no problem. Why that came up, 2021, August, he called me and said I should bring the children for him. They should come for holiday, 2 weeks to resumption. I told my parents. They said they should go now. Then my parents now said, if he wants to carry them, he should come and pick them in my brother's house. Then if he's returning them, he should also return them back to my brother's house. I'll pick them from there. I said, okay, no problem. I took the children there. He came in eventually. He picked the children. They spent the holiday with him. On Monday, they were to resume school. On Sunday evening, 4-5, I started calling him. Alpha now, bring the children now. You don't carry the children, go to a place. You don't carry them, go. He said he was on his way coming. There was traffic, and he returned them back. That first thing on Monday morning, he will bring them. I said, first thing on Monday morning, you that leave the house by 4:30. What kind of traffic? I said, I should not worry that he will bring them. I said, fine. I called my family, and I told them. They said I should just relax now. This is 4, this is 5 in the morning. He was bringing them because I stay at Mowe. He brought them to Mowe. He didn't bring them to my house. He didn't bring them to my brother's place. He stopped them on the road at the junction and put them in keke and said they should go home by themselves. So I was at home. I just heard knock on the gate. I opened the gate. I saw them. I said, what brought you people? They said, it's my daddy. I said, where is him? He has gone back. Gone back as how? He said he dropped them at the junction and said they should go get home by themselves. So I now called him. I said, even if you want to bring the children home, you want to bring them to me, why didn't you call me to come out to pick these children? You don't even know if I've allowed them to go out by themselves. You should have called me. I'm not doing anything. I'm at home.
So what happened there?
That was the last time he saw the children.
He didn't ask after them again?
No.
He did not ask after them?
He did not ask after them.
The plaintiff, Peace Oyakilome, claims she left home and got separated from her ex-husband to avoid domestic violence. She alleges that her ex-husband hacked into her Facebook account and impersonated her to chat and request for nude pictures of her acquaintance. She eventually reported their marital issues to the family, kindred, and customary court. It seems the issue has not been completely resolved. Now, she is in justice court to seek redress. The defendant, Jonah Abuime, claims his wife left the marriage because of her infidelity and he is no longer interested in the marriage. He alleges that his ex-wife has been hiding his children away from him. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
So, can I have your...
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd love you to respond to what she has said.
So, all what she said, she has been telling lies from the beginning to the end. But I think that's not actually why we are here. Why we are here is not because of my kids that she has decided to keep away from me. And that's the reason. But for the marriage, I think is what she wants that she has gotten. And I don't want to actually talk about marriage. Because all along, she has been painting me black. And, I think God knows the best. I have not done anything wrong to her. I took them as my family. I've always been a good father. When I started seeing changes, I decided to work towards it. And I found out she was actually doing a lot of things because somebody who you trust with all your heart, and at the end of the day, something has gone wrong. I think she planned it and succeeded. I don't really want to talk about the marriage because the marriage has gone soft, and it's God. It's God. If I have done her wrong, it's God. If I have failed to be a father, it's God. You can hear her when she said I leave home 4:30 and come back 8. It's God has been taking me through all this time. I don't keep money. I want to always make them happy. My children can attest to that. But she left with my kids and she doesn't want me to see those children. It's my problem. It has been my problem.
When was the last time you saw?
And I'm happy.
When was the last time you saw the children?
When they left, I think I started looking for them. I went to a lot of police stations. I started looking for them until she allowed those children to come and visit me. Because she doesn't, we don't talk on phone. She has blocked me. I can't call her. I can't reach the children. So one day, she allowed the children to come and see me. So when the children came, they told me everything, how I can locate them. They showed me their school, everything, what they want, I gave it to them. I took them myself to where they are, thinking, even if the marriage is not working, at least we should be able to take care of the children. I took them to where they were staying in Emowe. Then they showed me their school. Then they described their house. I said, okay. But I called her that I've arranged the children in Keke that is bringing them home. But I'm going back to work. That was how I left. I went back to the school. When I got to the school, they called all my children. Unknown to me that she was using the mass name to put them in school. The school people, they told me, I said, I'm their rightful father, they should have the children. They asked the children. And I paid their school fees. They said they needed bag, the school bag, books, I paid everything. And I went back to work because I was at work that very day. So that was how I saw them. So December came. I called her again and these children, I'm missing them. You should send the children so that I will go and carry them. She said no, that this is the first time. This is the first time the children are staying with her. I was shocked. That was how she ended up that conversation. I allowed the children to do Christmas and that. So I was coming from travel. I said, okay, let me go to the school again. Let me go and do 1 or 2 things in school there. When I got there, I was shocked. To my surprise, she took the children out of the school. The proprietor and all of them, they came out, they said that me and the husband, they have taken the children out of the school, that they don't even know where the children are. I said, okay, let me drive to where the children said they were staying. When I got there, they've moved out of that place too. So since then, she has refused me to see the children. I went back to the school again. They said they've not heard of them because I gave them my number. In case they hear anything about the children, they should tell me, they should call me so that I want to see the children. And that's how she has been running with the children. The one she said she took me to court in my village. She invited me, they invited me. As I got there, the king wasn't there. It was the elders that were there that presided over the case. They now asked me if I have gone to see the children. I said yes. I even showed them the receipt I used to pay their school fees and all of that. At least the teachers and the headmistress, they are alive today. They can attest to that. I don't know why she's running with my children. That is just my main problem with her. All those ones she's saying, I don't know about that. I've not even touched her one day. I've not touched her. So the thing is that we went to the father's house. The father said, why are you always having problem with your husband? The father just asked her, why is he calling you a prostitute? She said, why we are having problem is that I caught her with another man in my matrimonial home. I caught her with another man. That's what she said with her own mouth. So that was why the father said he cannot be partake from this issue because it's a little bit dicey in my tradition to the senior brother who is late now. So the senior brother said, well, he's a pastor that he can pray for us. But my own is to forgive her. I told the pastor, the man right there, that if I have not forgiven her, this is the second one the second one I trust her with. This one is not the first one. That she told me she was going to church, whereas she went to another place. The man confirmed it. I went to Ekpoma, the man confirmed it at Ekpoma. Not that I just, it's something that happened. The man told me, I didn't throw his phone, her phone. She bought another phone and gave me my old phone. When I got to work, messages were coming in. That was how I get to know. It's not that even when I came, I gave it to her. She read it and knelt down. She was crying furiously that I should forgive her. Jonah. Madam, yes, my lord. Okay. Yes, my lord.
What's the situation between the two of you? Are you still married to each other?
I'm not married to her any longer.
You are divorced?
I'm not married to her any longer. She's with somebody else. Are
you divorced?
We are not divorced. My what do you call it? My money that I paid during her the marriage is still with her. She has not returned it. She's also equally staying with the man.
Are you aware? Are you aware that the customary court has dissolved your wedding on 21st day of June 2022? I have the court process.
Told me that.
Will you keep quiet?
The matter seems to have an existing court judgment. but the defendant claims he is not aware of it. This matter continues to unfold in the next episode as Judge Fumi cross-examined both parties.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Very good afternoon. I'm Emmanuel Olububukun, and this is the news update. A group of Fulani gunmen invaded a community in Omala local government council, killing schools. Now, the armed marauders surrounded the community and opened fire, killing and burning houses. A community leader escaped but pleaded anonymity as 27 corpses have been recovered and local vigilantes are also searching for missing persons. Now, rumors of the invasion have been circulating for 3 weeks, but the local government council has now assured them of safety. The Kogi State Police confirmed the attack and drafted a tactical squad to restore normalcy. The police spokesperson cannot confirm the number of dead persons. Now, the Defense Headquarters has released the names of terrorist kingpins killed during different operations in the northern part of the country. The DHQ noted that the terrorist commanders were killed in separate operations between January and March 2024. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Ba, while revealing the names to journalists during a briefing in Abuja, added that a total of 2,351 terrorists were killed, while 2,308 were arrested and 1,241 kidnapped hostages were rescued during the period under review.
We have employed significant firepower to neutralize several terrorists as well as disrupt their activities. Troops have killed several of their leaders, their commanders, and their foot soldiers within the period. Significant commanders killed. Additionally, the troops of Operation Delta Safe recovered over 200 assorted weapons and destroyed 685 wooden boats, 8,416 assorted ammunitions were recovered, and equally destroyed 655 illegally or illegal refining sites.
The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egwetokun, has announced that 9 persons have been arrested in connection to the killings of police officers in the Yale area of Delta State. He said those arrested are currently providing the force with information that will assist in the arrest of those involved in the killings. The 6 police officers were killed at Aoro Forest in the Ughelli North local government area of Delta State on February 23, 2024, and the death came almost at the same time 17 military personnel were murdered in the oil-rich Delta State.
The abduction and killing of 6 of our personnel during a special operation at Ifu Forest, Ughelli North, local government of Delta State, on 26 February 2024, is a sore testament to the hazards confronting us daily as we strive to keep our country safe. The entire police family is deeply pained by the heinous act of violence against our officers in the ordinary course of their duties. We have made significant progress in the investigation into this tragic incident. A total of 9 suspects confirmed to have been actively involved in the killing of these officers have so far been apprehended and are currently assisting in unraveling the circumstances surrounding the unfortunate incident. I am pleased to announce that we are in the process of conducting a comprehensive review of the police regulation and introduction of a scheme of service for the Nigerian police force. These critical undertakings are aimed at modernizing our legal framework to align with contemporary policing standards backed by the Police Act 2020, enhance the welfare and professional development of our officers and men, and foster a culture of excellence and accountability within the force.
Gabriel Denwan, the Speaker of Plateau State House of Assembly, has sworn in 9 out of 16 All Progressives Congress APC lawmakers, with Jos East member appointing the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly. The swearing-in took place early Friday. Now, the way to Rivers State, Governor Similayo Fubara of Rivers has said any changes to the list of caretaker committee members of the People's Democratic Party in the province were not in line with the original agreement. Fubara vowed that it would not be accepted. Governor Fubara spoke at the Port Harcourt International Automobile Spare Parts Trading and Commercial Center located around Elenuwo Democracy.
We had a meeting and we agreed that not just in Rivers State, but all the states affected, that the A schools should be extended for 3 months. This extension is not bringing in new names. The extension also did not say you're working without the authority of the governor. So for those lists you saw, and those ones altered, I can assure you it's not going to stand. For record purposes, so that you understand, we also agreed that we are going to have, in fact, there is a NEC meeting on the 18th of this month that should ratify that decision.
Now, Bobrisky, the embattled Nigerian cross-dresser, is at the Federal High Court in Ikoyi, Lagos State for his trial and allegations bordering on naira abuse and money laundering. The social media celebrity was arrested on Wednesday night in Lagos for allegedly abusing the naira note. On Thursday, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, filed a 6-count charge against the controversial cross-dresser, Bon Idris Olarinwaju. Now, the commission also accused Bobrisky of laundering the sum of 180 million naira through a domiciled account. While 4 of the charges are related to alleged naira abuse, the remaining 2 counts involve alleged money laundering. Now, President Bola Tinubu has called on ECOWAS member states to come together, strengthen ties, and also reject forces bent on causing division within the community. Speaking at the inauguration of the 6th legislature of the ECOWAS Parliament on Thursday in Abuja, Tinubu, who is the chairman of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, said regional solidarity is imperative to strengthen the bloc's resilience and effectiveness at this critical juncture. Now, he emphasized that member states cannot afford to remain passive spectators while the community faces the threat of disintegration.
That we face profound challenges in our region that demand our unified effort. Recent political developments have consequential effects on each of our member states. 3 member states considering withdrawal from the community is a challenge to us. We must preserve the unity and integrity of our organization. The ball is in your court, in your legislative considerations, and in your various interactions. It is very imperative that you take seriously to think and build our intellectual curiosity to develop our region.
Now we're going to a quick commercial break, and when we return, the news continues.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Glad to have you back. Now move on to other parts of Africa. Legislative and regional elections are regionally scheduled this month, and Togo will be delayed. The president's office announced on Wednesday, hours before the start of campaigns. Election had been scheduled on April the 20th for 4.2 million voters, with the electoral campaign due to start on Thursday. But without setting a new date, the presidency cited the need to carry out consultations on disputed constitutional reforms adopted last month. The new legislation proposes a single term of 6 years for the Togolese president instead of 5 years, renewable ones. The opposition views the changes as a ploy to allow Gensiwe to seek re-election when his term ends in 2025. And now South Africa, Israel's Minister of Economy, Noah Barakat, has denied claims that Israeli forces deliberately targeted 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers in Gaza. Now, Barakat dismissed the claim, describing it as nonsense and stating that the strikes were a grave mistake. He stated that Israel was terribly sorry for the death, but that friendly fire happens in wars. The killings have drawn international condemnation, with UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak demanding a thorough and transparent independent investigation, alongside the US President Joe Biden accusing Israel of not doing enough to protect aid workers and civilians. And on to business, the Nigerian government's move to revise electricity tariffs is set to deliver a 52% cut in monthly subsidy expenses. The reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94 billion naira, unlocking a significant 135.26 billion naira in monthly fiscal savings. The heart of Nigeria's political power, Abuja, boasts the most considerable congregation of premium electricity consumers classified under Band A, who will invariably bear the brunt of this cost recalibration. Now, electricity customers are also divided into different tariff classes within various service bands, determined by their level of electricity consumption and the type of connections they have. Now, the service bands range from Lifeline to E, with Lifeline being the category for the most economically vulnerable consumers who use a very small amount of electricity. And on to entertainment, several companies have reportedly started documentaries on music executive Diddy, following raids carried out by federal agents at different houses he owns. Now, producers at various production companies in Hollywood and also the UK have been scrambling to put together long-form documentary films covering Diddy's drama, everything from the civil lawsuits to the federal raids. Now, the outreach to ramp up production for most of the docs began immediately after the raids in LA and Miami, which isn't surprising as the federal execution of search warrants happened on live TV, making it a national spectacle and also prompting folks to pay close attention to all the fallout. At least 5 production companies have been contacting various people who are or once were in Diddy's orbit, everyone from former Diddy dancers to executives at Bad Boys Records, as well as producers who worked on MTV's Making the Band. And that's much can take on the news. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plots of Africa and Plots of Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Everything changed the day I decided to transform the quality of my life after going through some critical incident. One of such was at a point in my career when I was compelled to take a decision that was a complete detour to where I had envisioned my career. During that spell, I lived with a bruised self-confidence while stuck in a career path I was not completely aligned with. These, alongside other painful incidents, were dark periods of my life. They took me by surprise and disrupted the trajectory of my envisaged career and personal life. Instead of making me live as a victim, it made me want to transform my thoughts, emotions, decisions, actions, results, and the quality of my life. During those dark periods, self-inflicted anxiety about the future increased, while my self-esteem decreased. However, my passion was ignited when I reconnected with my Creator, seeking deeper meaning to life and reason for existence. Getting clarity about my purpose in life changed the narrative. It made it easier to find and be part of a worthy cause. Most importantly, I was committed to making my world a better place, one day at a time. God at the center of it all formed an anchor that kept me at peace to pursue life's successes. I got clarity on my identity and purpose in life, what values were important to me, how I wanted my emotional, physical, spiritual, relational, professional, financial, societal, and personal quality of life to feel. My name is Nkem Ofanavo, and I like to be known or called the Harmonizer. So what I do currently is, apart from being an author, is that I'm also a HR consultant, and I'm also a life coach and therapist. So I work with organizations, I work with individuals to coach, to train, and most importantly, to help organizations build, empower their people so we can transform the world of work. Okay, when I wrote The Harmonized Life, I wrote it from a personal experience, right? Because I was at a point in my life when I was stuck, and then I struggled with the critical areas of my life. So what I did to be able to take charge of my life was practically what I wrote in this book to help busy professionals, busy, overwhelmed, and burnt out professionals. Because when you are overwhelmed, when you are burnt out, there is little or nothing you can do to increase your performance at work. My book, I love to call it a self-leadership. I love to call it a self-leadership or a personal leadership and organizational transformation book because it's written for both the employees and organization. I would say yes. Funnily, Nigerians do. Because when I was writing the book, intentionally, I was writing it for just to be able to help people and build my thought leadership. I wasn't writing it like, okay, I was going to make a lot of money from it. I was trying to use it as a tool, a platform to push what I intend to do in the long run. But then I realized that the rave, I could tell you that the first 1,000 copies that I printed, it's gone. And it's not like people just buy. People buy and they come back to me. A lot of things, share their personal experience, what they are struggling with. Others read and said, Nkem, I need you to come and speak to my team or my organization or meet my HR. So people read, actually. People read. I won't be able to tell you the percentage, but I could tell you that people who are intentional do read, because I believe that if you're a reader, you're also a leader. Yes, I will say, because I would say that writing has opened several doors, unimaginable doors for me, right? So when I was resigning from my paid employment, there were so many opportunities I didn't consider, right? All I wanted to do was basically work with organizations, but writing this book has opened several doors, several partnerships that I never imagined. I didn't imagine I was going to be a podcast host, but now I have a podcast named after my book, the Harmonized Life Podcast. So several opportunities it has opened for me. There's an element of truth to it, but like I said earlier, people who are intentional still do find time to read. I will give myself as an example. Apart from the fact that I wrote a book, I still read. Like every month, I always have a particular book that I read because it helps me broaden my horizon, exposes me to things that I intend to build myself in terms of my capacity. So to some extent, yeah, Nigerians struggle to read, but there's still some percentage of people that are very intentional in terms of their personal development. Okay, so for that particular reason, because they hate their boss, right? And what I was trying to do there is, because this book is a personal leadership book, I want to be able to take you away from external validation to actually look inwards and find out why you are struggling to build a relationship with your line manager. So when you internalize a situation, it's easier for you to find the answers than when you leave it to external situation. Okay, my boss doesn't like me, or my colleague doesn't like me. But when you internalize it to say, okay, my efforts are not being recognized, then you start asking yourself questions. Am I really contributing? What am I doing? Right? So if you are able to look inward and see that truly you are delivering value, you are even going above and beyond, then you start asking yourself a question. So why is my effort not being recognized? Is it the culture of the organization? Do you understand? Or is it truly that my boss doesn't like me? But I will always like it to come from within, because you need to search yourself first and be sure that whatever problem has nothing to do with you. But if it has something to do with you, what can you do to change it? Well, I would say go after your dream, really. Because if you have a vision of becoming an author, don't start looking at all the things that you had to juggle with. Because when I had a dream about writing my book, mine was actually a dream. Like sleep, wake up, and while you were dreaming, I saw myself launching my book. And when I woke up, funnily enough, I was in a coaching experience then. So I told my coach then that this is what happened. She was like, so what's the book going to be about? I said, I don't know, but I was going to think about it. So I had a 9-to-5 then. I could have given all the excuses that I'm too busy, my work is so demanding, but I found what worked for me. So then I was in a sales role. So most of the time, of course, we go out on calls. In that moment that we are out, maybe going to see a customer while we are in the car, I wrote 90% of my book with my phone, the manuscript. So I was always busy. I was optimizing every little time that I could get. So I know women, we have a lot of things that we could juggle with, but don't look at those things. Try and see how you can maximize the 24 hours that we all have each day and work on your dream, work on your vision. That's the most important thing, I'll say.
Storefront switch from on light on. Switching command to internal. Expect to leave at TW. Fuel tank pressure 55. Your nav state with back in is perfect.
ẹgbẹ́ ilé tí mo ṣe mẹkáníkì wà ń bẹ̀ bó ṣe máa ń tú bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mo ohun mi mo ṣe decide pé ok nǹkan tí máàní ṣe yìí màá try láti máa ṣe. Mo explain for ọ̀gá mi pé this is what I want to do. Pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa fún mi láyè pé tó bá ti di ìrọ̀lẹ́ màá máa lọ sí school Federal College fún theory for theoretical aspect. So màá lè máa ṣe practical níta. Ọ̀gá mi dẹ̀ allow mi. So tí màá ti kó níbi iṣẹ́ ní nǹkan bíi 4 so màá lọ sí school. So àǹfààní yẹn mo rí pé ó really help mi gan pé àti bí mo ṣe máa approach customer nsìn ó máa yàtọ̀ sí bí mo ṣe wà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá mi báwọn ọ̀gá mi ṣe approach customer bí mo ṣe máa approach wọn nsìn there is a difference and the way mo ṣe máa handle iṣẹ́ ìyàtọ̀ wà níbẹ̀ náà fún àwọn tó máa sọ pé tíyẹn bá ti kàwé pé kò lè dèèyàn tíyẹn bá ti kàwé yẹn kì í ṣe excuse pé èèyàn ò lè make ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó kàwé yẹn ó kù sí ohun gangan fúnra ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ láti make up mind ẹ̀ tíyẹn bá ti kàwé sí ìyẹn pé kò lè gé èèyàn kò lè ṣe nǹkan no it's not like that.
I see this work as my ladder of progress. I see it as something that if I am serious about it, I'm going to make it in life. I am very proud of this work because it's a work of an idea. It's an idea work. It's a work that you can boast of maybe when you fix a car and it's work fine. You are good to go. I see it as a very fantastic job. In the nearest future, I want to be a very great man and how to mingle with people. I like music. I want to be a musician, but at least I need something like handwork to help me, and at the same time I want to have my own mechanical company that I will be in charge, and that's all. My very advice for those that are not in school, go and sit down and think of the kind of vocational work that you can learn that you will gain from. So they have to sit down, think of what to do. If you can't learn handwork, go for something creative, that create something and sell out, do business and make money. Before you know, you make it in life. Instead of roaming around with friends or wasting your time.
This week on The Inside Story, American journalists jailed in Russia with no end in sight, the hope for a free media in Venezuela, and what's holding it back from becoming reality. Frontline journalists reporting on the 3rd year of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and see the creative ways reporters from Ghana and Nigeria expand their viewership. Now, on The Inside Story, a free press matters, countering censorship.
Hi, I'm Jessica Dury, VOA's Press Freedom Editor. Welcome to The Inside Story, a free press matters. In an election year for dozens of countries, the media play an essential role in safeguarding democracy. But data shows civil and political liberties are declining. The media can serve as public watchdog, pushing for transparency and investigating wrongdoing to hold officials accountable. We take a look at the innovative ways journalists are holding power to account. But first to Russia, where an attack on a concert venue in Moscow left more than 100 dead. Even as the militant group Islamic State claims responsibility, President Vladimir Putin has implied, without evidence, that Ukraine was involved, a charge Kyiv and Western intelligence reject. The case underscores how a lack of independent media inside Russia is leaving audiences with unchecked, unverified information. All this as Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich marks 1 year in a Russian prison. Evan's one of 2 American journalists detained in Russia. Analysts say their jailing sent a warning from Moscow for Western media to stay out. Christina Caseda-Smith has the story.
In a Moscow courtroom, American journalist Evan Gershkovich is told he will spend another 3 months behind bars. But U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Lynn Tracy, says it is time for Moscow to let Gershkovich go.
The Russian government has yet to present any evidence to substantiate its accusations. No justification for Evan's continued detention, and no explanation as to why Evan, doing his job as a journalist, constituted a crime.
Ever since his arrest on assignment in a city about 1,600 kilometers east of Moscow on March 29 last year, his family and colleagues have been pushing for the Wall Street Journal reporter's release. The past year has been a constant stream of interviews, news briefings, and private meetings, including with President Joe Biden.
About 2 weeks now for the most recent
Holding
one.
back tears, Danielle Gershkovich describes the toll on the family and the letters that she writes to keep her brother company.
I think we're just mainly trying to support one another and make each other laugh. And I'm just in awe of him.
Russia accuses Gershkovich of espionage, charges that he and his paper deny. Moscow courts repeatedly denied him bail, even as the U.S. declares him wrongfully detained. The General Counsel for his media outlet says the legal process is opaque. They must wait for Russia to say when the case...
Just up and down emotionally, so it's just best to just continue to stay focused on this eventual goal and just take it day by day.
If convicted, Gershkovich could face up to 20 years in prison. But he is not the only American journalist detained in Russia. Alsu Kurmasheva, an editor for VOA's sister network RFE/RL, has spent more than 5 months in prison. The American-Russian journalist faces multiple charges, including failing to register as a foreign agent. If convicted, she could face up to 15 years in prison. In Gershkovich's case, his media company says lawyers inside Russia keep them updated as much as possible.
And they're great, brave lawyers. There's a limit in what they can say because of the nature of the charges. They're just not allowed to talk about it, given the nature of alleged espionage, which we think, again, is bogus. But those are the nature of the charges, and so they're really not able to talk much about the substance of the case.
When American TV personality Tucker Carlson interviewed President Vladimir Putin, the Russian leader implied that Moscow would be willing to free Gershkovich in exchange of a convicted killer held in Germany. Since then, there have been no public updates on the diplomatic negotiations. Meanwhile, even Gershkovich's family, friends, and colleagues keep hoping for his prompt release, amplifying his case to the world, highlighting that when authorities in Russia or any country detain a journalist, it has a chilling effect. Foreign media may leave, local reporters may self-censor, and audiences are left in the dark. Cristina Caicedo-Smith, VOA News.
When authoritarian countries imprison or restrict media, audiences are left in the dark. So, when a group of journalists found media curtailed and internet blocked across large parts of Venezuela, they came up with a roadmap to dodging censorship. Here's Veronica Villafane.
Navigating the mountain roads on the outskirts of Venezuela's capital, Caracas, Arimóvil delivers news to places where regular media no longer travel.
The main idea of Arimóvil is to cover parts of the news deserts that exist in our capital city and in our country.
Around a fifth of Venezuelans have limited access to information, and media is restricted, says media watchdog the Press and Society Institute of Venezuela. Some areas have little or no internet access. Elsewhere, radio stations have closed or are censored.
In Venezuela, there are more than 50 laws that restrict, criminalize, and block free and independent journalism in the country. The Ari Movil is an alternative to go where the people are, to keep them informed, which is our job.
Their customers appear eager for the deliveries. A carnival-like atmosphere sweeps Purugua, a rural community about an hour outside Caracas. As the Ari Movil team set up, children and adults gather, music plays, and the reporters get to work. In small towns like this, residents say keeping informed is a struggle.
Normally in rural areas is very difficult because sometimes the internet is very slow, or sometimes in many places there is no internet. And normally you can see a television station, but not everything is there.
That's where Ari Movil comes in. The mobile news group is focused on helping people like Pacheco and her cousin Kelinzer Pacheco stay informed. They also teach people how to detect sources of mis- or disinformation.
There are some news programs that tell lies. They do not convey the truth.
The idea for Ari Movil came from an alliance of 3 news websites that Venezuela's media regulator, Conatel, frequently blocked. Media watchdogs say Venezuela has a history of blocking access to independent news, and that the country's journalists work amid restrictions and threats of legal or physical attack.
Our target is the citizen. We decided not to stay put and stay censored, but to go look for the citizen, bringing our information to the neighborhoods.
By also reporting on problems in the neighborhoods they visit, the team helps form a bond with the community.
There is no place where residents can report problems in their communities. The Ari Movil will allow, or already allows, the possibility for residents to come forward to make their complaint, to talk about their needs.
As night draws in, people gather in the street to watch videos on issues affecting their country, including disinformation. Ari Movil has been broadcasting to towns like this for 6 months now, a bright light in a dark period for the media. For Adriana Núñez Rabascal in Caracas, Venezuela, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Global freedoms may be declining, but journalists are committed to defending the right to a free press. In Nigeria, student journalists are leading efforts to hold public officials accountable. A media non-profit is training them to investigate and report to the community. Timothy Obiezu has more.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the Community Medical Center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our U-monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you
CGID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbashi first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
In countries where media are restricted or repressed, many are forced to flee. Senya Tokova spoke with Mikhail Rubin, an award-winning Russian journalist, about life and work in exile.
Is it possible to be a real journalist in Russia right now?
Of course not. Inside Russia, you cannot be a journalist. By the way, not only political journalist or investigative journalist, but any kind of journalist. That's the problem, and that's the worst news. What I mean, for a long time, for the last year, somebody conceded that maybe, of course, you should be a little bit, well, not polite to authority, but you shouldn't cross some lines, you shouldn't speak of some prohibited topics like Putin's lovers. Example, if you read Russian newspapers today or yesterday after the election campaign, you will see that all the newspapers have to be proud of Vladimir Putin, have to say that that was a great success, it was a great election campaign. And before that, our viewers should understand that before that, of course, television was something of a propaganda, but newspapers could be, they had lines, but they were not the total propaganda. Unfortunately, if you really want to be a journalist these days, you have to leave the country.
What's next? What does it mean for the journalism in Russia and for the journalists in Russia?
So, what does it mean for journalists? Very obvious. It means that we can anticipate everything. We can anticipate any kind of repressions. We can anticipate that journalism will be, well, it is already banned, but it is a sign. Just Putin's result during the election campaign, I perceive it like, hi journalists, you are not welcomed in Russia anymore. You even shouldn't think of returning back to your home country. And well, most of independent journalists are in exile these days, and we do not welcome you. You cannot work at all. The good news, there are good news. The good news is that still we are able to survive, and not as a people, but as a media. It's a shocking for me. I would never think that I would be able to work from abroad. I would think that I thought before, when I had to leave Russia, that maybe I need to change what am I doing. I'm thinking I need to, I want to be a Russian journalist, but I thought that it wouldn't be possible. But it is possible still. And it is possible. It's a miracle that a lot of journalists went through this, and they are conducting great investigation, revealing the truth about Vladimir Putin. That's great news.
Thank you so much, Mikhail, for your insights. It was a pleasure. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
In Afghanistan, young journalists, especially women, are up against many challenges. Barred from higher education and with limited opportunities to work, many have to leave their homes and dreams of a bright career behind. Here's Shaista Sadatlami.
Nadia Moment had it all. A job presenting news at local broadcaster in Ekos TV, and her law studies at Nangarhar University in Jalalabad. Now, she has neither. When the Taliban took power, they barred women from studies beyond primary school.
When the Taliban came, I could not continue my education. As well as being a journalist, I wanted to become an attorney. But with the Taliban's return, I could not finish my studies.
Worse, as a journalist and a woman, she feared for her safety.
There were problems from the very beginning. I was targeted 2 times. They tried to kill me, but they failed to kill me. My colleagues were killed.
Leaving behind her home and dreams of media and legal career, the 20-year-old is now in Peshawar, Pakistan. Moman's story is not unique. Since the Taliban's return, thousands of journalists have lost their jobs. More than 80% of female journalists have left the profession, according to Reporters Without Borders.
In countries like Iran and Afghanistan and other communities where women are targeted for being in public spaces, where their rights are particularly threatened, we see the basic inability of them to be part of the news industry. Therefore, we are missing that voice.
At En'ikos TV, Moman reported on current affairs and entertainment. She enjoyed working on shows focused on women's issues. But she says the reporting is no longer possible.
Those journalists who still live there are facing many problems. Every day, every week, every month, a new restriction is imposed on them. They will be forced to flee their country to breathe in peace.
Moman and one of her brothers left Afghanistan to find security. But Pakistan has started forcibly deporting Afghans who lack documents or overstay visas. Moman has a visa, but says life feels uncertain.
I came to Pakistan to have peace of mind, at least to be away from what troubled and threatened me every day. But I don't have peace of mind here either.
Moman says she wants to find a new refuge, somewhere she can live in peace, finish her studies, and raise the voices of Afghan women. For Muska Sape in Peshawar, Pakistan, Shaista Sadatlame, VOA News.
As Russia's war in Ukraine enters its third year, Celia Mendoza shares her experiences of reporting from the ground.
As dawn breaks in Kharkiv in February, it can be easy to forget how close Russia's war is to this vibrant Ukrainian city. In just a few seconds, everything can change.
Attention, air raid alert. Proceed to the nearest shelter.
As you can hear, we have an air alert that is going on right now as we're doing an interview. And this is the reality that all the people that are here are facing. With the Russian threat constant, I came prepared when I traveled to Ukraine in February, packing safety gear including a heavy bulletproof vest and a helmet. But what I couldn't prepare for is the emotion of walking the streets of Izium, a city the Russians occupied for 160 days at the start of the 2022 invasion. The mayor, Valery Marchenko, tells me that after the Russians left, Ukrainian citizens found a mass grave. In it, more than 470 bodies. People killed by bombings, shelling, even torture. The city's residents endure a lot, like 103-year-old Olga Marna. From her humble house, Olga recalls an explosion that rocked her home, leaving her temporarily deaf and with blurry vision. She remains positive and smiling despite fears that the Russians could return. Of all the interviews in my years as journalist, Olga's stands out. At night, I think of her often and of her resiliency. Traveling onto Bucha, the road is littered with the scenes of war. In the city, Father Andriy Halevin reads the names of those killed, over 500 names, memorialized at the site where they discovered dozens of bodies in 2 long trenches. The memories of these cities will forever be carried in my memory. But still, life goes on. Our field producer, Nicole Goldman, knows where there is destruction and also hope, like this cafe in Irpin. The city is coming back to life, says Goldman, but the memory of what happened casts a shadow.
You understand that this place is a massacre. You understand that this place has so many of human tragedies that you feel a bit guilty to have fun here, to drink coffee, to just walk around, because you understand how many war crimes were committed here, how many people died here.
And as the war grinds into its 3rd year, Ukrainians are watching every development closely while ensuring they will never forget the sacrifices that got them this far. Celia Mendoza, VOA News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
Journalism not only informs, it also helps give a platform to marginalized or minority groups. In Ghana, an award-winning journalist is teaching students at a deaf school about photography so they can be their own storytellers. Here's Senatord.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
Now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
That's all for now. Thanks for watching. For the latest news, you can log on to voanews.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. To get all the press freedom related content, you can follow me on X at Jessica Dorit. Catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA+. I'm Jessica Dorit. We'll see you next week for The Inside Story.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
My philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
The late congressman's lifelong struggle for civil rights in America is chronicled in Don Porter's documentary John Lewis, Good Trouble.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Using rare archival footage, the documentary highlights Lewis's more than 60 years of social activism. In 1963, he was one of the organizers of the March on Washington. In 1965, he helped lead a nonviolent march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Montgomery, Alabama, against segregation and for the right to vote. There, armed Alabama police attacked the peaceful demonstrators, including Lewis, in a day that became known as Bloody Sunday.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
Hours before Lewis's death on July 17th, the documentary's executive producer, Erica Alexander, spoke to VOA about Lewis's political convictions and personality.
He knows that the most powerful nonviolent tool for change in any movement, and especially in that, is the right to vote. So he works hard to defend it. He protects that right for everybody. He's a person who doesn't get pessimistic because he understands that America as an idea is a gift.
Using current interviews and footage, Don Porter's documentary shows how the late civil rights icon continued until the end to provide the blueprint for a transparent and fair legislative process for voting rights, for healthcare reform, for immigration and gun control.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
During the 2014 screening of Ava DuVernay's biopic, Selma, on the Selma to Montgomery marches, Lewis spoke to VOA about the power of peaceful resistance.
We were willing to be beaten, willing to be jailed, willing to suffer to gain the right to participate in the democratic process. We literally put our bodies on the line. And Selma have changed America forever. You speak to President Carter, or President Clinton, or President Obama. Hadn't been for Selma and that bridge, these three men probably wouldn't have been elected president.
As for seeing his younger self, portrayed by actor Stephen James in Selma,
I wanted to say to the actor, I want my backpack back. I really want my trench coat. Young, it took me back to the time when I was only 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, when I walked across that bridge with that backpack, my trench coat. I had all of my hand a few pounds lighter.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
The silent motoring and energy transition revolution that the Nigerian middle class is yet to plug into. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The profound improvements in EVs, that is electric vehicles, with longer-lasting batteries that can now go up to 600 kilometers per charge, the little or no environmental pollution that the ICE, that is internal combustion engines, in conventional vehicles emit, which has made governments in environmentally responsible societies to set dates for the elimination of ICE vehicles on their roads. The increased productivity that EVs, which are smart objects like your smartphones and can be leveraged as Internet of Things tools by owners to galvanize increased productivity even while they are on the road. Far more importantly, the dramatically falling price of EVs. The average price of EVs sold by BYD, the world's largest EVs manufacturer, in China last year was $12,000. Indeed, there are Nigerian manufacturers that are now advertising tear rubber, quote unquote, that's the newly assembled EV, SUVs, and ILOS type trucks for half of the prices of, say, Japanese or American equivalents. The unfolding EV good news for the Nigerian motoring public does not stop at the competitive pricing level. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the establishment of a $150 million lithium-ion battery, the chief component of EVs, manufacturing and processing factory already reportedly putting up its plant in Nasarawa State. The question is, why are the Nigerian car purchasing middle class not enthusiastically ramping up the purchase of EVs with all the enumerated techno-productivity, environmental, pricing, and local lithium battery conferring exchange generation advantages? Joining us virtually to probe into the question is the Director General of National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanipin, and literally live in the studio with me is the President CEO of Saglef Incorporated, a U.S. electric vehicle manufacturing company with a new assembly plant in Imota, Ikorodu division of Lagos State, Dr. Olugbenga Sam Fale. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. DG, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
It's never too late to say congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
We wish you all the best in your tenure. We want to believe that you will leave a legacy that will be so profound that the world cannot discountenance. But how would you want to start? What would you want to tell us about electric vehicle technology and the position of NADDC?
Electric vehicle, that is one of the new energy vehicles that is available world over. And globally it's been embraced. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is gradually embracing it because that's the future of the mobility. Electric vehicle is the future of mobility, that's certain. And we are already embracing that because of many reasons. Number one, the climate effect of emission. An electric vehicle, especially when it's battery, is zero emission. So it is attractive for anyone and for Nigeria to embrace it. So, and apart from that, maintenance costs. You can see the parts, the engine parts that an IC vehicle we have, they are into thousands. But electric vehicle has only auto traction that power the vehicle. Then with the battery. So the number of parts you have to change at interval regularly are very, very limited. So you can drive the maintenance cost by almost 70%. Reduce it by 70%. So also the fueling part of it. The cost of fuel is going up. And with electric vehicle, when you compare the cost of charging, that is the cost of energy, and the cost of powering ICE through AGO or through PMS, you know that the cost compared to EV is so high. So EV also reduced that one dramatically, and that's enough advantage or enough benefits that will attract motorists to patronize or migrate from ICE to EV.
Thank you very much.
We're also embracing that.
I'll come back to you, DG. Doc,
yes.
You know, with you, you are a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
And one way or the other, how did your love for electric vehicle, how did it start? Before we even get into what inspired you becoming an industrialist, setting up an electric vehicle assembly plant in Nigeria all the way from the US. Let's give it a human face first.
The short version. Honestly speaking, I was just one of those kids that could never make up their mind whether I wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, honestly. The last day of JAMB, my dad called me and said, you know you have to submit this form today, right? Pick one. So after listening to him, I said, okay, let me pick medicine. But it so happened that after I finished medical school, I went to the US and specialized in internal medicine, also specialized in clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology, in healthcare. And I've always been a big believer in the danger to our planet of climate change. So I've always understood the need for renewables. So me being partly also just an entrepreneurial, guy, I felt that there are avenues in renewables for entrepreneurship. Just that was my segue into tech, and I just basically kept looking into this. I've been involved in the real estate business and other endeavors in the US, and I just felt, along with my partners in Saglev, who actually makes electric vehicles in the US, also a Nigerian like myself, we just got together and said, look, you can make an EV company, I will make an EV company. There's no point doing this separately, we'll do it together, and that's really how Saglev came about. But we thought that it was in the emerging markets where the opportunities are.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the DG and I'll come back to you on some very interesting. I really want to know how, when we live in the diaspora, we have a very rustic, very backward perception of Nigeria, many of us, because we cross-feed ourselves some misinformation about Nigeria. I'm sitting there thinking, because I once lived in the diaspora, I'm thinking, okay, how did you then cross that Rubicon of believing that electric vehicle would ultimately be accepted in the Nigerian market? But let me go to the DG for the next step. DG, I just want to know, we know that Ria and Naseni at the last COP28 signed an MOU with a Chinese concern, an international manufacturer entity that is setting up plant now in Nasarawa State. And there is no way that lithium-ion battery could be made in Nigeria that some Nigerian entrepreneurs would not think, about time to harness the inherent opportunities of electric vehicle manufacturing or components manufacturing in some respects. What would be the strategy? I think I have a confession to make here, and the confession, Mr. DG, is that I was one of those in my capacity as a director of a company that consults for the NADDC. I was one of those that wrote the curriculum for electric vehicles. So an average Nigerian watching now may not know that there is a detailed curriculum for electric vehicle, from how to transition the average roadside mechanic to working on electric vehicles, to somebody who is doing a PhD program, say in a formal academic environment. So, but this is not about me. This is about you as the person that wears the authority of the NADDC, intimating the Nigerian public with the opportunity. So I'm sitting there wanting to ask you, how is the NADDC planning to unshake the opportunity of this domestication of one of the major components of electric vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Thank you for the question. Number one, you will know that electric vehicle, the major component in electric vehicle is the battery. In fact, battery accounts for between 40 to 50% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So what that means is, if Nigeria is investing in production of electric vehicle, in production of battery, it literally means that gradually we are investing in manufacturing of electric vehicle in Nigeria, because by producing the battery itself, we have contributed up to 40% of the component. That is contributed about 40% of the component. That means the component, the battery can give us 40% of the total cost of the vehicle, which is local components, increase in our local component. So that is very vital. Producing battery in Nigeria is vital. And again, apart from it increase our local content component, we can be able to drag down the cost of manufacturing a vehicle and an EV vehicle. And if you can do that, it means we can translate that one we can transfer that one to the buyer. That means the cost of acquiring an electric vehicle in Nigeria can also go down. We really appreciate that, and we hope this big investment can start yielding results by producing battery for Nigerians. One, what other thing we are trying to do, just as you mentioned, the curriculum developed, which we call National Occupational Standard. That standard is being critiqued and the validation has been done. By the time we are through with it, it's going to serve as the basis for training Nigerians, the artisans, and different level of training, either the artisan, the fresh graduate, and those people that already have the experience in EV, those people that want to manufacture EV, those people that want to work on EV. So we know that we get to a point where we need to bridge the gap in the knowledge. That is the people that be working on the EV. And we need them to acquire the basic knowledge or have the basic expertise in handling that. That's why we came up with this NOS, National Occupation Standard, which we have critiqued and which the validation has been done. So this also will help in increasing the awareness, as well as help people to adopt, help citizens to adopt EV usage faster.
Thank you very much, DG. Doc, before I went to DG, I made a remark that I would want you to respond to. You know, the misinformation in our diaspora, technology and social media is now helping to bridge the gap, but about the time that you must have started flirting with electric vehicle, social media was not big then. And for you to have thought that, okay, I want to go into this and I want to take it to Nigeria, you must be a very adventurous visionary.
Well, actually, I have to confess, you know, there's no point. I used to be the typical diaspora that is totally scared of Nigeria. I think counting, I think I've been in the United States now about 32 years or so, something like that. And out of that 32 years, if you add all the days I've spent in Nigeria, there's probably less than 8 weeks, even, well, maybe now 12 weeks total before I started this. So, but again, due to social media, due to just being inquisitive, I participated in trade missions from companies. You know, I just happen to have an interest in entrepreneurship generally. So I came to Nigeria, met with the U.S. consulate, U.S. ambassadors, all those people. They taught us a lot about Nigeria. At that point, I started realizing that, look, the story that you get and the story that is the truth, there's a gap. I'm not, I'm just saying that there is a mismatch. But when things happen, it gets blown out of proportion. And yes, there are some problems and there are some concerns. The security issues are there. Corruption issue is there. But at the end of the day, look, I was educated here. And I tell people that at the end of the day, when I got to the United States, I had colleagues who were owing $300,000-$400,000.
From medical school?
From medical school. And my own debt was zero. So at the end of the day, as a diaspora person, you can think up, down, left, right, center. You still owe the country something. The country invested in you. Again, the joking part of it is that, look, you're going to eat burger to the point where you can't even stand it anymore. You are going to want swallow. You're going to want all these things.
The emotional persona in you would naturally, at some point, beckon you in the direction of home.
So, but things are changing. People are seeing. And, all my friends are shocked that I'm here. And as a matter of fact, I do live here for the most part. And I do go home maybe 2, 3. In fact, I shouldn't use that word because I go to the United States 2, 3 weeks at a time, do meetings, attend to urgent businesses and all that. And then I'm back here for the last 2 years. That's how it's been. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the U.S. So this is changing. I see a lot of friends who are saying, wow, I cannot believe you are doing this because you used to be one of the worst. So again,
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on how your flirtation, and now that has become a lifelong and I hope transgenerational love with EV started. I'll come back to you because I really want to give this a human context and also use the experiences of people like you to hold the Nigerian middle class. The Nigerian middle class is still reticent.
Definitely.
All those ifs and but you were at the very emergence of electric vehicle motoring. You had a kind of experience that an average Nigerian maybe. Let me go back to the DG. The NADDC, I must state, is one of the national treasures that I want to believe has been changed media-wise. I don't suppose many Nigerians even get to know the strategic importance of the NADDC in the quality of the motoring experience they get. Many Nigerians don't know. How do you intend to engage the Nigerian public and let them see, especially the Nigerian motoring public, and let them see the whole gamut of things you do to protect them by the quality and standard of the vehicles you allow to be imported into Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria, the quality and standard of the motoring experience they enjoy that many don't know, that even far beyond Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NADDC, is the first line of quality assurance when it comes to vehicular objects coming into this country. What are your strategies, Mr. DG?
Yes, thank you for that question because it's something that we know we are addressing it because a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of the existence of the council, and a lot of Nigerians are not aware of what we are doing and what we have achieved. So it's part of what we are doing. We have started some campaign, and in the next few weeks, we notice that we start telling Nigerians what we have been doing, and what we have achieved. So especially in the area of CNG and EV, and generally what our mandates are and what we have achieved in the last few years. So just as you mentioned, apart from tests and standard that we have established, working with Standard Organization of Nigeria, we've done a lot. And even apart from that, we are trying to work on ensuring that the material used for local parts or local components meet the standard before you now process the material to become parts. And for that also, we have started building. We have a material test center in Zaria, and we have component parts test center in Enugu that will soon be commissioned. Also, we have emissions test center in Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Ikorodu. With that one also will soon come to life. So all this we have been doing in order to ensure that the quality of the vehicle that are coming to Nigeria and the quality of vehicle that are on Nigerian road meet international standard. So also to protect, we are doing that also, especially the emissions center, to protect the environment. So all these we know they are not being known by Nigerians. But again, we are using social media now. We are using electronic media. And then the traditional newspaper, all this, we are going to employ in educating Nigerians or bringing our services to the notice of Nigeria. So we will start that in the next few weeks. And Nigerians will know more about what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are about to do again.
I'll come back to you, Mr. DG, especially in the particular area of human capital development and the inherent opportunities that the council presents to the Nigerian youths, especially in the area of human capital development. I'll come back to you. Doc, we will go, we will soon get to the nitty-gritty of how SAGLEV came into being and why Imota Ikorodu, Nigeria. But I like to always give the human story element to serious, because people can identify in many respects with stories like that. So how did I used the word flirtation initially, but I know you are in love now with, how did it graduate from, okay.
So I want to crave your indulgence to tell you that without the NADDC, I don't want to forget to say this, without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. I think it's important to say that so that people can hear. Without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. So, because we did not even know.
In a way, to the NADDC is like also an investment.
1,000%.
Investment conduit.
Yes, because
foreign direct investment conduit to Nigeria.
Not directly the foreign direct, but you see, we have these ideas, and we're in the United States, and we do manufacture cars in the United States, by the way. We have these ideas of what we want to do, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know what the policy is. The NADDC is who has guided us step by step to where we are. They are the ones that have pointed out to us. Now, it's a very interesting story of how we got here. As you know, we started out in Ghana.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in Nigeria fuel-wise started. It was the NADDC that said, okay, you guys...
You have a competitive
you guys,
business environment.
Yeah, because every time they would talk to us, we would tell them, but Nigerians have pretty much free petrol. We don't know that they are ready for EV. It was at that point they literally called us up and said, look, guys, give the excuse again, because that excuse is not valid anymore. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Very important point.
Yes, very important point to make sure you give.
But ultimately, the removal of subsidy.
Yes, did it. Yes.
And presents the business opportunity that speaks to the fact that now the alternative energy.
Some of that, because you have to understand that while petrol was 50 naira a liter in Nigeria, it was over 850 naira a liter. Today, petrol is 1,340 naira a liter in Ghana. It's even more expensive in Abidjan. So it's not a matter of the business case. Even if petrol was $50 or 50 naira a liter, you would still have the benefits of using an EV.
Environmental.
And we can go into talking about all of the environmental, the cost of
smart
the ease,
technology.
Yes, the ease of repair, the
productivity,
ease of maintenance, and the reduction in the total cost of ownership. You have all these benefits in the EV. But now going to your question, yes, the reason, you see, I can relate to how Nigerians feel now that, oh, there's no charging. You know, Nigeria has been a country that has suffered tremendously under the lack of power. We still are in this conundrum. So anytime you mention anything electric, the first thing in Nigerian is just natural. The human mind tells you, no, it's not possible. But however, every step that I've seen here, I went through it in the United States. To give you a story, very close friend of mine was the very first person that actually acquired a Tesla. My classmate, we've been classmates actually since primary school. So that's why I tell you
What year was that?
This was in 2012. The very number 27 Tesla that came off the lines, we drove that car. But I want to tell you this. When he picked up that car in Nebraska to get to Atlanta, okay, it took 4 days.
The two of you?
Well, I was smart enough to let him do that problem. I escaped it because somehow, he's an anesthesiologist, I'm an internist, so his time is more, so I escaped that. But I knew he was picking up the car, and we were all excited to see to test drive this thing. But incidentally, 4 days to move from Nebraska to Atlanta because you have to stop. There are chargers, but at that time the charging system was very immature, even though there were Tesla superchargers. But to drive from Nebraska to Atlanta, the path. So I can relate because I lived it in the United States where there was, this is early 2012, where you have an EV but you can't charge. So when people are telling me there's no charging, so again, I want to assure Nigerians that you see what we went through in 2012, in 2 to 3 years, you're not going to even remember all those things because all those problems are actually already being solved. I've driven an electric vehicle here a year and a half. Every day.
A fleet, actually.
Well, don't tell people I drive a fleet of EV. But
because I know you are a couple.
Yeah.
You've been to my office a couple of times.
Yes.
I have a confession to make. When it was about setting up Saglev factory in Imota, Ikorodu division, one of the companies where I'm a director actually selected young Nigerian technicians. We call them automotive mechatronics technicians. We trained fundamentally. They are still in training because they want to expose them to global standards. So they are still in training. But having said that, I think it's imperative. Journalistic ethics demand that I make that revelation. So
yes. So again, what happens is I can relate. But the good news is that in a very short time, this Tesla supercharger was all over to the point where you could easily drive that car pretty much nationwide on electric charge. Now, I actually right now hardly drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. I don't. 80% of all the charging for electric vehicles will actually happen at home.
Repeat that.
80% of electric vehicle charging, period, in this country, in any country, is going to happen at home. It's like that in the US, it's like that. So there are other little areas where you have to make some adjustments.
Doc, you know the irony for me. I'm sitting there thinking, most of us, notwithstanding whatever may be our perception of the reality of public power utility. Most of us don't sleep in the dark. We make arrangements.
Exactly.
And the same power with which we sleep can also
charge your car.
I'm not going to romanticize it. Charging equipment are still relatively expensive. We will get back to that. Let me go to DG.
Okay.
That is where we go in the direction
yes.
DG, thank you for still keeping this good time with us. Like I said when I was going out the last time I was with you, I know that the council, that's the NADDC, has a robust human capital development program that crisscrosses from hand-holding the average roadside mechanic. We call them the Baba Mufus or the HOBs, and holding them from ignorance to being able to work with modern vehicles that are largely computers on wheels. Don't even let's talk about EVs now. A modern automobile are computers on wheels. You have vehicles now averaging about 7 ECMs, electric control modules, some far more. We know that apart from training those artisanal mechanics, you have programs that mentor people, undergraduates in universities. You are partnering with some tertiary institutions. That is actually why you have the emission facility in the Southwest in a tertiary institution in Lagos State. Lagos State University of Technology now, former Lagos State Polytechnic. How do you want to tell an average young person interested like he was in flirting with technology? What do you want to tell an average young person on how the NADDC can usher them into realizing their dream of being automotive mechatricians, or indeed somebody that works on or that can dabble into the world of EVs? Your floor.
Okay, let me start from known to unknown in for this particular question. When I say known, is from ICE. How did we manage, or how are we managing the ICE maintenance? Currently, we realize that even the ICE vehicle are changing. Some of the technicians, the ones we call mechanics, the technicians, some of them trained about 20, 15 years ago, and the technology has really changed. So what we have done is to organize training for the technicians across the country. And as of today, we have trained over 10,000 Nigerian youths. We have trained over 10,000 artisans. And in training them, we ensure that we move them from the type of vehicle they started with. We introduce the new vehicle, the new technology, and we let them keep abreast of the happenings and new technology that we have in auto now. So we've done the training across Nigeria. We have what we call sector skill council. So we have this sector skill. It consists of almost 17, 18 different agencies or people that have experience in different areas of auto, lecturers, people that are assemblers, artisans. All these people, we brought them together, and they form what we call sector skill. And they develop a curriculum that we are using to train all the artisans. We train artisans that we call the roadside. We train fresh graduates in Midas so that they can design parts, they can design different things using Midas technology. So we've done all this for both skilled and unskilled artisan and skilled professionals in auto field. And that's what we intend to also do with the electric vehicle. We realize that electric vehicle, you need to be abreast with the current technology concerning that. And that's why we have started by, first of all, developing the curriculum. Because that curriculum is going to be the guide for everybody that want to play parts here, that want to play role here. Just as you are mentioning, you discussed with Doctor. Doctor was trained as a medical doctor, but today is now playing a major role in production of electric vehicle in Nigeria. The same way, because of the interest and because of expertise he has acquired outside the classroom. The same way we are trying to do, we are doing with EV. There are some people that we acquire this experience not in the four walls of university, but we want them to be grounded. And that's why we have come up with this National Occupational Standards concerning that developed the curriculum for EV. So we have done that, and any moment from now again, we will be embarking on nationwide training of youth. We are already in the process, and we are going to introduce our youth to the common things in EV, the common things, because in EV you don't have plenty parts. So we need to let them know how do you charge, what's the different kind of charging connectors that are available, then all the little details that they need to know, and then how can you maintain an electric vehicle. These are things we are going to do. And in doing that, we are going to partner with people that are playing in that field. We are going to partner with professors, engineers. We are going to partner with engineers that are practically professional engineers, and also the vehicle assemblers or vehicle manufacturers. All these people, we bring them together, and we are going to organize those training and let Nigerians know how to handle EV vehicle. When we did the ICE, after training, sometimes we give them some, we like call it take home, like a diagnostic machine, for example. And with diagnostic machine, I was in one state recently, and when they were talking to us, one of them mentioned that we have been able to move them from analog to digital mechanics. So the same way we are going to do in EV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where you left it, you've moved past, the anxiety, the initial anxiety level. Now,
yes, so just picking up from where, so those anxieties that you had about charging, those are normal. It actually has a name. It's called range anxiety, because you are worried, where am I going to charge? I have 400 kilometers. But 400 kilometers is a lot. It's a lot. So
one way 400 kilometers will take you to as far as
actually, I'll throw out some data shortly to make people really understand what 400 kilometers is. But having said that, what has happened is every concern that I see people having, I've lived through this. I can relate to it, and I understand, how these are very legitimate concerns. But the good thing is that people also need to take comfort in the fact that these are problems that other people have gone through, and people have actually walked their way through solving this. For example, charging. I have a charger at home. It costs, let me just throw out some numbers. If I were an Uber driver and I have our smallest product, for 4 hours you get 300 kilometers on that car. It costs 2,500 naira to charge that car. If you have the same vehicle in internal combustion car, 10 to 12,000 naira to fuel
per day.
Now, and you are not going to finish that, because when we've been here on the ground collecting data for going on 3.5 years now, Uber drivers don't even drive 200 kilometers. So you will not even finish that charge. Not only that, if you have a car that has a 300 kilometer range and you are in Lagos, you are not going to charge but more than once a week, guaranteed. I don't charge more than once a week if I'm within town. So it's remarkable It really
if you're
relieves.
you mean if you're doing inner city driving?
Yeah, because don't forget that the entire, everywhere we go to in Lagos is about 22 by 24 kilometers. It fits in a box of 22 by 24. We don't drive a lot. We're just spending all our time in hold up. In Abuja, they drive a little bit more, but it's not a whole lot. So, yeah, people need to, but again, these concerns are valid, and our job is to actually make people understand, yes, your concern is valid, but now look at it this way. We have to educate the public, which is why we need the media. We have to partner with the media very tightly to educate the public and make them understand, because the truth is that the gas station is at home mostly, not where it's just, you have to just look at it a little bit different. You don't have to
go and be queuing.
No, you don't have to. And again, people talk about cost. Let me throw out some numbers to you. This is not a commercial. We just want to talk about EVs. So, an electric charger comes with, if by the time the EV is anywhere upwards of $25,000-ish, it will come with its own charger 100%. Even if it were lower than that, and I'm just throwing out a number, a charger that you would put at home, you can easily get for $300-400. And
you charge your vehicle at home?
Yes, the charger itself. And we have trained technicians that will install it for you. So some of the lower vehicles, the more affordable vehicles, may not come with a charger, but you can easily have a charger by us installed for you at home. It's not expensive. Not only that, what we have done as a company is we have actually provided a charging platform. We have already signed contracts. This is not a commercial. People can find out there are malls already in Lagos where we have banks of chargers. So that if you are a rideshare driver and you don't have a home where you can install a charger, you don't have steady power at home, well, you can park your car, charge it for 4 hours, and you can park it at 8 p.m. at night. By 12 midnight, your car is charged, and you are ready for your next day's work. 2,500 naira versus 20. Because if you're using a mid-size, it will be 20,000 a day. So
sport utility vehicle?
Yeah, oh yeah, much more. So our story is not just about an EV. Our story is very much about jobs. Because don't forget that a lot of the rideshare drivers quit because they can't afford to pay 10,000 naira a day. They quit driving because, how do I know that? Part of our testing, we started ordering rideshare rides by ourselves. We just wanted to know. Apart from paying rideshare drivers to get data, we were actually entering rideshare in Lagos before we even started using our own cars for the drivers.
Rideshare or ride-hailing?
Ride-hailing, the same thing. Rideshare, ride-hailing. There is the difference between American English and...
Okay, because rideshare, what we understand rideshare to be in this part of the world is that we live in the same neighborhood.
And then we share. Yes.
We go in the same direction.
Yes, but
we
to
don't
us,
really want to be wasting this thing.
To us, it's just the same thing. The same difference between boot and bonnet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
English.
But English. It's just English. Yes. But on a more serious note, we find out that these drivers benefit. It is about jobs. It is about making a living. It is about a guy who is spending so much on a vehicle that the vehicle itself, he cannot afford it. Now, by the time you give him a piece of equipment that the cost of maintenance is 50 to 60% less. And I tell people, look, I cannot compete with a Tokunbo car. But where I beat the Tokunbo car is this. Before your Tokunbo car reaches your hand from the port, you are spending money. Because that car has already spent 200,000 miles somewhere. You're already spending money on it.
To be honest with you, I was shocked about 2 weeks ago when I saw the advertisement gallery of one of the local EV assemblers. And I saw a sports utility vehicle, a typical sports utility vehicle that if you're looking at it, ostensibly, it speaks to the design, the look and feel of a Japanese or North American sports utility vehicle assembled in Lagos, and the cost is about half of an average Japanese sports utility vehicle that goes for, say, 50 million naira.
Yes.
And I was thinking, so can it cheap buy? Honestly, I was
well, you'll be surprised. So one of the things, actually, one of the hardest parts we had to figure out was how do we get these cars affordable to even come and do this in Nigeria. That was very difficult. We had to use my contacts, my partner's contacts, because he does manufacture cars in the United States, to find the right vehicle at the right price. And when we were coming, we had specific vehicles we wanted to compete against. I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
But given the paranoia that is now pervading Europe, because I was reading an article in the Economics magazine about 2-3 months ago, and Europe is alarmed now that EVs from a particular country are literally sweeping out, and they come with the best of smart technologies, Internet of Things technologies, like, you may even forget your smartphone at home, and the vehicle will serve as your smartphone, will make you run your office businesses, will make you run things at home. Maybe you forgot to put off the cooker. Let me go back to the DG for his epilogue. Mr. DG, we just have, as the person that personifies the standards for vehicular objects in Nigeria, the person that personifies the institution that also sets standard for how young Nigerians are trained to become specialists, auto maintenance technicians and engineers. How would you want to sign out from this show today? We know we're looking forward to many other opportunities for you when we have issues relating to automotive standards. But how would you want to sign out today, sir?
I want to sign out by assuring Nigeria that Rome was not built in a day. Just as Dr. Falaye mentioned, we have to start from somewhere. And with what we have on ground, we can really even scale faster than some of these developed worlds when it comes to EV adoption. First thing, we have to first of all disabuse people's minds, because by providing the right information to people, because there is this knowledge gap. A lot of Nigerians, just as you said in the beginning, did not know or still don't know that you can actually charge an EV car at home, because it depends on the size of the battery. Some of the car you can use AC or alternative currents to charge, just like the way you charge your phone. The same way you can charge your vehicle at home. And if you want to use fast charger, some of the assembler of EV, some of them have fast charging devices, which you can still use outside. I was at a place one day, and I was there with electric vehicle, with EV vehicle, and the top person that you would think to know about electric vehicle was Marvel. I was asking, am I sure this is real electric vehicle? And I said, yes. I have to take him around, explain everything before he could believe that truly we could put electric vehicle on Nigerian road. So this is first thing we need to address. Bridge the knowledge gap. Let Nigerians know this is possible. Despite the fact that we have power challenges, but we know, despite the power challenge, we still charge our phone. We still use electricity at home. We still use electricity in our offices. The same can be done here. Again, on building the infrastructure, we know that some of the reason why the adoption is slow in Nigeria is the non-availability of infrastructure. And we know once someone has to start it, and that's why we are happy with Saglev for starting it, and many others that have done a lot in pushing for adoption of EV. Because some people will say, oh, if I bring in infrastructure, we don't have the vehicle. And the people that want to buy the vehicle will say, I want to buy the vehicle, but there's no infrastructure. That means we have to start either by providing the vehicle, then investor will come and invest in infrastructure. Or we first of all start with infrastructure. But what we are doing is that we are building gradually, and that is a very good thing. Again,
Thank you very much.
He has mentioned something about cost. We know, I'm assuring Nigerians, the cost of ownership, the cost of owning an electric vehicle is far, far cheaper compared to cost of owning an ICE. Because we are only looking at cost of acquisition. We are not talking about cost of maintenance. We are not talking about cost of powering it. But when you bring the three together, acquisition cost, cost of maintaining it, and cost of powering it daily, you will realize that electric vehicle is far, far cheaper.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. Thank you so much. We look forward to engaging you some other times, especially when it comes to enlightening our motoring public. Thank you. Doc, I really want to use this opportunity, your signing off opportunity, to let you speak to the Nigerian diaspora. I've got friends who make sure, and as an ex-diasporian returnee like you, I've got friends who make sure that their parents sleep in, they make sure that their parents don't sleep in darkness every day. They make sure that they have a car for mommy and daddy that should take them around. Many of them actually have cars parked in Nigeria, and many of them are not even aware that they are returnees like you, assembling electric vehicles in Nigeria. Because I know if many of them were to be aware that the assembly vehicle there are EV assembly plants in Nigeria, you know what? I don't want mommy to go and be queuing when there is a fuel shortage, or daddy to go and be queuing when there. So what do you want to, looking at your camera?
So what I want to tell the diaspora is that Nigeria that you see today is a totally different country. Okay, when I left, there was virtually no middle class. There's actually a bigger middle class in Nigeria. Going back to mommy and daddy, believe me, you do not want mommy and daddy to drive a car that is going to give them problem, and the mechanic is going to, be their best friend. The solution is to give them actually an EV, because now you're solving that reliability problem, and you're also solving the power problem, and then you're also solving the sending driver to go and drive, to go and queue in the gas station. But more importantly, I want to put your mind, as Bola and I were saying before the program, there is an actual investment opportunity for diasporans, because we all have cousins who need help and they reach out to us. But there is now an opportunity to invest in the renewable industry, and specifically electric cars, because now somebody can actually make a living using an electric car in ride hailing, using an electric car in mobility, using an electric car in mass transport. There are employment opportunities, but it goes back to that old saying of teach people how to fish rather than not giving them fish.
Feed them for a meal.
Yes.
Teach a man how to fish,
yes,
and you feed him for the rest of his
exactly.
life. Thank you very much, Doc. It's quite wonderful having you here. Maybe because I'm an automotive person with one eye. This is where we'll be wrapping it up for today. I am Bola Oba.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Very good afternoon. I am Emmanuel Olububokun, and this is the news update. Now, a group of Fulani gunmen invaded a community in Omala local government council, killing schools. Now, the armed marauders surrounded the community and opened fire, killing and burning houses. A community leader escaped but pleaded anonymity as 27 corpses have been recovered, and local vigilantes are also searching for missing persons. Now, rumors of the invasion have been circulating for 3 weeks, but the local government council has now assured them of safety. The Kogi State Police confirmed the attack and drafted a tactical squad to restore normalcy. The police spokesperson cannot confirm the number of dead persons. Now, the Defense Headquarters has released the names of terrorist kingpins killed during different operations in northern parts of the country. The DHQ noted that the terrorist commanders were killed in separate operations between January and March 2024. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Ba, while revealing the names to journalists during a briefing in Abuja, added that a total of 2,351 terrorists were killed, while 2,308 were arrested and 1,241 kidnapped hostages were rescued during the period under review.
We have employed significant firepower to neutralize several terrorists as well as disrupt their activities. Troops have killed several of their leaders, their commanders, and their foot soldiers within the period. significant commanders killed. Additionally, the troops of Operation Delta Safe recovered over 200 assorted weapons and destroyed 685 wooden boats, 8,416 assorted ammunitions were recovered, and equally destroyed 655 illegally or illegal refining sites.
The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has announced that 9 persons have been arrested in connection to the killings of police officers in the Ughelli area of Delta State. He said those arrested are currently providing the force with information that will assist in the arrest of those involved in the killings. The 6 police officers were killed at Aoro Forest in the Ughelli North local government area of Delta State on February 23, 2024, and their death came almost at the same time 17 military personnel were murdered in the oil-rich Delta State.
The abduction and killing of 6 of our personnel during a special operation at Ifu Forest, Ughelli North, local government of Delta State, on 26 February 2024, is a sole testament to the hazards confronting us daily as we strive to keep our country safe. The entire police family is deeply pained by the heinous act of violence against our officers in the ordinary course of their duties. We have made significant progress in the investigation into this tragic incident. A total of 9 suspects confirmed to have been actively involved in the killing of these officers have so far been apprehended and are currently assisting in unraveling the circumstances surrounding the unfortunate incident. I am pleased to announce that we are in the process of conducting a comprehensive review of the police regulation and introduction of a scheme of service for the Nigerian Police Force. These critical undertakings are aimed at modernizing our legal framework to align with contemporary policing standards backed by the Police Act 2020, enhance the welfare and professional development of our officers and men, and foster a culture of excellence and accountability within the force.
Gabriel Denwan, the Speaker of Plateau State House of Assembly, has sworn in 9 out of 16 All Progressives Congress APC lawmakers, with Jos East member appointing the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly. The swearing-in took place early Friday. Now, the way to Rivers State, Governor Similayo Fubara of Rivers has said any changes to the list of caretaker committee members of the People's Democratic Party in the province were not in line with the original agreement. Fubara vowed that it would not be accepted. Governor Fubara spoke at the Port Harcourt International Automobile Spare Parts Trading and Commercial Center located around Elenuwo Aristocracy.
We had a meeting and we agreed that not just in Rivers State but all the states affected, that the ESCOs should be extended for 3 months. This extension is not bringing in new names. The extension also did not say you're working without the authority of the governor. So for those lists you saw and those ones altered, I can assure you it's not going to stand. For record purposes, so that you understand, we also agreed that we are going to have, in fact there is a NEC meeting on the 18th of this month that should ratify that decision.
Now, President Bola Tinubu has called on ECOWAS member states to come together, strengthen ties, and also reject forces bent on causing division within the community. Speaking at the inauguration of the 6th legislature of the ECOWAS Parliament on Thursday in Abuja, Tinubu, who is the chairman of ECOWAS, Authority of Heads of State and Government, said regional solidarity is imperative to strengthen the bloc's resilience and effectiveness at this critical juncture. Now, he emphasized that member states cannot afford to remain passive spectators while the community faces the threat of disintegration.
That we face profound challenges in our region that demand our imperative that we take seriously to think and build our intellectual curiosity to develop our region.
Now move on to other parts of Africa. Legislative and regional elections are regionally scheduled this month, and Togo will be delayed. The president's office announced on Wednesday, hours before the start of campaigns. Election had been scheduled on April the 20th for 4.2 million voters, with the electoral campaign due to start on Thursday. But without setting a new date, the presidency cited the need to carry out consultations on disputed constitutional reforms adopted last month. The new legislation proposes a single term of 6 years for the Togolese presidents instead of 5 years, renewable ones. The opposition views the changes as a ploy to allow Agensiwe to seek re-election when his term ends in 2025. And now South Africa, Israel's Minister of Economy, Noah Barakat, has denied claims that Israeli forces deliberately targeted 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers in Gaza. Now, Barakat dismissed the claim, describing it as nonsense and stating that the strikes were a grave mistake. He stated that Israel was terribly sorry for the death, but that friendly fire happens in wars. The killings have drawn international condemnation, with UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak demanding a thorough and transparent independent investigation, alongside the US President Joe Biden accusing Israel of not doing enough to protect aid workers and civilians. And on to business, the Nigerian government's move to revise electricity tariffs is set to deliver a 52% cut in monthly subsidy expenses. The reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94 billion naira, unlocking a significant 135.26 billion naira in monthly fiscal savings. The heart of Nigeria's political power, Abuja, boasts the most considerable congregation of premium electricity consumers classified under Band A, who will invariably bear the brunt of this cost recalibration. Now, electricity customers are also divided into different tariff classes within various service bands, determined by their level of electricity consumption and the type of connections they have. Now, the service bands range from Lifeline to E, with Lifeline being the category for the most economically vulnerable consumers who use a very small amount of electricity. And on to entertainment, several companies have reportedly started documentaries on music executive Diddy, following raids carried out by federal agents at different houses he owns. Now, producers at various production companies in Hollywood and also the UK have been scrambling to put together long-form documentary films covering Diddy's drama, everything from the civil lawsuits to the federal raids. Now, the outreach to ramp up production for most of the docs began immediately after the raids in LA and Miami, which isn't surprising as the federal execution of search warrants happened on live TV, making it a national spectacle and also prompting folks to pay close attention to all the fallout. At least 5 production companies have been contacting various people who are or once were in Diddy's orbit, everyone from former Diddy dancers to executives at Bad Boys Records, as well as producers who worked on MTV's Making the Band. And that's much can take on the news. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plots of Africa and Plots of Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today. Welcome.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit to, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women. Right, we are giving them, a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not... why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact-driven. So it was just important that, you know, because I started doing a lot of research, so I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, you know, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talent to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, you know, capacity as a country, you know, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Shalape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard, trust me. Because I say, especially the infrastructure, you're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now, then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still can't feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you've got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that you get to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome. Right, and that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's, supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you and then want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
See what we want to see, only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishidolawal. I'm a makeup artist, and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck, and it doesn't wear off. It lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many skin, many face shapes. It slims the face. It gives you a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit, and of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty, and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings, weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have an interesting event you would absolutely enjoy. Loving, disciplined, and generous were the words of family and friends to the late Morenike Bode Ogumba, ni Ogumbawo, at her funeral service at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Anthony Village, Lagos. The 2-day burial ceremony attracted dignitaries, well-wishers from far and wide who converge on Ikorodu for the final burial rites. Our correspondent Paul George was there and brought back the report.
Men and women, young and old at this congregation wore mournful looks. It was a moment of sadness and celebration of a life well lived by Mrs. Morenike Bode Ogumba. Tributes poured in one after the other from her friends and those who had some experiences with her when she was alive. The son, Aditapo Ogumba, and one of her daughters-in-law, Layo Shola Daniels, spoke about her good deeds, wishing her eternal rest.
My mom was a mother indeed. She practically gave her life for us. She was very tough. She was a disciplinarian, but after 50 years of life, we look back and we realize that that discipline was worth it. And we love her so much. She was so wonderful. And we will miss her, but we know she has gone to a better place to be with the Lord.
She was brutally honest. She knew what she wanted. And more often than not, we may not agree with her, but we always found out that whatever she said was actually the right thing to do. She had a way with people. She was a people lover. Even though she would say she has favorites, she would tell me that the other one is her favorite. Then she'll go to the other one and tell her that I'm her favorite. You can see the children. She raised 4 boys single-handedly, and all of them turned out well. I know that she's already with Jesus.
Her bosom friend and confidant, Adoni Kasim, shed tears as she recounted great memories of her.
I miss her so much.
Meanwhile, the senior pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Conrad Meimei, gave exhortations from the book of James, chapter 4, verse 13 and 14.
She was a frank someone. She would tell you the truth. It doesn't matter whether you agree or you don't agree with her. In my marriage, she helped me. I'm going to Jerusalem. She was the one that facilitated my journey. She told me that when she comes back, she will make sure that that sleeper did my own. I miss her. Ibi iwájú tó kọjú sí kò ní fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ o, kò ní jọ̀kùn, kò ní jẹ́ kò lóhun tó ń jẹ lọ́hùn ló máa bá wọn jẹ.
The scripture we just read in James chapter 4 says, "You who have made plans for tomorrow, how do you know what your life will be like tomorrow?"
The next day, well-wishers converged on Ikorodu for the burial proper. The pallbearer, in celebration of the late Mommy Ogumba, as some called her, displayed their dancing steps, adding color to the ceremony. The senior pastor of the Fountain of Living Waters, Pastor Meimei, prayed. Tears followed as her remains were finally committed to Mother Earth. The celebration of life continued with a reception after a short service held for the late MBO. The second son of the deceased, Adeyinka Shomotun, said if reincarnation was possible, he would want her mother back. Other members of the family, Victoria Omobowale Ogumbanwo and Owolabi Ogumbanwo, also paid tributes to their late sister.
Apart from our biological children, there are a lot of other people who call her mom that she, basically adopted and sowed into their lives and was a blessing to them. So I know that's a lot, but my mother was many things, and there are many things I will remember her for. If I could choose all over again, 100% I'll choose her to be my mom. We just want her to continue to rest in the bosom of our Lord and Savior.
She does not condone nonsense. If you say anything, she will scold you immediately. That is that. So she's a good woman. Very good. Well, I wish her.
When you look at her, you have seen our mother. There's no good thing to say about that than it is well with her. And even in her death, we will still continue to love her.
Morenike Bode Ogumba Ni Ogumbanwo was born on March 8, 1941 in Shagamu to Mr. Emmanuel Adebayo Ogumbanwo and Madam Ramotu Ogumbanwo. She died on December 26, 2003. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Oh, your mercies never fade. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake till I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. the goodness of God.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of its founder, Chief James Aboderin, as part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was stunning, alluring, and mesmerizing, with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers, and serene music. People of all streets graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emuwa, said dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were a bit idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Aboderin decided to establish and found
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality's limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climb such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger, and that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes, and all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I'm a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept government and every stakeholders in check. To me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodere.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes, and like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape, and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
And the way I feel now, cause some people keep to me. Guess I'm on my way. I could just stay. Stuck on you. Then I put you on. Guess it's time for me to come home. Guess I'm on my way. So listen, now on my mind, you can wait around home and lie to me. Guess I'm on my way. I can glad to stay.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity bowl and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street, nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now, they have no skills, so the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eaten. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilon Shele. Baba mi. Shebi na me dey park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make he reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as he dey reverse back, now I tell him make he cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy. I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erawa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcased the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is advanced in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we celebrate Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. It's uniquely different from every other TV program. Why? Because it's a celebration of Nigerians, both at home and in diaspora, who have achieved in their various fields. A celebration of patriotism, hard work, role models. It's all about Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. My name is Zaki Adze. Join me every Thursday, 9 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Sunday, 12:30 p.m. on this station to celebrate true Nigerians, heroes of our time.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV Plus Sport. As usual, today will be an interesting moment on the show as we line up some interesting and trending sport time stories across the globe. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. I'll be your anchor in the next few minutes as I take our mind to some interesting stories. Waiting for me at the other side, my special guest. If you have been a regular viewer of the program, you know who my guest is. But if you're just joining us for the first time, I'll be speaking with Seun Agbabiaka, who is a sport journalist based in Estonia. It's good to have you, Seun Agbabiaka.
Good afternoon. It's good to have you too.
So how is Estonia today?
Well, I mean, we are getting to the spring, so the weather is a little bit warm, and we are getting there. We're waiting for the summer.
Okay. Before I go straight to our topic, which is the Premier League, will Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester City win that? Is there anything telling you over there in Estonia that the Olympics is closed?
Well, I mean, yes, because Estonia actually qualified for some of the Olympic events. I think they will be representing, if I'm not mistaken, that should be swimming and some other sports. So obviously, you can see the atmosphere is boiling already for Olympics in France, actually. Yeah.
Okay, definitely. So we'll go straight to our first topic today. It's something that a lot of people have been talking about. Is a race, 3-man race, Premier League title. Will Arsenal, Liverpool, or Man City win? On the log of the table, presently we have Arsenal, followed by Man City, and before we have Liverpool. But Man City, Arsenal has 29 games that have been played. Liverpool is just 28 games. Seun Agbabiaka, unfortunately, I want people to know that your club is your club in the title contention?
Apparently no, but my club will be playing against Chelsea today. It's going to be a very interesting one.
Okay, so yeah, I'm sure you give us the best objectivity as you analyze this, since your club is not there. So what do you think will win the league? It's with 9 games or 8 games to go, but what do you think will happen at the end of the season?
I think currently now it's quite difficult to place anyone to win the league. I mean, it's a 3-man horse race. Liverpool, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Man City almost fighting for the Premier League. So obviously, in my own opinion, I think it's going to get to the end of the season to decide who's going to win the league. I believe that, both still have to play Manchester United. I mean, they can drop a point with that, but I still will say this tournament go to the end of the season. That is, if Arsenal does not make their valuable mistake that they are probably used to making when it comes to contending for the race.
Yes, unfortunately, that the top three are separated by only 1 point. Although Liverpool have a game in hand, and they will return to the log table if they beat Sheffield Wednesday at Anfield. Do you think Liverpool can, will there be any surprise as we wait for the game between Liverpool and Sheffield Wednesday?
I mean, for Liverpool, I think all hands on deck for Liverpool. I mean, getting close to the end of the season, we all know that it's no longer a news that Jurgen Klopp will be leaving at the end of the season. So if there's anything they want to play for, probably it should be for the Premier League. So obviously, I think Liverpool are taking this title one after the other. They're taking the game one after the other. And of course, playing against Sheffield today should be more of a walkover for them as compared to a competition. So I believe that today's match for Liverpool should be an easy win, an easy ride for Liverpool. I don't see Sheffield United being an obstacle to them. Of course, we don't forget that in most of their games, Liverpool have managed to score at least 2 goals in all of their against Sheffield United. So it should be a good solid win for Liverpool if they are in the right form of mind. It should be like a 4-0 match, a very high scoring match for me.
Okay, interesting. And let's not look something more interesting. After the game against Arsenal and Manchester City, pressmen spoke with the Manchester City coach Guardiola, and he said that the first on the log table is always the favourite. That's Arsenal been on the log table as favourite, but you know, Opta is a site or a company dedicated for statistics, and we found out that among the 3 of them, Arsenal, Manchester City, and Liverpool, Arsenal is still the third favourite. Why is Arsenal still the third favourite at the top of the log table, though it's going to be dependent on the game against Arsenal and against Liverpool and Sheffield Wednesday. But why is Arsenal still the third favourite, despite being top?
Let me be sarcastic a little if you ask me that question. I mean, when last time Arsenal win the Premier League, I can't remember. I mean, Manchester United has obviously won the Premier League last season before Arsenal. The last time Arsenal won the Premier League was during their unbeaten era in the days of Thierry Henry. Children who are born in those periods probably could have been playing football by now. So it's if Arsenal is not part of the favourites, I won't blame any statistics that shows that. But obviously, Arsenal has, in the past few years, they've been trying since the recruitment of Arteta as Arsenal's coach. We've seen most of the valuable changes that he has made. And of course, last season was a close mark. Season before then was also a very good competition. And then this season, I definitely would like to see them win. But obviously, we know that Arsenal are very, very inconsistent when it comes to the second half of the season. And then to win the Premier League, the second half of the season is one of the most major competitions. You have to be able to win all your matches during the second half. And then being at the top of the table, I still feel like it's like sitting on the one chair. Sitting on the one chair, and it's not going to be an easy competition for us now, especially when Man City is behind you and Liverpool, who are obviously very high scoring record currently. So I think Arsenal has a lot to do. If they really need to win the Premier League, they really need to work on their winning spirit of winning every game that they play.
Yeah, and when we look at the remaining features for Arsenal, Arsenal still has Chelsea to play at home and Manchester United to play away. Not forgetting there's also Tottenham away, Wolves away, Aston Villa home. But if you look at the other side, Man City seems not to have any tough opponent. Man City has Crystal Palace, so it's a matter of who is going to blink first. Also, looking at Liverpool still have Manchester United to play away. They also have, yes, I think that's one of the toughest remaining group to play. And these 3 away league titles, the teams have been separated by only 2 points and towards the end of 38 games. But history has shown that anything can really happen at this stage. But who do you think history will favor in this 3-man title race?
Well, over the years, Man City has been the favorite in winning the Premier League. I mean, almost 2 seasons ago is more or less a farmer leagues for Man City. Guardiola is the top coach. I mean, doing an amazing job for Man City. I mean, he makes the Premier League look worthless when it comes to his managerial position in Man City. But of course, yeah, Liverpool gave it a fight some couple of seasons ago, and they were able to snatch the Premier League away from Man City. And I think within that break was the last time anyone who has rivaled Man City would be Leicester City, where they won the Premier League in that sensational win during the likes of Jamie Vardy. But of course, my top favorite, I mean, without any bias, with his current disposition, I believe I will still go for Pep Guardiola. He has a large squad. He still have a large squad, and then playing Pep Guardiola, playing his team is like playing the champions, like playing Real Madrid. So I believe that Pep Guardiola should be ranked first, and then followed by Jurgen Klopp, and of course, who knows, Arteta could actually snatch it away from there. That's, I mean, if Arsenal really needs to win this Premier League, they really, like I said again, they really need to do well playing from away and then winning their match one after the other.
A fan just commented and said that people are tired of seeing Liverpool, Man City win the league. I mean, what do you think that sentiment should be upheld? Though that's just a choice of a fan, but are you also tired of Man City winning the league? Because some said if it's not Arsenal, then it has to be Liverpool. What's your opinion on that comment?
Yeah, I think it has been more of the recruitment of the managers and, of course, the owners of different clubs in recent times. I mean, if you look at Manchester United, over the period of 10 years, they spent a lot of billions in trying to recruit great players. Same as Chelsea, they've since the Ukraine war, that they had to lose their big boss. I mean, they spend a lot of money to bring a good team, but these players have not. They haven't really step on in competing for a major competition, and we've seen that's why it looks as if Man City has a lot of cash to spend, and they are getting the quality player. They got Erling Haaland last season, and that was the dynamics. That was the champion. He was the one that brought the Champions League, the treble to Man City last season. I mean, the recruitment has favored Man City more than favored the other clubs. So I think that's one of the major reasons why Pep Guardiola is kind of the favorite. And yeah, Liverpool, of course, they have to start from the scratch when they signed Jurgen Klopp, and then same as Arteta was also doing his best. Don't forget, Tottenham also has also come in, tried at one point to give them a fight, but it didn't work. But as compared to Man City, they've been consistent, not just in the local league, but of course also in international competition. They have been consistent. They were the champions of Champions League last season, and 2 seasons ago they were in the semi-finals where they lost to Real Madrid. So yeah, you can't take it away from Man City now. I think they have the best coach, and if you have the best coach and you have the good scouts to scout great players for you, I think that's what is going to work for you more as compared to Chelsea, Man U, who has not given it the fight. We don't see winning a Premier League as a way of business, and they see only business angle more than focusing on the happiness of the club and, of course, on the happiness of the fans winning the Premier League.
So interesting to also note that many people will expect, but for you, Who's your favorite? Your favorite? I think you should have a favorite, because since your main favorite is not in contention, who do you wish should win this season's Premier League?
At this point, I'm a rival to all of them. Liverpool is a bitter rival. Arsenal is also a local rival, and of course, Man City is more of a local rival. So, would I want Man City to win the Premier League? Obviously, no. Did I want Arsenal to win the Premier League? I mean, for the sake of pride and ego, no. Do I still want Liverpool to win the Premier League? Of course, no. I think I don't have a favorite team. The three of them, whoever comes champions will be celebrated. And of course, some recent Gary Neville was actually talking about not wanting Liverpool to win the Premier League, because by the time we'll be playing them, we will have to be clapping for them. I mean, the players will have to give them the guard of honor to clap for them. So, that's one of the reasons. The rival is always there as a fan. I just have to be objective. But of course, I'm not a favorite of any of them. I'm a Manchester United with my blood. But of course, anyone who wins the Premier League for me probably deserves it.
Well said. But now let's take a bit of your mind to I think the game between Chelsea and Manchester United. We know that Manchester United and Chelsea, the Blues are on the 12th position, but they've been consistent in the last 5 games, while the one that is on the 6th is still struggling for consistency. What do you think will happen? Though there's not so much effect on this game. That's the game between Arsenal, the game between Chelsea and Manchester United on the title race. Nothing so much about it. One is on the 6th position, one is on the 12th position. And the one on the 12th position, Chelsea, has been consistent for a while the man on the 6th, the club in the 6th position, has not had that consistency. So what do you think? And I expect objectivity. What would you think will happen to your favorite club as they play today?
Well, I have not witnessed Chelsea win Manchester United since the last era of Jose Mourinho. One of the Manchester United players that will be playing today, what's his name? Garnacho. Vivek Garnacho. He was 12 years old the last time Chelsea won Manchester United at Stamford Bridge. So you can imagine he's still a rival, whether it has no effect or not. But of course, Manchester United need to chase Tottenham. If they want to stay in European competition, they have to at least qualify for Europa Cup. And Chelsea are also trying to lift himself away from the mid-bottom of the table to get to at least top 10. They are currently sitting at 12th position now. If they have to win Manchester United today, they will be on the same point with Brighton and Juve. And if Manchester United win Chelsea, they will be clinching a little bit with Tottenham. But it's still a good rivals to play. But of course, in my own opinion, I believe Manchester United has what it takes to win Chelsea.
Oh, okay. From a fan perspective or from a neutral perspective, your last.
From a fan perspective, I would say Manchester United is going to win Chelsea. Of course, Chelsea is not as bad as we think, but of course they have been trying. They are not just getting the results. Some of their fans are already calling for the head of their coach to be sacked. Same as Manchester United, we are also calling for the head of our coach to be sacked. It's not rebuilding anything as far as I'm concerned. I believe that it's just giving a glimpse sometimes, and of course sometimes he probably loses it all. But yeah, so we are waiting to see what the 25% holder will do. If they are going to allow him to stay for another couple of years, or if they are going to pay him off, because I believe his contract will still extend till 2026. So he still has some couple of years to rebuild. But I don't think the fans are patient enough for him. Right now we need results. He's not getting the result. He wins some matches. He draws so many matches. In fact, Manchester City, Arsenal, and Liverpool, as compared to what they've lost, combined in total combination, Manchester United has lost almost 12 games this season. That is not a way to compete for any major competition. So, yeah, the both of them are just I mean, these are the teams that we grew up to watch. We used to watch back then in rainy days down there when I was still living in Lagos, really gone thereabout. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about these two teams. They have not given us the best in a couple of years, but I believe Manchester United is in the right step in the right direction with the new recruitment, bringing in new men in suits from Man City, from Newcastle to come and manage the whole affair of the club. So I think Manchester United is in for a fight. And then if they can bring a new manager next season, we'll probably know what is doing and who can win a title. I think they should actually be competing in the Premier League next season.
Well said, well said. So you want to look at the log table right now. We have Arsenal with 68 points, Liverpool with 67 points, Manchester City third position with 67 points. But presently, Liverpool and Manchester City are the same point, but Liverpool just played one game, just played 29 games, while Man City and Arsenal played 30 games. So the next game against Manchester City, Liverpool and Sheffield United will determine whether Arsenal will be top of the log table. So if Liverpool wins, Liverpool with 3 points, Liverpool will be 70th on the log table. And if they draw, that means they're going to be the same tally with Liverpool. So fourth position is Aston Villa, 59 points. Tottenham, fifth position with 57 points. We have Manchester United, your club, is fifth position with 29 games played so far with 48 points. We have West Ham, 45 points, 7th position. Newcastle is 8th position with 44 points. Brighton is 43 position, and the 9th on the log table. Wolves, 42 position. So this is all what we'll be expecting today. And how unlucky do you think this is, Agbabiaka, Liverpool and then Sheffield United? Both of them, Liverpool has won the last 6 times between both of them and just conceded once. And the last time Sheffield United defeated Liverpool was in April in Anfield in 1994. When somebody defeated you last in 1994 and you've been winning the person 6 times, just conceded 1 goal, do you think that will change today?
I mean, if it's any other day, I don't think it should be today. I mean, when you are majorly competing against Arsenal and Man City. So, like I said, I think it should be an easy win. They won 3 of their last home games. I mean, Liverpool have won 3 of their last home games. Ahmed Salah has also scored in almost all their home games this season. So obviously, I mean, you have to separate the boys from the men. I think I will probably tell you now that Sheffield United boys as compared to Man City, compared to Liverpool.
But they're down on the log table. Don't think that to save themselves for further, to go through the relegation process, they will have to believe more better than expected. I mean, they're on the bottom table.
Probably. I mean, they can fight, but I don't think it's in Anfield. No one wants to go to Anfield. Even the top big clubs don't want to go to Anfield. Anfield is a very noisy place. And of course, and they are chasing after the Premier League. Like I said again, it's going to be a hell of a competition. It has to be a lot of magic and surprise. They have to come with something extraordinary to win Liverpool at Anfield today. It's not going to be
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you think will be, as a writer, so many stories on football and other sports, what do you think will be the best headline? Liverpool, club leaving Liverpool and winning the Premier League. Arsenal winning the Premier League after a very long time. Or Man City just adding up to the trophy they've got in the cabinet. And that actually will cement, though it has done in the past, Guardiola as one of the best ever. So which one do you want to, more historic to read at headline, Arteta winning what Wenger could not do for many years, you understand, and club exiting Anfield with the EPL, or Man City winning it, and Guardiola seems to be like the best when it comes to coaching. So what would you like to see?
I think it will be London stand-up, which will be Arsenal winning the Premier League after a long period of time, almost 20 years in decades, 2 decades. Arsenal winning the Premier League will be an epic. A lot of children and generations born after the Premier League, after they won the Premier League, have not seen Arsenal win the English Premier League. I think it will be one of the best headlines. I mean, pretty historical to see Arsenal win the Premier League. And of course, we'll give it up to that boy, Saka, who has been also fantastic for Arsenal in the past 3 years. And then Gabriel Jesus, of course, coming from Man City, will also be a top headline for Arsenal. So I think Arsenal winning the title race will be the major headline as compared to Man City or Jordan Klopp leaving the Premier League.
Okay, well said, well said. So we will not go to our next topic of today's program, and that will be who will take African Soul tickets, Nigeria or South Africa, to the Olympics. Paris 2024 Olympics is very close. And let me actually remind you, are you still, it's still in your itineraries, your bucket list that you'll be in Paris?
Yeah, obviously, definitely, not just in Paris, but also for the Euros in Germany. I still have itinerary to go to those countries, in France and in Germany, to witness the Olympics in France, and of course to go to cover some major event in Olympic. I'll definitely be supporting England in the Euros. I've always been an England fan when it comes to Euro. And if they lose, then I follow Portugal. Obviously, I always want Cristiano Ronaldo to win many trophies as possible. But of course, I'll be in Olympics. I'll try as much as possible to go there.
Okay, interesting. I'm sure we always want to get you online anytime we are around at the Olympics. So let's go to this. Who do you think, you're a Nigerian staying in Estonia, who do you think we take the day?
Well,
I think it's a two-legged affair. Tomorrow, who do you think will win, will be the one to take the ticket?
Well, I think the first leg playing in Abuja should favor the Super Falcons, to be able to win. I mean, the girls are been exceptional. Both countries haven't been to Olympics in the last 10 or 15, 12 years. The last time I could recall that they both featured in the Olympics was in Nigeria, featured in the Olympics was in 2008 thereabouts, and then they haven't featured in the Olympics since then. So I think the girls should be able to win, particularly in Abuja tomorrow. And of course, return leg in South Africa should be more defensive, and of course should still be able to clinch the tickets to be at the Olympics.
Okay, the Banyana, the South African women's national football team, arrived on Monday evening, and they've been talking tough. When you look at the past, you can't see South African women talking so much hard like this against the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Time has changed. It seems that sole responsibility and winner of the Women's African Cup of Nations is no longer there. We don't have that right. So the first leg will be tomorrow, and the second leg will be in Pretoria 5 days later. So tell us, what has made Banyana start talking so tough against the Super Falcons? Things have changed, and they are the African champion. So tell us, do you think this is a scary feature, or should we just relax that we are going to defeat Banyana?
Well, I think the rivalry both linger in both male and female, whether in every competition that they both feature. The Banyana, we know what Nigeria did to South Africa in the African Cup of Nations, the Super Eagles themselves. And of course, it will be a very good opportunity for the girls, for the Bayanas, to also make sure that Nigeria does not qualify. And of course, humble Nigeria at Abuja. I definitely believe that the Super Eagles have a very good squad. Our own Azizat Oshoala, one of the best strikers, also will be leading the line for Nigeria. So, but They were the African champions, the female African champions last year, some couple of years ago. I mean, in South Africa. And so I believe, yeah, their league is also good. Both the female and the male league is also impressive. So, and you can see that it's both appear in the male soccer and of course in the female soccer. So they believe that they stand a chance, yeah. And then if Nigeria don't fight back, they probably could snatch it away from us.
And these ladies, Banyana still feel, oh, there's a revenge somewhere. You know what happened in the last Nations Cup in Cote d'Ivoire, where we defeated the male counterpart via penalty. I think that was the quarter-final stage of that tournament. I think that's
it was the quarter-final. Yeah. I mean, that game, which was very, very a tough match, interesting game. The whole social media was buzzing. That particular encounter, and Chris Elcom was the one that scored the penalty for Nigeria, if I remember correctly, before they equalized and then went to penalty shootout, where Jai, I think it was, what's his name? Kelechi Iheanacho, who scores the last penalty with that beautiful celebration. He has to take off his clothes. That was a sensational victory for Nigeria. So it still lingers in their mind, and you always remember that. And of course, you want to see South African ladies who probably wants to humble Nigeria, and of course have something to talk about. I mean, they're going to the Olympics and dropping Nigeria behind would be a very, very success for them, and a very good opportunity to start building their female league the more.
The last time we won the African Women's Cup of Nations was in 2018, and we played Banyana in the final via penalty. Ever since then, there's that urge that the features between these two teams will be interesting and explosive. Do you think the South Africans are hungrier, let me use that word, or more determined than us?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of their manager, in terms of their administration, they work so much in their respective country. I mean, they've done so well to improve their league, and they've been more hungry. Nigerian Super Falcons, sometimes they find it difficult for them to get sponsors, and those kind of things can make you a little bit not very hungry. So Banyana, like you said, they are probably hungry for to compete with Brazil, Morocco, South Africa, England, and the likes of Japan, and the likes of them. So obviously they will want to give it a fight. But of course, our own girls too are also good. I mean, like I said again, Oshoala is one of the best strikers in Nigeria. Won 4 times the African best player of the year, the female best player of the year. So I think she's still leading the line for Nigeria. It's always a plus for Nigeria anytime.
Okay, how did we get to this stage to play the Banyana? We defeated Cameroon in 2 legs. 1 goal was scored. Esther Okonkwo scored the goal for the Super Falcons. And we also played Tanzania, where we had 4-0 in 2 legs, 2-0, 2-0. And the winner of tomorrow and of tomorrow's feature, in 2-legged features tomorrow and 5 days after tomorrow, we join 15 other senior women's national teams across the globe. And the football tournament in Paris begins 16th of July. If we did not go to this Olympic, there's so much talk about the fact that our squad is aging. It's aging, the likes of Aziza Oshoala. Don't forget, Onoma Ebi is out. Francis Odega, we don't fit them. But it's obvious that some part of these players are aging. And does that show that that's the end of domination of the Super Falcons in Africa? What else do we need to prove again? Because it's obvious that we are no longer holding ace when it comes to women's football. What do you think went wrong?
Well, I mean, I can say that we've been a little bit relaxed. I mean, we have always been the champion when it comes to the female. We have always been the #1 in female competition, in female football competition in Africa. So I think sometimes you can overwork yourself. And like you said, maybe aging can be one of the major factors. But I believe that it's still so many potentials in Nigeria, female. We can also mention of them, and I believe they can also still find so many beautiful players who are ready to play for Nigeria, for the passion and for the badge and for the country itself. So I don't think, I just believe that over time we'll get the right foot, and then we'll get the right players to play for Nigeria and then continue to dominate the African Cup of Nations.
And there's an update on that match. The NFF is, because there's always an issue that has to do with supporters. Probably you'll be surprised, but tomorrow's game will be seen an empty stadium. So the NFF, Nigerian Football Federation, has called in neighboring states, not just those that reside in Abuja, Niger, Kaduna, neighboring states within Abuja, to come. And I'm sure that there will be an open gate for everybody to come and support the Super Falcons, because I think right now this is Bayana, and not just any other women's national team in Africa. They are not Tanzania, they are not any other. They are obviously one of the best in the game in women's football in Africa, also in terms of development. Do you think there will be any difference if the NFF's call has come to tell everybody to come to come and watch and support them, so that they can have the 12th player, which is a fan? What difference do you think this will make?
I mean, having a fan in the stadium is a huge plus, especially when you are playing an home team. And then when you're playing the bitter rivals like South Africa, the Bayanas, you probably need the Nigerian fans to come out and then cheer the players up. So I think what NFF decides to do is the right step in the right direction. I mean, they need the people to come to the stadium to cheer up the girls and make sure that they win their first leg before going to South Africa in 5 days' time. So I think that's a very good step. I think that's the right one. We all know that many people always focus on the female, on the male football as compared to the female. But yeah, if they have an open ticket, a free ticket to watch the game, I think there's a probability that they will definitely come out to watch the game and would give Nigeria a good edge to win the game against South Africa.
So, yeah, also let's allow our listeners to know that in camp presently is Chiamaka Nodoze, Tuchuku Oluchi, Linda Jiwagu, and Jumoke Alani. We have Osinachi Oale and Chidima Okeke, Shukurat Oladipo, Michelle Aloze, Nicole Penny, Rashida Ajibade, Tony Payne, Nico Payne, Deborah Abiodun, that's the midfielder, Rashida Ajibade, Tony Payne, Deborah Abiodun. We have Jennifer Echijini, Christy Ucheibe, and Alimate Ayinde. Forward, we have Uche Nakanu, Gift Monday, Moisola Babajide, Ifoma Onumonu, Esther Konko, and Chiwedu Ieozu. And these are the players in the cup presently. We're still expecting Azizat Oshoala, and we get the fact that Azizat Oshoala will be joining them today. And that'll be the latest update tomorrow to know whether Azizat Oshoala is already in camp. Any scoreline prediction for us?
Well, I think it's going to be a very tough game. I mean, they will probably want to come to us. They probably want to win the game too. I mean, we both have something. Both have something to lose if they don't qualify. I mean, not qualifying in a very long period of time. This is the right time for them to qualify for the France Olympics, and the big stage is almost set. So, yeah, I think my scoreline will be a 2-1 victory for Nigeria, because we are playing at home, and of course we'll be having the fans come in from different neighboring countries to support the Super Falcons.
Oh, well said. So we'll go to the next topic. After this track, I just want you to just share your opinion on that. So you hold on for some minutes while we go straight to the Federation Cup, Lobby Stars to represent Benue State in the Federation Cup. So Lobby Stars is representing Benue State, and we'll also not forget that the other states in Benue State are also the females. They also represent Benue. Lobby Stars is one of the biggest clubs in Nigeria, and obviously they've done so well for themselves. But we spoke, our correspondent, Francis, who is in Benue and the match venue, spoke with the Benue FA chairman and Barrister, and also not forgetting Lobby Stars coach. So, but there's something interesting. You can see the field, what's going on, and that's what I want our concentration to be when I called Seun Agbabiakpa after the interview. So you can see the surrounding where we are playing our FA Cup final is not something so much of a delight. You can see the surroundings. You can see how everything is going on. So there's still so much work to do when it comes to even football development in the country. The FA Cup is the biggest club, the biggest football tournament in Nigeria, and that's one of the few clubs tournament that the states. We have to start from round of 32, round of 64, 32, 18 quarterfinal, semi-final, and Lobby Stars, who I think they are perennial champions. But you can see the atmosphere where they are playing one of the oldest club competition is not something interesting. But I'm not the only one that also believe that. We listen to the Benue FA chairman to talk, and also the Lobby Stars coach to talk about. So we'll be concentrating on what the Benue FA chairman said.
I want to request that His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Benue State, please assist the FA to fix the J.S. Tucker Township Stadium. In addition to that, we are also requesting that the stadium in Katinala, which is in Zone A, should also be fixed. Our appeal to His Excellency is to see how we can diversify from the Aprapus Stadium and move to Boko, Katinala, and Otuko, where we can bring football back to life at the grassroots level.
Today, and my players for winning the match today, because when you're looking for something big, you start from little and little before you get to where you're looking for. We're into the Premiership League and we are highly in contention of the league. So this is our first trophy before that of the league. Now we have something at hand. How little it is, but it's a trophy, and that trophy, we use it as a blessing to us to excel to where we are trying to get to.
Some interesting moments there. Seun Agbabiakpa, before I let you go, we saw the Barrister calling for the Benue FA chairman, calling for the renovation, development of some certain stadiums, and that is where we are playing our FA Cup final. Benue State played a Federation Cup final. What can you say about that atmosphere? Did you see something close to that in Estonia?
It's never.
Why did you use never?
I mean, even the worst stadium in Europe will not be like that.
Even the
actually.
Worst?
Yeah, I mean, I used to play ball every weekend on Saturday morning, and then there's so many training. Just a training camp alone is more better than what I've just seen there. It's disgraceful. It still shows that we have a lot of work to do. But I've always mentioned both the government and of course the state actors has a lot to do when it comes to sport development. This is not impressive at all at any point. I mean, this is more like a clay field that I'm seeing here, but like a training camp. I mean, it's not even a training camp to be precise. I'm playing an FA Cup, which is a major competition, is something to write about. I believe there can still be a lot of improvements. I mean, not just the state government, of course. I've always called on the state actors to always come in this kind of situations. Those are the people who can spend a lot of money in terms of renovating, building new facilities, new stadiums, and of course. And this is kind of the things that could boost the interest of the boys, of the children around to want to play football. I mean, playing in this kind of place, you always want to see them want to go to Europe to come and play football. That you won't blame them when they don't have the facilities. This type of facilities is under development. And of course, it's not a good thing to write about.
Okay, thank you very much, Seun Agbabiakpa. Keep enjoying wonderful infrastructure in Estonia. And I mean, we're also having some wonderful infrastructure, no doubt about it, in Nigeria, but not just in 100%. I mean, the best stadium we have here in Nigeria, some said, is the stadium in Akwa Ibom. That's the Nest of Champions. Some say call it Akpabio Stadium. You know, one stadium, several names. Also, you now have to start talking about the Abuja National Stadium, because it went under renovation a few years ago. Before you start saying the Lekon, you know, so many stadiums that it's so much about below par. So thank you very much for your time and for giving us your expert opinion on this.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Extend our greetings to people in Estonia and the Nigerian community in Estonia.
Thank you.
That's all we take on today's program. Let's don't forget, same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. And don't forget, when it comes to trendy sports stories, both locally and internationally, plus sport, from Monday to Friday is a time to keep with yourself from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Monday to Friday. And don't forget, Plus Sport Special comes with so many varieties on Saturdays where you keep you updated in everything sport. And your favorite guests perhaps might be on the show every other time. Thank you very much. I'm Dashishi too. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu assumed office with an announcement that had grave impact on the people. Subsidy is gone. The president exclaimed during his inaugural address at the Eagle Square, Abuja, shortly after he was sworn in as the 16th president of the country. He also promised to lead the country with compassion and amity towards all.
Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office, and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
Despite the assurance by the president's team that the subsidy removal was not immediate, the announcement sparked reactions across the country. As soon as the decision was made, fuel queues popped up across the country as most filling stations quickly saw an opportunity to profiteer off the situation. As expected, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) announced an upward review of its fuel prices across filling stations in the country, setting the stage for a nationwide increase in fuel prices. Also, at the dawn of this administration, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) abolished the country's multiple exchange rate system and effectively floated the naira. The nation's currency had seen a free fall ever since. Like every other Nigerian, the civil servant is struggling to eke out a livelihood. These decisions by the government couldn't have come at the worst time, when he is struggling with high inflation, unemployment and poverty. Even the rich are not left out.
Honestly speaking, I think in Nigeria right now, anybody that tells you that is not feeling the pain is lying to you.
cost of living is very expensive in the market. All the landlord has added money for their rent. Transportation is not like before. So Nigeria is too hectic.
It doesn't be easy. The hierarchy of fare, feeding, no matter how, no matter what, we will survive.
In the wake of all of this, experts say the impact of the subsidy removal on the cost of living among Nigerians is expected to be significant and negative, at least in the short term. According to figures by the National Bureau of Statistics, the inflation rate could rise to 30% by December. Professor Christopher Imomolen is a serial entrepreneur. He speaks of how businesses have been impacted negatively.
And would have been done in a way that, despite the fact that subsidy needs to be removed, because we cannot run an economy where a large chunk of our revenue is being used to pay subsidies, and these subsidies has a kind of racketeering that is not even helping the economy. So if we are going to, which we must do, it must be done in a way that it does not largely affect the economy, which we currently see today. Inflation rate is at the highest rate ever. It's also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had a kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. And this has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody have their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet should have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened so that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, at the time when people were looking for hope, when people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from. So that it's obvious. So it's not. It's obvious that that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have consulted through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up at least to a large extent your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, he sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That could encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they'll find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel cost. That is about 500 to 600 naira across the country. That is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Though. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. We are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
We don't really, they just try, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard. But they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us.
So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas?
Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900. So before we are buying it, is it 350? Yeah, so it is our cost now, so I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
We had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the week of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you want to survive? I beg. Now beg we dey beg them. Make them help us so. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, ma'am, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do them? Make them help us. No smile. Nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. Yo. Because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. We talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we're against. We're not against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody's nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail and every one of us fail. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food, and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure. Avoid rapid acceleration or braking, and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. These can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders, and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. Advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commute. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear, and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths, and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life.
News update. A group of Fulani gunmen invaded Agojeju Udo, a community in Omala Local Government Council, killing scores. The armed marauders surrounded the community and opened fire, killing and burning houses. A community leader escaped but pleaded anonymity. 27 corpses have been recovered, and local vigilantes are searching for missing persons. Rumors of the invasion have been circulating for 3 weeks, but the local government council has assured them of safety. The Kogi State Police confirmed their attack and drafted a tactical squad to restore normalcy, as the police spokesperson cannot confirm the number of dead persons. And Gabriel Dewan, the Speaker of Plateau State House of Assembly, has sworn in 9 out of 16 All Progressive Congress APC lawmakers, with Jos East member appointing the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly. The swearing-in took place early Friday. And the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, PENGASN, has expressed concern over what it described as outrageous national debt profile that is currently hitting over 107 trillion naira. It cautioned against purposeless borrowings, which it said could lead to a speedy destruction of the country. The PENGASN president said the association was of the view that borrowing should be tied to projects that will generate funds for the liquidation of such loans or stimulate other economic activities that will lead to an improvement in the gross domestic product of the country.
The oil and gas industry faces several significant challenges that hinder its growth and development. Our industries suffer from a lack of adequate infrastructure, including refineries, pipelines, storage facilities, and transport network. This leads to a heavy reliance on import of refined petroleum products, making the country more vulnerable to price fluctuations in international markets and increasing cost of energy. Other cankerworm infesting our dear sector lies in security challenges, including crude oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and attack on oil installations that are in constant occurrence. These acts of sabotage disrupt production and result in revenue losses for government and the oil companies. The presence of armed groups, insurgent activities, and organized high-power stealing further exacerbates these security challenges. The menace of our borrowing and the consequent increasing debt profile, both at the federal and state level of our country, is a time bomb with highly catastrophic implications. It is worse that this borrowing are not invested judiciously or with proper accountability.
Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State and the chairman Crude Oil Theft and Management Committee says his committee is working to end crude oil theft in the country within the shortest possible time. Uzodinma assured that the committee, which is a subcommittee of the NEC, would at the next Economic Council meeting give an interim report of what the outcome of their assignment was.
I'm sure in the next National Economic Council, we should be able to give an interim report of what the outcome of our assignment is. And after that interim report, if our recommendations are approved, we will continue with more activities in terms of implementing the recommendations presented in the interim report. But so far, what we have seen is very encouraging. And we're almost certain that at the end of the assignment, crude oil theft will become a thing of the past. And there will be more discipline in the industry. And operators in the industry will also play according to rules by the grace of God.
And the Benue State government has closed a Pure Biotech Company Limited in Makurdi due to failure to adhere to safety guidelines. Commissioner for Justice and Public Order, Fidelis Nyim, stated that the closure was necessary due to intelligence reports about unethical practices and safety standards. Investigation revealed that the company, which processes ethanol using cassava, lacks a safety manager. Nyim emphasized the negligence of the death of an 18-year-old Benue son, Wisdom Akura, who died in a tank explosion.
This place, if those safety rules are not complied with, will soon become a death trap. And in order to avoid such occurrence, His Excellency directed us to come here and to comply with his directive. We hereby seal the operation of this company pending when all the safety measures and other regulatory framework are fully complied with. Some of the expatriates that are here, working here, we are here with an immigration officer. Check the document to see that they have expired SEPAC, but they are still in the country working here. It's a very heinous crime. So the government is not playing pranks with its duty to govern and save the life of people. It's safe to seal the operation of the company, which we have actually done.
In fulfillment of one of its 2024 corporate strategic goals of 5% reduction in road traffic crash injuries and death, the sector commander, Kwara State, Stephen Dowlung, and a representative of the facilitator, Nnamdi Ezeani, disclosed this during a special sensitization program at the FRSC command, where they maintained that safety helmets have remained the most potent protective equipment for motorcyclists against head injuries and death.
This collaboration is in line with the corporate strategic goal of FRSC to reduce death-related crashes by 5% in 2024. So this sensitization program will witness the presentation of about 500 helmets, safety helmets, and some reflective jackets to motorcyclists in Kwara State. You know, vehicles, when you are in a vehicle, you are covered. Before something will get to you, the body will protect you. But for the motorcycle, you are outside. And it's a two-wheeler that is not balanced. So you are most at risk. We have much concern on you.
The sector commander, while describing the motorcyclist as most exposed and vulnerable category of road users after pedestrians, as their means of transportation is an unbalanced two-wheeler, said the command will continue to prioritize in the safety of motorcyclists. However, some of the beneficiaries will appreciate the FRSC and its partner for the gesture promises to put helmets into proper usage for their regular safety.
According to the WHO, which is the World Health Organization, wearing of proper helmets can reduce 40% of injuries. It also has the possibility of cutting down the rate of death by 40%, while also having the possibility of securing the head from injuries by 70%. As a command, we will continue to prioritize the safety of motorcyclists through enforcement of Section 194 of the National Road Traffic Regulations 24, which stipulates that for you to ride a motorcycle, you must wear a helmet. And this helmet must be properly strapped.
When you have accidents, this element is very good so that you won't injure your head. By God's grace, starting from at the moment, I will continue using this. I won't ride my machine without using elements.
I feel good. I feel better. I feel excited about it because I've been finding ways of getting professional with this.
And you're still watching Plus TV News Updates. We will be back after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
And you're welcome back to News Update. And now moving on to other parts of Africa. Legislative and regional elections originally scheduled this month in Togo will be delayed. The president's office announced Wednesday, hours before the start of campaigns. The election had been scheduled on April 20 for 4.2 million voters, with the electoral campaign due to start on Thursday. But without setting a new date, the presidency cited the need to carry out consultations on disputed consultational reforms adopted last month. The new legislation proposes a single term of 6 years for the Togolese president instead of 5 years, renewable ones. The opposition views the changes as a ploy to allow Gnassingbé seek re-election when his term ends in 2025. And from news outside Africa, Israel's Minister of Economy, Nir Barkat, has denied claims that Israeli forces deliberately targeted 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers in Gaza. Barkat dismissed the claim, describing it as nonsense, and stating that the strikes were a grave mistake. He stated that Israel was terribly sorry for the death, but that friendly fire happens in wars. The killings have drawn international condemnation, with the United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak demanding a thorough and transparent independent investigation, and US President Joe Biden accusing Israel of not doing enough to protect aid workers and civilians. And moving on to business news, the Nigerian government moved to revise electricity tariffs and is set to deliver a 52% cut in monthly subsidy expenses. The reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94 billion naira, unlocking a significant 135.26 billion naira in monthly fiscal savings. The heart of Nigeria's political power, Abuja, harbors the most considerable congregation of premium electricity consumers classified under Band A, who will invariably bear the brunt of this cost recalibration. Electricity customers are divided into different tariff classes within various service bands determined by their level of electricity consumption and the type of connections they have. The service bands range from Lifeline to E, with Lifeline being the category for the most economically vulnerable consumers who use a very small amount of electricity. And I'm moving on to entertainment news. American singer Cassie is reportedly cooperating with the federal agents investigating her ex Sean Diddy Combs following the raids on his Los Angeles, Miami homes. According to TMZ and Me and You, singer is among the witnesses who have been communicating with the authorities, and it's reported that Venetura Fine may have been working with them for several weeks. The outlet believes that Cassie may have provided testimony to give investigators probable cause to search the Bad Boy Records founders' homes, but that hasn't been confirmed. It is presumed that Cassie told investigators the same things she alleged in her lawsuit against Diddy, which he settled out of court the next day. Sources with knowledge of the investigation said Cassie may have helped authorities establish the probable cause needed to get a judge to sign off on search warrants on the two mansions. And that's the news update from Our Stories. Please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Mama. Good evening.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. Then after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool. But I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing. And ever since then, I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. He wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are, the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's got talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it, and I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. At Ibere, kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, if you about a year, a year to be served. So one serve that most of them want to say federal, one serve the federal, and one can serve in the states. Instead of the country, me one, síbẹ̀, on that one le. So I'm out quickly and fresh. Most of them want online business, non she. The bad one no agency, and youth not quite in business than say.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys from the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time that I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget it, to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family. You can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, Seth? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made, and probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Roger? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and the individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were other factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo in code and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million. Well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right? And place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we're upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, changing the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people are building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
In monthly subsidy expenses. It said the reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94 billion naira, unlocking a significant 135.26 billion naira in monthly fiscal savings. The heart of Nigeria's political power, Abuja, harbors the most considerable congregation of premium electricity consumers classified under Band A, who will invariably bear the brunt of this cost recalibration. Now, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, has ordered all distribution companies, DISCOs, to automatically downgrade any Band A feeder that does not enjoy the minimum requirement of 20 hours per day power supply for 7 consecutive days. This order formed part of the service delivery commitments for every DISCO, in line with the supplementary order to the multi-year tariff order MITO 2024 released by NEC with effect from April the 3rd this year. NEC also said that where the DISCO fails to deliver on the committed level of service on a Band A feeder for 2 consecutive days, the DISCO should publish on its website by 10 a.m. the next day an explanation of the reasons for the failure and update the affected customers on the timeline for restoration of service to the committed service level. On the show today, we'll keep our eye on the electricity tariff increment and implications to household businesses, and we'll see if we can make some sense out of it. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. All right, before we get into the discussion proper, I have my guest standing by, but before I get to introduce him, more often than not, businesses are fixated on growth. However, experts are taxing entrepreneurs on audits to ensure the healthiness of their ventures. This came up on the sidelines of the Lean Simple Strategy Growth Conference, which was held in Lagos. Details now. Welcome back. We apologize that we couldn't take that report. We'll try and bring you that report subsequently. Let's just move to the crux of the issue of the day. The revision of electricity tariffs in Nigeria is a complex process that takes into account several key assumptions. Now, these factors are not only crucial but also intricate, forming the backbone of the cost-reflective pricing model adopted for electricity tariffs. Now, I have the immediate past president of the National Union of Electricity Employees, Engineer Dr. Martin Ikechukwu Uzoegwu, joining me now to make some sense out of this recent development. Many thanks for joining me, Engineer Uzoegwu.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Good morning.
It is our pleasure. Let's just start carte blanche and just get your candid opinion, really. Are you in support of the new tariff regime for electricity consumers? Engineer?
I saw it. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, just like any other Nigerians, we saw it in the media, where the NEC announced the increase in the electricity tariff. Yeah, though it wasn't a shocking news, because I know that they have long expected to release such information to the public, even when the IMF and the World Bank has advised Nigerians to remove the subsidy on electricity. Of course, that will translate increase in the tariffs. So I believe that is on the part of insensitivity coming from the regulators at this point in time, where Nigerians are facing serious hardship. There is economic crisis, minimum wage of 30,000 was not or has not been paid. The new minimum wage, which the labor is being negotiated with the government, has not been concluded. The market women, the youths, everybody is suffering at this point in time. There is fuel crisis. At this point in time, fuel is almost 730 naira, between 700 and 730 naira per liter. So I think that this is not the right time to release such information, exploit Nigerians in this regard, because electricity is the essential service commodity where even the poor of the poorest can have access to, especially those in the rural areas. Yes, I can understand that they try to be able to push it to those who are in Band A areas that are falling into a Band A. It has a certain feeder, which is called a premium feeder, or a feeder that will always give them 20 hours minimum of supply. But one could ask, how many of the populations are using such a feeder? And besides, what is the generation at this moment that can even sustain such feeder for 20 hours? So I think the government need to sit down and look at all these things holistically and declare state of emergency in the electricity sector. Because if we continue this way, I don't think we are going to make any headway. Before privatization, or 10 years down the line, after privatization, because privatization was around 2013, up to this moment, this is 10 years after privatization, we are still talking about 4,000 megawatts, between 3,005, 4,000, 4,002. And one could ask, within this period, government has increased the tariff for almost 5 times. So what really happened? Has there been a commensurate increase in the development of electricity sector? The answer is no, because if we have such, I think we should be talking about 10,000 megawatts, based on the fact that the discos have recouped their investments, the return on investment, based on the increase in electricity. But at this point in time, how do we believe that this particular increase will translate to economic development and infrastructure development of that sector? So I think that we need to look at it holistically, go back to the drawing board, and bring all stakeholders.
Okay, engineer, I still really want to understand it for sake of clarity, because they've talked about these Band A customers, and most people still don't understand, because sometimes in their axis they do get to enjoy electricity supply for 20 hours. Who exactly make up these Band A customers? Is it a thing of location, or what exactly? Because sometimes even those that do enjoy this 20-hour minimum wage, sometimes about a week or so, they don't even get to enjoy this power. How does it really work?
Yeah, actually the Band A, they normally regard them as premium customers. In fact, a feeder is being dedicated, and mostly that feeder, are always a 33 kV circuit that uses a 33 kV 415 volt transformers. So they expected that those feeders, before it gets to the actual distribution network at the locations, majorly the customers are under feeders, and expected that those feeders will continue to remain on. But most times you discover that even those feeders, there could be forced outage on that feeder. There could be imagine location, because location in the sense that is mostly those living in urban areas that are assigned to such. So I believe that they designed that for them. But the concern is, how consistent would that be? Those people, they enjoy 20 hours minimum. What if there are situations where there is a collapse, where there are situations that are forced outages or emergency outages? What happened in between the line? Will you still charge them based on that? So that is the question everybody needs to answer.
Okay, now there are lots of reactions and counter reactions concerning this, and we're getting feelers from Nigerians from a poll that was made. And some people believe that as long as it affects one group, the bulk of Nigerians might not really see the need to join the affected group in protest. And eventually people are saying that this increment might even spread to other groups, and the so-called Band A group will say when theirs were increased, no one protested. But as it is right now, how consistent is this increment? Is this something that's just for Band A, or do we see it spreading to other bands in the near future, in your opinion?
No. Based on this experience and our observations, it's definitely going to spread to other bands, because they are equally using electricity, and it's a product that resources have been put into to generate. So it's not going to tie to only on one band, but the percentage of increase could equally be reduced based on the bands which is being allocated to such feeders. Like you have in band A that they have a 20 hours minimum supply. Then you have band B, which has about 16 hours minimum. You know, you have band C that has about 12 hours minimum. Cascaded like that, you band D that has 8. Then the last is the band E that has 4 hours, which is definitely dedicated to the rural areas. But definitely, as long as they are using the electricity, as long as the infrastructures are being tied to their network, as long as they are being connected to the grid, of course, there is a ripple effect. They should equally expect a slight increase in that area. So it's not all about the band A. But of course, you know, the government will equally project band A as the only area that they are concentrating. But behind, you can see some of the increase.
All right.
That may come up.
Okay. Okay, in the introduction of the show, Engineer, government is saying that there is going to be some sort of savings, you know, from this new development. It said that the reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94. Government believes there is going to be some savings for them, you know, by this new development. But the question right now is that what factors do they really consider before they arrive at these figures? Because there's been talk of you know, increase in gas price and everything. How did they really arrive at such figures right now?
Yeah, I think that's the question Nigerians need to ask. They came up with figures of the amount of money that they have spent in subsidizing electricity for over 5 years. So one would wonder, how did they come about these figures? Now, 2024 alone, government is expected to subsidize electricity to the tune of 1.6 trillion. 1.6 trillion for 2024. Now, one would wonder, what are the criteria? What are the numerical indices that they use to be able to arrive at this point? So I hope ask questions about all this. For us, I believe that definitely power supply helps the investors. In fact, helps every economy to drive and develop every country. Now, if Nigeria, as a case study, is having 4,000 megawatts for the past 10 years, and nothing much has been put in place to be able to get to the level that we can still talk about 10,000, 15,000 to 20,000 megawatts at this point. With the population of 200 million, more than 200 million, how then do you think that this will translate to the increase in the development of the country or putting more money into the government coffers? This is a way of enriching the coming on and on. And what happened? You can't talk about having a transformer issue in your area and you see them coming to your aid. You can't talk about meter. Government supposed to provide, the investors supposed to provide energy meters, you know, but are they doing that? No. So where are this money going to? So how are we sure that this particular one will still translate to having more money in the government coffers? So I believe there is a lot of quagmire about this, and Nigerians need to start asking questions about this.
Okay, Engineer, in my head, I'm still thinking about why segregate, you know, customers or consumers to various bands. Ordinarily, I feel, in my opinion, that everyone is supposed to enjoy power, electricity for about 24 hours. So why segregate? Some people will get to enjoy 24 hours, others 20, 16, just like that. Does it really make economic sense?
Yeah, actually, it doesn't, because one is that so when you didn't start the foundation on the right foot, that is what you experience. The workers of electricity mentioned this, saw it coming during privatization, and they resisted it vehemently. that Nigeria, for now, doesn't have the capacity to privatize this industry, that this industry should be allowed, government should equally commercialize, let people generate the electricity themselves, while the government continue to fund the government-owned entity. But this privatization was done at gunpoint and sold to the investors who doesn't have the capacity to run it. In fact, they came up with that those people who are going to buy these investors should be able to have the foreign direct investment, should be able to have the technical ability and managerial capacity. But none of these things are put in place. And it was sold to them in this situation. So I believe that if you have the right people, the right competent people to be able to manage this industry, there shouldn't be any segregations of who should be in a band A or band B or band C, because all of them are still, everybody says electricity is an essential service and commodity, and people should not be sidelined, especially when you are being supply such electricity. It's like having a pole, and when you have a pole, you say that this pole is dedicated to A, this pole is dedicated to B, and both of them probably could be on the same parallel, and when there is supply in A, the person in B will not see supply, but they are living close. How do you think that person will feel? So I believe that the whole issues need to be re-examined, and government should go back to review this Privatization Act. Government before privatization said there is performance agreement that could last for 5 years, and after 5 years, if this code did not perform, they definitely will review it. But they never did. They allowed this to remain up to 10 years. Now it's now moving into distribution companies because they borrowed money and they are yet to pay back the loans they borrowed. So I think there's a lot of whole issues on this. That's why we said government needs to declare state of emergency.
All right.
And let's sit down and look at how these things will be able to work.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Martin Uzoegwu, for this wonderful insight that you have provided as regards the new electricity tariff and, of course, the power sector generally, and how we can move forward, and, of course, how we need to review the privatization policy. We do appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
My pleasure. All right, that's the size of the show for today. But just before we go, I'll leave you with this report on strategy conference, how entrepreneurs were urged to focus on the health of their business as opposed to always focusing on them profits all the time. My name is Justin Academia. Business Insight will return to your screen same time. Bye for now. Not conducting regular health checks on business can have severe consequences, which can lead it to lag behind the competition instead of dominating. At this conference, the focus is on getting useful strategies to ensure a healthy business and growth.
So you must study and you must structure your business.
Author and entrepreneur Ezekiel Solisi, who wants participants not only to network or get inspired, believes an understanding of the macroeconomy as well as strategy is paramount.
For example, what happens is that most people think about business growth and they're really thinking about, growth at any cost is good. But cancer is growth. Right? You could grow to death. The idea here is to make sure that as we're growing, we're positioning, we're auditing, we're making sure that we're actually healthy.
With 70% of entrepreneurs developing from the street, there is need for caution. As experts say, their survival can be measured after they have survived 10 years.
The guide for any businessman, knowing very well that no matter what you do, no matter how much you have, how much you have in your bank account, you must have the 10-year strategy in mind. 5 years, 90% of the business that start would die, and then the 10 that survives will go through another 5 years, and then 90% of the 10 will also die. That means 100 businesses that start, only one will survive after 10 years.
The first thing is the mindset to know that whatever happens in the economy, your business can thrive. And then the second thing is to go out there and find the knowledge, find the strategy, and be courageous enough to execute on whatever it is you found.
As some businesses gasp for survival, other strategists advise entrepreneurs to have a successor plan while envisioning the future of their ventures.
What is your plan for that business? So I think that it's important that people begin to think about it long term. Yes, sometimes we're looking at the situation and then there's this mentality of founder, owner, chairman, I want to be the founder. You can still be the founder, but not necessarily run the business. So some doctors, you could be a doctor, you are a surgeon. Doesn't mean you have what it takes to run a hospital. You must have an administrator.
First of all, look at the areas you faulted or the areas you didn't do well. That is where to start from. Build on those ones and upgrade. Then the ones that are already working, those ones are just to water, more like give it a breath of life, and it will keep growing. And this is where the healthy business comes in.
Every business has an evolution time with different demands for different places. However, to achieve results, experts say it has to look at execution of key priorities, including building capacities and individual effectiveness of their team.
Your job is to be able to think and strategize.
Nigeria is a beautiful country filled with cultural resources and a preserved tradition. It is famously known as the Giant of Africa, whose cultural heritage is woven from the natural beauty in her land, threads of history, and the hospitality of her people. From rainforests in the south to savanna woodlands in the center and a semi-desert region in the north, Nigeria is adorned with long stretches of exotic beaches, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls, and a unique wildlife, boasting of enchanting tourist attractions ready to be enjoyed. Here are some tourist destinations you should add to your bucket list. Coconut Beach. Coconut Beach is located in the coastal town of Badagry, west of Lagos State, Nigeria. No place tells the story of tourism fused with history like Badagry, which is situated about 20 miles close to the border of the Benin Republic. Coconut Beach has breathtaking and beautiful ocean views, a perfect place for relaxation, with the beach being set away from the noise of suburbia. It is surrounded by thousands of coconut trees, where it got its name from, beautiful holiday resorts, vacation huts, fresh air, and an open sky, portraying an ideal rural destination for lovers of fun and holiday makers. The Obudu Mountain Resorts. Above the sea level on the Oshia ridge of the famous Sankwala Mountain sits majestically the Obudu Mountain Resort. It is located in the highlands and deep tropical forests of Cross River State, with a temperate climate and just 45 miles from the border of Cameroon. The ranch boasts of numerous pleasant mountain area and countryside views, with tourist attractions like the water park, cable car, ranch cattle and horses, waterfall, and the ancient Anapi village. The Obudu Mountain Resort is a mix of adventure, beautiful scenery, and idyllic tranquility. The Yankari Game Reserve. In Bauchi State is the Yankari Game Reserve and former National Park, one of West Africa's eco-destinations. It is home to several natural warm water springs and the biggest wildlife retreat. The reserve is filled with a number of activities that would help you connect with nature. Marvel at the largest herd of elephants in the country, embark on a guided safari tour, and explore the tropical forest. You'll also find beautifully constructed huts alongside some uncaged animals such as monkeys and baboons living in their natural habitat. The Yankari Game Reserve is an area of great natural beauty that provides recreational pleasure. The Ogbunike Caves. Located in a valley blanketed by tropical rainforest in Anambra State, are a collection of caves knitted with historical and spiritual significance. The Ogbunike Caves are associated with living traditions said to be preserved by the people for many centuries. Descending into the valley where the caves are located is a walkway made up of about 317 steps, and visitors must remove their shoes before entering the caves based on tradition. The caves are beautifully surrounded by streams of water flowing out from one of the tunnels into River Nkisa. Seen as a trove for tourists, the Ogbunike Caves make an ideal destination. The Owu Waterfalls. Described as a wonder in the wilderness is the Owu Waterfalls, located in Kwara State. Cascading from a height of about 120 meters to a pool of ice-cold water, the Owu Waterfalls is one of the highest and most fascinating waterfalls to watch in West Africa. It is a beautiful scenery which can only be appreciated when explored. Experience a fine mix of awesome attractions at the Owu Waterfalls, making it a memorable haven for your next vacation. The Osun Osogbo Grove. Situated on the outskirts of Osogbo, the capital of Osun State is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, a large cultural landscape of undistributed forest dedicated to Osun, the Yoruba goddess of fertility, love, water, and beauty. The grove, which spans about 75 hectares of land, is a tourist destination that has sacred shrines, sanctuaries, sculptures, and artworks. The forest contains about 400 different species of plants that are used for medicinal purposes. Classified as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, this sacred forest attracts a large number of tourists, and it is definitely worth visiting. Nigeria is a beautiful land waiting to be explored, and you are encouraged to visit and enjoy these wonderful tourist destinations.
mixed reactions trail federal government's announcement regarding the new price of natural gas for power generation companies, which indicates a significant hike and has got people talking. Today on the show, we'll take a close look at the pros and cons of this move. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The federal government on Monday announced that the new price of natural gas for power generation companies is now $2.42 per metric million British thermal unit, higher than the previous rate of $2.18 per MMBTU. The Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, pegged the cost of commercial gas at $2.92 per MMBTU, up from the previous cost of $2.05 per MMBTU. The announcement was signed by the Chief Executive, NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed. Recall that the multi-year tariff order released by NEC in January 2024 for the electricity distribution companies was calculated based on the previous price of natural gas. Gas producers, including international and domestic oil and gas companies, have repeatedly called for the upward review in the price of the product, stressing that this would be an incentive to ramp up production. In the announcement on Monday, Ahmed said the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, assented to by the President on August 16, 2021, and gazetted in August 2021, provided a clear regulatory framework for the determination of a market-based pricing regime for the domestic gas market. The NMDPRA boss further stated that the latest action was taken in line with Section 164, the third and fourth schedule of the PIA 2021, which mandated the regulator to determine the domestic-based price and the marketable wholesale price of natural gas supplied to the strategic sectors. He said, quote, the DBP at the marketable gas delivery point under Sector 1671 and other provisions of the PIA shall be determined based on regulations which incorporate, among such other matters, the following principles. The price must be of a level to bring forward sufficient natural gas supplies for the domestic market on a voluntary basis for the upstream producers. On a voluntary basis by the upstream producers. B, the price shall not be higher than the average of similar natural gas prices in major emerging countries that are significant producers of natural gas. C. Lowest cost of gas supply on 3-tier cost of supply framework. D. Market-related prices tied to international benchmark. Unquote. The NMDPRA therefore emphasized that it had set the, quote, 2024 domestic base price at $2.42 per MMBTU and wholesale prices for natural gas in strategic sectors, following consultations with stakeholders and in compliance with the PIA and gas pricing regulations, unquote. Joining us is a public affairs analyst, Wisdom Chap Jumbo, and a power systems engineer who is also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Power Engineers, Dr. Idowu Oyebanjo. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, let's start from the studio. How would you want to kickstart this conversation?
Okay.
From the recent development relative to the review of the MMBTU pricing of gas, to the reflections that the power distribution companies are now incorporating into their tariff systems across a defined band of their customers. How would you want to kickstart this?
Yeah, thanks, Bola. I think since the announcement by the regulator, I think it has hit everyone with different mixed feelings. Some people have been in shock, if I would say, about the increase. But you must realize that maybe some of us saw this coming. Of course, gas, our power takes, needs more than 75% of it needs gas to work. So we see this coming at the end of the day. But I think the major problem which Nigerians have is especially those who are willing to pay, who are in the band A. Like the regulator said, this new tariff will reflect only on customers within the band A. So what does that mean? Band A means that if you're in the band A, you receive at least minimum of 20 hours of power in a day. I'm not sure that many people will say, oh, how do I even come into this, because I don't even see the 20 hours of power a day. But we saw this coming, and the only issue or concern we have here is, if we pay this new tariff, are we really going to see the power? That is the main concern.
Dr. Oyebanjo, as controversial as the issue of tariff hike may be, the necessary question is this the silver bullet that will bring about consistent power supply by the Nigerian electricity architecture, factoring in the fact that the power generation entities are different from the transmission entity. The transmission entity is different from the distribution entities. So is this the silver bullet to kill the Leviathan of darkness in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. To go straight to answer that question, no. So, of course, increasing tariffs is a short-term situation. Hopefully, when we get to a situation whereby the tariffs will now go down. But the main thing that can help Nigeria now in terms of uninterrupted power supply or increase in quantum of power supply to businesses, homes, offices, to industries, residential consumers, commercial and industrial consumers, will be the full implementation of the Electricity Act 2023 as amended, which was signed into law last year, and the decentralization of the power system, such that we have states having their electricity market, regional markets will exist, and then the national market will take care of those states who are unable to start their market. This will bring renewable energy systems. It will bring private sector investments and also investments from the federal government. All of this will work together to give us a silver bullet, as you put it, that will help us to have a consistency or improvement in power supply. Having said that, the discussion you have raised in your introduction, very, very lovely. You talked about increases in price of one of the very important commodity, gas, for the power sector. So as a result, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has had to increase tariffs, but for Band A, this has pros and cons, as you have mentioned it. So we have to also deliberate on the cons, the disadvantages, and what needs to be done to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jock. I'm sitting here as a Nigerian who has seen over the decades I've lived in this country a continual deterioration of the quality of power supply. And like the good doctor just stated now, we may just be dealing with eczema, talking around this price tariff hike, when we may seem to be leaving the skin cancer yet to be attended to, because it is obvious that this tariff hike will not be the final solution. The doctor made some suggestions consistent with what the Electricity Act 2023 enunciates. But I'm sitting here now that I don't see the sensitization. They still, indeed, even the doctor spoke around state governments galvanizing their local markets in their state for power generation, transmission and distribution, which has been decentralized. But I am one who believes that with proper sensitization, and this is the question for you, with proper sensitization, you and I can form cooperatives. We can have private concerns. We can have people who live in estates. In the estate that I'm going to be sleeping in today, almost 90% of us function on solar, minimum of 5 kVA solar. And it's even ironic that we may be wasting power, because sometimes we generate more than we need, but because we function in silos, power that could be accumulated, and indeed for us to get some recompense, as is done in some other advanced power markets, yes, where you generate independent power, you pass on the national grid, they calculate what you have used, deduct it from what you have supplied, and sometimes give you. So I'm sitting here thinking, are we even going in the right direction? Because I don't see that sensitization from enlightened people like you, from the media, from professionals like doctor, we are still talking the government. Government.
I think that's a good observation, really, and I really must agree with you. But however, yes, we are looking at the government because I think in this conversation, the government needs to take a lead in this conversation of sensitization. Though there have been many talks everywhere, many programs, many just like this, raising the issue of power and the issues around it. Now, that's why the Electricity Act of 2023 solves this problem a lot, giving the power to states. And like Doctor said, when we begin to decentralize, and begin to implement this act, we start solving this problem because states will begin to drive a lot of these conversations. That's what the act is empowering them to do. Drive this conversation, drive the policies. So far, so good now. How many states now? Just a few states have been able to create their own markets and create their own policies.
No, they have only domesticated the law.
Yes.
That's not creating market.
That's one way. They've created the policies to create the market. Maybe Doctor will speak more on that. But what I want to say is this is where the state government will also take lead. And this is where also the regulator, which is NEC, will also take through the government and go take the lead on it. We need to keep talking. The issue of power affects everybody. The issue of power, it's a problem to everybody. It's been more than 60 years. We have been struggling to fix the issue of power. So we keep these conversations going. But yes, we may think we're looking up to government, but government must take the lead on this. We must see them also trying to, take that sensation down to the home. We have the Nigeria Orientation Agency that is also there. What are they doing? What are the conversations they are having? As regards this is my own thinking. But yeah, we need to keep pushing, and we are making a good progress so far.
That may sound very controversial to some of the people watching you at home, Mr. Jumbo. Dr. Oyebanjo.
Yes, I'm with you.
To the best of
I'm
my
enjoying
understanding,
you. You are making very good points. I'm really enjoying both of you.
to the best of my understanding, Doctor, thank you very much. To the best of my understanding, there is another segment of this show that I have rested for a while now. To the best of my understanding, we are building on an infrastructure that was conceptualized and delivered in 1863. A central grid. And I'm sitting here now knowing that people like yourself do not only practice in Nigeria, you literally function across the world. We were once positing that it was the statute that was choking, that was essentially the primary problem of the system. Now we have a statute that allows for organic federalism in power generation, distribution, transmission and distribution. Doctor, using your working knowledge of the industry, if you were talking to the Honorable Minister today, say he's sitting in front of you, what would be your suggestions, methodically?
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Power is already doing a lot of advocacy and making sure that the import of the Electricity Act filters down through the system. Immediately he resumed office, he has been able to organize a 3-day retreat where he brought together all stakeholders relevant to the power sector and to brainstorm on what needs to be done. So I am aware that a communique will be issued shortly about that. He has also communicated with state governors. He has spoken with all the honorable commissioners for energy or power or related services in every state, trying to galvanize the momentum. You see, just as you have said, as well as the analyst Jumbo, you are correct. There is need for the media, as well as the CSOs and various organizations, professional bodies, they should be at the vanguard of this message of Electricity Act. Like you took us back in history, the Nigerian power sector followed the development in the world when America started, Europe, as well as Britain. However, once they started developing and making progress, we did not make significant progress. In fact, I will say that for a country of 200 million plus, trying to use 3,500 megawatts is absurd. It is in the 1920s. It is in the 1920s situation of the UK or the US, which is not good because they ramped up from those small levels and then moved significantly to about 65,000 megawatt of demand today in the UK and generation capacity of upwards of 70,000. So for Nigeria today, where we need to be, we need to have about 40,000 megawatts of generation, 35,000 megawatts of transmission capacity, wheeling capacity, and then 30,000 megawatts of demand based on the studies that I have done. Now, we are not there. We are even far from there. So the fastest way, I have repeated it 3 times, to make Nigeria get industrialized is through the decentralization. I speak as a professional. So when I speak on power systems, having done it as my BSc, my MSc, and PhD, and having worked for over 25 years, having worked significant period of this inside a UK power system that worked, when I'm saying these things, it is not a fast, it is not as a result of conjectures. You have to decentralize this kind of network. It's not that it is too massive. It is a small network compared to other networks. But because of the factors, Nigerian factors, that have affected us over the last 60 years, the most logical thing for Nigeria and the most correct solution for Nigeria is this decentralization. What we are doing, for example, as part of our advocacy in Aidfund Power Consultants Limited, we are approaching the state government, we are helping them, we are sensitizing them, just as you have said, to at least domesticate the law. We are walking them through the steps required to not only domesticate the law, prepare the bill, and pass the bill, and then get the right people in the Electricity Commission for the state, and then develop the market that will make consumers be happy. If a power system does not make consumer happy, if a power system brings apprehension, if a power system brings anger, it is not a power system that is functional.
Thank you very much. We need to move from my take now. We have built a culture of recriminations in the power sector. Everybody finger pointing at the other person. But given contemporary developments in the power industry worldwide, the fact that China has helped to crash the price of, say, solar panels, the fact that there are alternative energy solutions out there beyond even solar. Many in the Southwest. I have a friend who just returned from the UK, and at the last count, in the southwest of Nigeria alone, about 200 plus bodies of water that could be used to generate hydro power at the very local community level, to some even as far as state or regional levels. And I'm sitting here. Power is one of the reasons why sometimes some doubt the fact that we negroid species of the Homo sapiens, whether we are really human beings. Because we always have the issue of power in all the places that we habitate. Yes. And the irony is that I never knew the man that even once worked in the UK. The irony is that I lived in the UK for more than 2 decades. And I know that in a place in northern England, one of the few places where they are generating more than 12 megawatts of solar energy, the person that coordinated it was a Nigerian engineer. We do it when we are in England, and yet there is something about us that gets us to be moribund when we are at home. Are we?
I will tell you something. In the last 4 years, I mean, I've been within the solar space, energy access space, and all of that off-grid, and I can tell you, Nigerians are really brilliant. I've seen quite a lot of technologies, a lot of innovation, especially from young people. I spoke to a guy one time. He had created some tiles, some tile-like thing where, I mean, if you step on it, it can generate power. So if you put it in a shopping mall,
as in kinetic
energy,
footfalls.
Yes,
footfalls will be generating.
If we have it in our shopping malls, we're very busy.
When people walk around,
it generates power. So the innovations are there, you know, and young people are driving this. So I think one of the issues most times they've suffered is the right kind of funding, you know, to support them. And this again goes back to Electricity Act. There's a section of that act that was dedicated to renewable energy. You know, where that act has given, for example, NEC the power to promote, you know, renewable energy sources as part of our power mix or energy mix in the country. We need to leverage more on that. So one big issue is funding. You meet a young chap now who has created something very innovative, but the issue is struggling with funding, or maybe so. Some companies are already supporting them, but we need more support in that area to fix our power issue. So what we need to do going forward now, as we plan to solve this problem of power, is to support what we have now with some renewable energy sources or some alternative sources. Like I said, there are a lot of them. And we need to constantly promote that. We want to see from all angles the right kind of funding available for them, you know, to be able to fund some of these projects. You'll be amazed there's a lot. If I begin to talk about them, I'm not sure we'll go to. There's a lot I have come across. You know, but again, for the sources like solar, we need to even make it more accessible to more people. We need to make some communities, you know, you go there, all you need is a mini grid to power them. And I've been to a lot of those communities, especially down south. You know, I went to a community called Emeke in River State, and they've never had power all their life. But there's a mini grid there which was installed some couple of years back, and that is what the community is leveraging on. You know, and now with the new act, we see that it is promoting and supporting some of these, you know, additional sources. We need to give that. That's why when the state government begin to drive this themselves, some of these communities, we want to see them use solar or all these other renewable sources to drive them. The innovations are there.
Let me compliment. let me briefly collaborate.
Yes.
Or corroborate what you said.
Yes.
I was once in a hotel in Abuja, and as it is my wont, I always like to do a stretch of my leg, you know, especially after having been airborne.
Yes.
So I decided to walk 5 kilometers, and I was shocked that in Abuja, Wuse Zone 7, there was a body of water. It was not a rainy day. There was a body of gushing water. And I was telling myself that, you know what, the hotel was burning diesel. And look, but you see, in Nigeria, there is one agency that is in charge of bodies of water with some people, some bureaucrats who are still looking at the back of a file that was last signed in the 1960s. You know, it's ironic. And so one is, Dr. Idowu Oyebanji, I think it's about time I came to you. You know why I need to come to you at this juncture? Because I can imagine the degree of frustration somebody like you will be feeling sometimes. Having been exposed to best practices. It's not the most power generation and distribution developed markets in the world, and yet when you are back in your natal and ancestral home, we are where we are. Sometimes, how do you cope? It sometimes can lead somebody in the direction of seeing going on the psychologist the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the most important things for power systems engineers like myself is that we have been trained to solve complex problems. So whenever we see complex problems, we know how to tackle them. If we are given the right environment, our environment has to be one that is conducive for us to provide the services. That's the way we were trained, to look at problems and solve them. Having said that, from what you two have said this evening, it's clear that the federal government made the good decision, the correct decision to decentralize the system. Because as you have said, there are various sources of energy per state. This will happen once you decentralize. The state is in charge. The people in the state, investors will come in if the environment is made right by the state government. Investors are ready to partner with that kind of young person that Wisdom spoke about a while ago. We have various resources. In the northern part of the country, you have hydro, you have solar, you have even gas, maybe. So you will use this energy to provide electricity. In the southeast, you saw what happened in February, March also. From February 26th, it was launched in Abia State, in an integrated power plant project by Geometric. You saw the IPP at Aba, and this will serve a franchise area in Aba. And look at, people are now moving to Aba. Industries are now relocating to Aba. From outside Nigeria, they are going there. They have started, from what we hear, to enjoy uninterrupted power supply. So many states will do the IPP once you decentralize properly. Once you make sure we decentralize, these things will happen. The solar you talk about, you will sell your solar to the grid. It's already written in the act. If all of you in your estate generate so much of electricity, we call you prosumer. A prosumer is a person that is both producing electricity and consuming it. So you are a prosumer in your estate. If all of you aggregate this electricity, you can even as individuals sell to the grid. This will happen. It will happen when you decentralize. Then when we go and support the government of the states, one after the other, to say, look, this is the implication of the act. This is what you need to do. And once the citizens continue to engage their government, state government, this will happen. On the matter of IPPs, this will spring up in Nigeria once we decentralize. But currently, what the federal government is doing is a Light Up Nigeria program. So if you remember, in October 2023, there was a Light Up Agbara project by the Renewed Hope agenda of President Tinubu. But this is being anchored under the office of the Vice President. It was launched there. And with NDPAC, FGM Power Company of Nigeria Limited, as well as Enerix One and other private investors, they are going to be involved in providing electricity to industrial clusters. In February, also on the 26th of February this year, the Vice President went to Enugu in what we call the Light Up Southeast project. This one aims to also take the industrial clusters in the southeast and make them viable and make them to be able to have electricity that can make them have competitive manufacturing capacities. So power is an enabler. Without power, there will be no economic development. Look, there is no country in the world that you see that has developed and we like to go on holidays there, or we make them a reference, that didn't start by building a power system. When we are doing power system 101, the lecture says the first thing a government does is to build a power system. And that stuck with me. The first thing you will do, if you have a piece of land and you want to form a government here, the first thing you should do is a power system.
I don't want to sound as though I'm a cleric, but even one of the great books and one of the good books tells us that the first thing that the Creator did was let there be light. And I wonder why we have decided to live this long in relative darkness. I'll come back to you, Doc, before we wrap up. We are where we are now. We are trading on ideas. But I'm feeling, sitting down here, I'm feeling that it is incumbent more on people like myself, people like yourself in the, like I say, the Chattarati stratum or class of society. People like Doctor who have seen it work in places where, it's been demystified. Is now incumbent on us to find a synergy like this program is providing to enlighten an average Nigerian watching that there is nothing mysterious about having consistent light.
I agree, and that's why I like what I see in the last few days all over the media. There has been constant conversation around these issues. I mean, I ran a program for nearly 4 years, trying to let people understand that, okay, this isn't working, you can have this alternative, and it is possible, and it will work. Because there are so many misinformation out there. Some people say, oh, for example, solar is expensive, and they have never gone to price one before. You understand? So we need to. That's why the media.
Even if it's, I'm going to where I will sleep tonight. I have no anxiety about power because I know there'll be power.
Yes.
Even if it's expensive up front.
Yes. So we need to constantly. That's why the media plays a key role. We need to constantly talk about these things. We don't know. Even as we're having this program now, we may have just pass a very important information to somebody today. And I noticed this over the last couple of years. I have been doing this myself. People will call and you let them know. You'll be shocked that there's just so many misinformation there. And when you are able to inform them properly, you understand that changes a lot for them. Having power 24 hours is not a mystery. It's a basic amenity. It's a basic thing that should happen. If you go to Ghana, I lived in Ghana for 5 years plus. We never, in fact, if they would take the light, they're going to call you. You're going to see notification. If Ghana can do it, why are we struggling with this? So the media plays a key role in this, and we shouldn't get tired. We need to keep talking and passing that information. That's my take on that.
Dr. Idowu Oyebanji, we need to be coasting home now. And I would want to enjoin you to have a direct conversation with people at home and just let them know that from the micro, in fact, from the nano to the micro to the medium level, there may be just a lot that people can do, from powering or lighting up their rooms, to lighting up their, say, homestead, to lighting up their, say, neighborhood, if they function in a very collaborative community. You want to be talking to those ones, because our professionals like here almost end up having to talk to governments, ministers, governors. But at the end of the day, the paradox of the power situation in Nigeria, since I've been born and I've been conscious, is that people solve that problem more for themselves than from a central utility. How would you want to wrap it up, sir?
Well, thank you very much. It has been a very important discussion, and I've learned a lot from the contributions that you both have made, Bola as well as Wisdom. I will say that, as enunciated before now, let citizens take interest in the matter of power system. It's not easy. Even in the UK, even the US, citizens don't really have time to understand what is power, what is my bill. Some people don't even know where they are and what band they are and things like that, because it's something that they expect to get, and rightly so. So one thing that we must do is to decentralize. I have said that a number of times. When the electricity markets in the states are set up, meritocracy must be one of the most important things that will function. Without a system of meritocracy, without celebrating meritocracy over mediocrity, you can never have a power system. Having said that, collaboration is important. The state government will create an enable environment for private investors. Private investors will work with the existing discos by doing the franchising model, by building in the integrated power plant project. It can even be 10 megawatt solar. It can even be 5 megawatt. It can be as 20 megawatt. We need all of these pockets of generation, distributed generation we call them. We need them to be able to make power available first in the state. Any excess can be sent to the regional grid. Any excess can be sent to the national grid. And that is how Nigeria can only develop. Nigeria cannot develop with this centralized system of power system function. So, this time, what we should be doing should include metering all customers, making sure all customers are metered, coordinating the implementation of the Electricity Act, doing independent power plants, doing this Light Up Nigerian project, and joining the effort of Siemens project, which FGN PowerCo is actually pioneering by investing in the infrastructure of the Nigerian landscape. There are small things. I remember a feeder in Akute in Lagos, southwest Nigeria. The Akute area has just little things that you need to do to the feeder to make power available. So there are certain things that will be possible when we decentralize. If we don't decentralize, they will not happen. The people in Akute will even go to band A if these little minor tweaks or things are done. So this also applies to several places in the country. All we have to do are minor things that will get us there, but knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
It's unfortunate that time is not our best friend on the program. But having said that, you having mentioned Akute, I was actually telling, I am championing a 200-unit estate with some of my friends. I started a cooperative in England, and I told them I'm integrating power into it, and they were initially surprised. And I said, you know what? Ironically, look at Akute, the first major body of water that allowed the white people to enter southwest Nigeria, Ogun River, from the Lagos Lagoon here to Ogun. And that water is still there now, literally being polluted at Kara by cow dung. That is what we do now for even some of the assets with historic value to us. And ironically, Doc, look at the role of Kanji and River Niger, even in the extant power configuration that we have. And yet we have bodies of water littering our neighborhoods, and we just live as though only NEPA, only PHCN, only DISCO, only GENCO. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to having you on some other time. Thank you for the enlightenment opportunity. I've also learned a lot from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wisdom, you need to wrap it up in a way that engages the people you are here for. You are not here for me, the viewers.
I would just thank you so much. I would just
and this is your camera, I guess.
I would just add to say, I know the recent hike in tariff is tough, but I want to say I think the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission has shown some way of support by providing required information. I read just this evening, I saw an FAQ that they've published, for more information on everything we need to know about the tariff. I want to urge everyone to go and read those FAQs and imbibe them. And also, they just placed a fine on one of the discos of 200 billion for placing the tariff on all bands instead of just band A. So I see some monitoring happening, which will give us some confidence, which is actually what we need. Equip yourself with more information about this. Also, some numbers have been shared. Let's be able to engage them. So use social media also, and make sure that if we are paying for this, we are getting it. If we are not getting it, we want some sanctions on those discos who may be in any way shortchanging us by not doing the needful. So the citizens need to engage more. That's what I want to say, because I know everywhere now there's so much concern on this increase in tariff, but let's see how that goes. But let's continue to engage NEC. It's just a message I want to pass to everybody.
Without wanting to sound patronizing, if anybody was in doubt that your name happens to be Wisdom, thank you very much
Thank you so much, Bala.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is where we call it a wrap. We may soon be doing the historical epilogue segment that we used to do on this program, giving historical perspective to some of the topics that we engage with. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Sometimes it's not just the distance we travel, it's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy, it's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Lagos is home to many. But before you think of making Lagos your home, I'm sure you must have heard things about housing in Lagos. Things like housing is expensive, how landlords are gender and tribe biased. Different stories really ranging from funny to just sheer unbelievable.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times two.
You know, some landlord, they can be something else.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on?
My
My name is Akunna Iyama, and my experience is quite, what will I say? I don't even know how to explain it. It was quite interesting. Let me just use the word, to say the least. As a matter of fact, it was also pretty annoying, and I had to start saying in 2022, I'm surprised that people still have like this mindset.
Housing in Lagos is, I would say, divided into different categories. Like they have the eyebrow area, you have the should I say, I don't know, maybe shanties or trenches or whichever way you want to describe it. But I think if you have the right set of the amount of money, you know where to stay, and if you're struggling, you know where to stay, and if you don't really have, you know where to stay. So Lagos accommodates everybody, but at the long run, it is expensive, whichever category you pick.
When looking for an apartment in Lagos, you have to dira, like the Yoruba will say. You have to be very, very intelligent. You have to be very smart.
First things first, let me just say that Lagos, what they sell here is location and proximity to anywhere, as opposed to a good house. They have terrible spaces.
The house agents that are trying to get you an apartment, they know where the good house is, but they will not take you. Agent, God, what if they don't show me? The place I stay in Lekki now, the guy told me it's Ocean View now. And that's why it's expensive. I said, where is the ocean? He said, no way it will come. So my brother, 2 months, I can't expect ocean. I don't say that rain.
First thing that comes to my mind is, the high cost of housing in Lagos, which I think is ridiculous. And Lagosians, as a matter of fact, if you take out, the issue of rent, from our hustle, from our savings, from what we earn, from our income, I think a lot of Lagosians will be living well, and they'll be doing well as well.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times 2. I'm not blaming the landlord. The materials are too expensive. Materials are too expensive. The house we are paying for 100,000 now is 200,000-300,000.
Landlord themselves are human beings. The cost of all the materials very, very expensive these days. And what would you expect if you have to be in their shoes? You surely increase the what is it called? The rents.
See, make an even like give now. They are overrated. I don't know why they're so expensive like that. See, a house you can get for like 1 point something million in Lagos. You can get it for like 400 and 500 and something thousand in Delta State, another part of the country. But I don't know why it's so high in Lagos. I don't see the hype. I don't understand.
A bag of cement is going at about 4,800. So you don't expect landlord when things are from here to Alausa used to be 100 naira, but now it's 300 naira. So you don't expect a landlord that will not put a rent in his house. Maybe that landlord depends on the house rent. So things are going up. But what I'm pleading for a landlord, if they are increasing their house rent, they should think about a way so it can favor the tenant. Because the tenant too, they are receiving the same punishment.
Like you may pay this year so amount. Let's say the landlord will just come up without any pre-information. Will not tell you that I rent this year so amount. And it's a business. You have to plan yourself well so that it will not affect you.
Some of them are professional about it, because like my own landlord, if he wants to do anything like that, he gets to us through his lawyer, through his legal department, and they send letter prior to that if they want to do any increment. So they don't just come suddenly and say they want to increase rent.
Some Lagos landlords are quite tribalistic. And they are particularly tribalistic towards Igbo people. So once they hear, oh, we don't want any Igbo person here, what's your name? And you say your name, no, we're not looking for an Igbo person in this house because I'm Igbo. So I know I've had first-hand experience of it. Say, no, we don't want an Igbo person. Last person that was here was Igbo, and the person did this and the person did that, so we don't want that.
some landlord precisely, maybe based on their previous experience with the tribe or people that had occupied the property, they don't want to fall victim of when you're a victim the first time, you have to be very careful. So yes, most of the landlords consider that. I have never had a landlord that's considered that as an option, but I hear and I also read newspapers.
Even not just tribal, religious at times. You see some Muslim landlords, they don't want Christians. You see some Christian landlords, they don't want Muslims. You understand? I've seen a landlord, he said he only wants transgender. I've never seen such in my life before. You understand? So I think tribalism occurs because landlords at times, they feel they can relate with tenants better if they speak the same dialect.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on? Like, you have visitors on certain type of days. If you are single, you're not allowed to bring women. If you're a single lady, you're not allowed to bring men. It has to be one particular person. I don't understand. Like, who gives such a rule? I'll be a lady. She's looking for a husband. She needs suitors. And you're telling her to stick with one because of what? Because she lives in your apartment. Or in some cases, they'll tell you a lady has to be married before an apartment can be given to them.
On one of my ordeals, I was like, okay, I'm looking for a place. I spoke to an agent and he was like, Auntie, sorry, how old are you? I said, why? That's a personal question. Why are you asking me my age? He said that because the landlord said he doesn't want any single lady. If he wants any single person, he can even maybe take a single guy.
The reason why houses are expensive, I would say, number one, because of greed of some landlords. Agents. Because if you get an house of 2 million naira now, you pay agency of 200K, and the guy's friend, probably the agent's friend, just gave out an apartment of 5 million naira. His commission, agency fee, 10% is 500K. You can see. So at times, agents will convince landlords that, this house is too fine for 2.5 million. It's too fine. You're supposed to bring it. See, they will convince landlord, I can get someone that will pay 4 million for this place. It's not like they're trying to do the landlord a favor. They're trying to do themselves that increment of agency.
The reason why there's high cost of houses there in Lagos is a lot of factors. One is inflation. Like a normal developer will say, every day the cost of materials increase. Like if he buys rods of, let's say, 5 naira today, by the time he goes to the market next week, it's about 20 naira.
So imagine you're trying to get an apartment of 400,000 and the agents are telling you that, okay, for the house of 400,000, you're going to pay agency and agreement 100,000, you're going to pay commission 100,000, and then you pay caution 100,000, and then you pay service charge maybe 75,000. How much is that? That's already 375,000 on top of a house of 400,000. So these are the issues that one basically faces in Lagos State.
Lagos, as home to all, must indeed house all. And for that to happen, all stakeholders must work hand in hand to make this huge housing deficit a thing of the past.
if you don't chop, nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood Na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out.
I was reading in the news that there is this man in California who is proposing a law that it's called a right to disconnect.
Really?
Such that once your work hours are over, let's say you work from 9 to 5, even if the sky is falling, don't call me.
Don't call me. Don't
available
for real.
Except during emergencies that you have foreseen or you have told me okay.
Yeah.
Like it's in my contract and I'm aware of it. If not, don't call me. I am not available. I'm having my family time and life is good.
I really subscribe to that. How are you, Sandy?
I am, I was just listening to Gloria and I'm like, Gloria. I'm like, I'm stressed. But
I feel like I can tell.
Is it written all over my face?
Not particularly, but I just know.
So I've had a super long day, which ideally shouldn't have been like that. I don't know how my day just went topsy-turvy and I ended up here. So as at 4, I hadn't even it's a long story, but and then my bank I was going to get fuel because I had so many deadlines. I forgot to stop and get fuel so I was coming here, and then I realized, oh my goodness, I'm coming to the island and I'm running on empty. And then, as you know, there is no fuel. The fuel is very scarce right now, so I had to queue up. And then the bank transaction refused to go through.
Yeah, I saw some banks have actually been having issues.
It's a long wait. And then eventually, about an hour later, that was sorted out. And then coming up here, it's raining, and you know what Lagos is like when it's raining. So it's just the day didn't go how I planned it.
Right, but thank God you are here.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here.
Well, I'm fine too. I'm okay, I guess. I'm surviving. I'm thriving.
You look
even
good.
in this, thank you very much. Even in this, economy that seems to be quite epileptic. I think I'm doing good. I think I'm doing good. So here's what we found as today's quote. Solopreneurs will rise because freelancers will become commodities to utilize. And this was said by Richie Norton. So yes, I think I agree with this quote actually, because solopreneurs, these are people that start off a business. They have an idea, they start off a business of their own, and so knowing the fact that they don't necessarily have to hire a lot of hands like in proper companies and organizations that can get the job done. They can just hire freelancers. It could be like a 2-month contract, like a few weeks contract, stuff like that. So I think that I really, really agree with this, because really and truly, freelancers will become commodities to really, really utilize.
Plus, I like that life.
Yes.
Honestly, I love. This is the first time in my life that I've worked, and it's not like I work in 9 to 5. I still do contracts here and there, but this is the first time in my life that I'm not doing a periodic contract, such that after a while I can travel, take a time off and come back. And I really do miss the contracts life. I really, really do miss it.
I think that's the life I want to live. It's called soft life.
It's
so
really
I can
just work for 5-6 months
and just enjoy my life with what I've been able to make. You want to say something?
I feel like
you sort of think you're going to enjoy it until you're there, because I have people that I've interviewed before. They were freelancers, and suddenly became boring. They want to socialize. They want to be in
something
official.
structured.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's something that actually comes with structure. There's a good thing that comes with structure. When you're in a place without structure, you would really need and crave structure. So I think I agree with that school of thought.
Well, there's some, okay, well.
No, go ahead, please.
I was going to say that there's some freelancers that you have to show up in the office.
Well, yeah. So I think it also really depends on it also depends on the kind that you're doing. But anyway, so imagine having power to choose when and where to work. That's the gig economy magic. Freelancers can pick up gigs that match their skills and schedule. It's super flexible, allowing folks to pursue their passions and handle family stuff. Today we want to discuss the topic, the gig economy, opportunities and challenges for freelancers, with Elizabeth Musa. And when we open our phone line, we would love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break and see what we found in the news. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Ways. Now, picture a world illuminated by the light of conscience, where every thought and actions aligns with peace, love, and understanding. That day is today. On April 5th, International Day of Conscience is celebrated to commit to a culture of peace cultivated through love and conscience. It is a day that shines bright like a beacon, reminding us of our collective journey towards a harmonious world. I think there are a lot of people in this world without conscience, trust me. I mean, I think that every normal person should have conscience, but sometimes when you see the way people move, you just be like, do you really have the fear of God in you? I feel like a lot of people move without the fear of God.
Kidnappers, people who just rob people. There was this incident in Ogun State or was it Ogun State or Ondo State, where there was this luxury vehicle traveling. I don't know where it's going to. And then they robbed the passengers and burnt the vehicle, the luxurious bus. Like, where is your conscience?
No, conscience is something that I think that every normal, you don't even have to be a person of faith. When I say faith now, like your religion. As a normal human being, you should actually have... It's just humanity, thank you. Right. You should actually have, because that's what is going to guide you from doing what is wrong from what is actually right. Because if you don't have conscience, you can just pick up the nearest knife and kill the next person close to you. But if you really have the fear of God in you, you will not be doing all this.
It's like a restriction.
I am really, really happy that there's a day dedicated, right, to actually celebrate World Conscience Day. And, well, I hope that more people will have conscience from now on, and they will have the fear of God in them.
Yes, please. We need more considerate people.
Honestly,
conscious
I agree.
Conscience.
I agree with you. All right, so Glory, what did you find for us in the news today?
What I found is about increase in electricity tariff. Okay. So it's so funny. When I was on transit to work yesterday, over the radio, I heard someone analyze the whole increase. But before going to that, let me just read what I found in the news. It says the minority caucus of the House of Representatives has called on the federal government to prevail on the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to cancel the recent increment in electricity tariff across the country. The NERC recently approved a 300% tariff increment for Band A consumers, allowing power distribution companies to raise electricity prices for city dwellers from 68 naira per kilowatt to 225 naira. In a statement issued on Friday in Abuja, Minority Leader of the House, Kingsley Chinda, described the hike as inhuman and evil. So, yeah, I had to further dig into this to really, I had to go through the video and, you know, the Minister of Power. And so some of the reasons he gave is that, so just like fuel was being subsidized by the government, same with electricity is being subsidized, and it's not something that's sustainable. So that's the reason why they had to like, so according to him, this is like 15% of, it's not like the whole, will I say, the whole population of individuals consuming electricity. So the tariff is just for like 15%. That's why they categorize as category A consumers. The band A consumers. And according to him, the rest will still be having privileges of subsidized electricity by 70%. I think he said the government covers about 70%. But the question is, like, I did not, let me say maybe I did not watch the video to the end to see who are the category of individuals in this band A consumers. Are they companies, manufacturing
companies? There are people with lights between 20 hours to 22 hours per day.
Yes, so they're about. However, there's still going to be an impact in the economy and how prices of things are, because people want to. If I'll assume that people that are high consumers technically would probably be business or people that are using electricity for something business oriented. Like so they want to transfer that cost to the end users.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So there was just a conversation of, is this really the right time? Like, you know, we understand that maybe the government has their reasons for what they are doing this, but is this really the right time where everyone is complaining, things are really going crazy? Is this really the right step? I just feel like the government at this point is like, let's just suffer now and see if it's going to get better. But the question is it really going to get better? Because statistics have shown that things that went up in Nigeria rarely did come down. So what's the guarantee that it's going to get better in the future? So
I have an alternative view. Okay. Here it is. Now, this, I read a story as well, and the band A, they consume about, so far we have about 12 million people out of over 200 that have like prepaid meter, which is the other ones that they're accused of electricity theft, because I'm like, produce meter. If you produce meter, you reduce electricity theft. It's that simple. But anyway, so out of that 12 million, about 2 million people are the ones within band A. So these people, they are gulping, they are gulping 40% of the electricity. Then the remaining 10%, 10 million people are sharing 60%. So this is how I see it too. You remember, if you go back to campus days, there's some people that have AC and fridge and everything in their house, and then there are others that have just hand fan.
And they're probably paying the same light bill.
Exactly. So I'm saying it like, if you're consuming more, you should pay more. And you have the privilege of having like electricity for 20 hours. That is a huge privilege in Nigeria. Majority would have electricity for like 3 hours.
So the thing is that even those people that are in the band A that they say they claim that they have light for 20 hours plus, most of them are coming out now to say they don't even have light up to that amount of time. Right? I think that even if there was going to be I agree with your points, right? If you are using more, you should probably pay more. I get it. But then again, isn't the hike in price so ridiculous? From 68 naira to 225. It's too ridiculous, because now a lot of businesses are going to suffer. Let's even forget residentials.
Well, you know, some of these people are government houses.
Well, we cannot really tell for sure. But obviously, if a business is affected, that business will want to transfer that cost.
Yes, because right now we're complaining that, okay, the prices of goods are so expensive, and that's owing to the fact that the price of fuel has not come down. So it means that it goes on to logistics, you know, moving from point A to point B. Of course, the seller is going to definitely add this to their prices. Do you get what I'm saying? So, I mean, now you're not added lights to the entire station. Meanwhile, there was FX issue. Unfortunately, some sellers have even had to buy at very high rates when FX was up. So right now that FX is down, that's the only reason why they can't bring their prices down. Now we've not added this additional electricity tariff to it. I mean, at this point, God will help us in Nigeria. Sanzi, what did you find for us in the news?
So there's a lot of things in the news today. Bobrisky is trending, but I don't have the energy to decide.
You should have the energy. You brought it as our what's in the news.
I don't have the energy to juggle between he, she, because I don't know which is which. I just refer to he, she as he, she.
No way.
But anyway, although some people are saying it's unfair that, you know, she is asked to pay 400 million naira as bail. That's ridiculous. It's not fair. It looks as though they plotted for him.
True.
But anyway, I'll leave that alone. So here is my story. Osayobie's success and aid to governor of Delta State says womanizing is now expensive and might be the reason why some men are yet to make it in life. In a post he shared on his Facebook page, I wish we can have that on screen. Okay, there it is. He said, womanizing is expensive. Kindly look at the breakdown. Please don't laugh. Tea fare for coming, 10,000 naira. Hotel room, 30,000 naira. Barbecued fish, suya, 5,000 naira. Drinks, 6,000 naira. Food, 8,000 naira. And yeah, 800 naira. Bottled water, 1,000 naira. Drinks overnight, 5,000 naira. Thanks for coming, 50K. Total is 123K. And I'm thinking, wait, uncle, who do you used to give tea fare 10,000 naira?
Which tea fare is 10,000 naira?
Where? Tinubu's Nigeria.
Where are you even going to next?
Barbecued fish suya. When was the last time you went for barbecued fish suya? How? I don't understand. How much? 5,000 naira suya is like how many pieces?
I think this list was compiled some years back.
It is
in fact,
so
it can't
cheap.
be recent.
And it's rather unfortunate because the more, even as he is saying this, the rate of humanizing is actually going up. So it's like,
terrible.
this is... So I think like it depends on the type of humanizing and who you're humanizing with.
True.
So there are different categories of humanizing. So from like a rough analysis, there are about 3. You know, you have the sugar daddy. That's probably the ones that are the bankroller. So this one does not even fall under that category. This is nothing compared to... And there are people actually who humanize and don't even spend this much. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it depends on... Yes. It depends on... So there are some... Yeah, it depends on the class. There are some women that don't need all of this. They just need like their engine being oiled and servicing and all that.
My question now is there anything in this world that can stop? Because as it is, this Nigerian economy has hit the worst ever in her history. So, and men are still womanizing. Is there anything in this world that can stop a man from womanizing?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. Until people learn to be disciplined. Someone said discipline does not just take discipline. I don't know, but I don't think there's anything that can... You know, I saw on Instagram the other day on a pastor's post where he was trying to talk against adultery and all of that, and someone said that you can't blame a man. Sometimes it's not really just about that a man wants to cheat or go out there. That's just maybe he's being pushed from the home and things like so people will definitely find excuses. If there's no money, they will say they're humanizing because there's no money. If there's money, it's because there's excess money. So there's always an excuse for bad behavior.
Yes, there's always an excuse for bad behavior.
It's not going to go away anytime soon. So let's just get used to it.
All right. I'll just go straight to what I found in the news. So what I found in the news was something Santi already touched anyway about Bobrisky. So he was first arrested, you know, I think that was on Wednesday night, you know, and had a 6 counts, something like that, yeah. So and now they have dropped the charge for money laundering, but then he has pleaded guilty to naira abuse. So I think my own reservation is Bobrisky might not be the most fantastic person, right? But then again, I don't think that Bobrisky is the only one guilty of this. There's always a party happening every weekend or every day somehow in Lagos, and people are always spraying money, probably even stepping on some naira notes and whatnot. More so, the reference video of why they actually arrested Bobrisky, if you look closely at that entire event, he wasn't the only one who actually sprayed money. But then again, why is it being the scapegoat?
So I think some people are saying that this is witch hunting because of
it is witch
it's been trending in the news. Hishi has been trending in the news. That's how I refer to Hishi. So Hishi has been trending in the news because of winning Best Dressed Female.
Yes.
And I think this is just a way to, maybe I won't call it witch hunting, but it does look a lot like witch hunting. It was in the event
where he was giving that award. That's the reference video.
Where Hishi was spraying the...
Yeah, I also saw a video of him saying like, I think he just put himself in a position, especially about all this money spraying. He was he made a video saying like the reason why he does not invite skip makers because they don't know how to spray.
They don't have money to spray. Yes, I remember.
So and I feel like going back to what you said, like he's not the only one, but I feel like maybe they're using our scapegoat, and maybe it's just accumulated things.
It's a very easy target. That's because he puts himself actually out there like that. So I think it's a very easy target. But then I wish
I honestly don't think it is fair that she should be arrested.
Yes, I think so too.
I think sometime in January there was this event that a certain traditional ruler was caught, and instead of EFCC and whatnot to arrest him, they were appealing to him and said, please, stop spraying money like this. So are you trying to tell me that some citizens are bigger than the other? Some animals, remember Animal Farm? Some animals are bigger than the other. So
Anyway.
What's good for the geese is good for the gander.
Right. I mean, God help us in this Nigeria anyway. All right. So a gig economy is a labor market that relies heavily on temporary and part-time positions fueled by independent contractors and freelancers rather than full-time permanent employees. The widespread usage of smartphones and the internet have connected online users throughout nations via digital platforms. This makes it easier for businesses to connect with distant online workers on digital platforms and communicate their talent needs. This trend makes the gig economy more relevant and prominent in today's digital era. The adoption of technology creates a significant change in the gig economy, significantly by providing clients with access to talent from both developed and developing countries. In a similar vein, digital platforms enables millions of independent contractors from developing countries to apply for jobs listed on these online boards. However, proliferation of fake profiles on gig platforms clutters the market. For example, a basic administrative job to be placed on a freelance website and attract hundreds of applicants, so choosing the right talent for the project becomes quite difficult for the customer. So today we are discussing the gig economy whilst we look at the opportunities and challenges for freelancers in Nigeria. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to